Okay, she is. Najim Abdurazak. Are you in the hall? Yes. Belumi Aribisala. Are you in the hall? Aribisala Belumi. Okay. Priscilla Canis Obi. Are you in the hall? Yes. Professor John Osonwa. Are you in the hall? Professor John Osonwa. Taufik Ahmed. Are you in the hall? Yes. Timothy Oguniro. Are you in the hall? Okay. John Telari Ajim. Are you in the hall? Dr. Thomas George. Are you in the hall? Lydia Bakutiku. Okay. Hafiz Adubiaro here. All right. So we have... just a quick confirmation if we have Opeyemi Ibukun in the hall. Opeyemi Adeyonju is here. Okay. Then Adenike Akpeju, Renee Venture. Okay. Interventionist Mrs. Linda Umaru here. Okay. So for our online participants, please stand by as we will kickstart very, very shortly. Once again, you're welcome.
Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, in collaboration with the Nigeria Diaspora Summit Initiative, presents the third Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, NDIS 2020. Date, 20th to the 21st of November. Theme, post-COVID-19 economic resurgence, targeting diaspora investment, sectors, healthcare, education, agribusiness, creative, entertainment and sports, telecoms, ICT, fintech, real estate, manufacturing, venue, virtual by Zoom. Potential investors and ample opportunities. For participation and sponsorship, visit www.ndis.gov.ng.
How do you define 1 year? By day, hours, or others? It has been 1 year in the saddle as the mother of the nation and First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria, for Senator Oluremi Tinubu CON. And for her, dates rather than days have been the measuring parameters in the last 365 days. The story of the last 1 year starts with her arrival at her office in the State House on June 5, 2023, all primed to contribute her quota to the development of the country. Her vision, to build a better life for families, is captured in her pet project, Renewed Hope Initiative. It is a big one that requires building of coalition at the sub-national levels. From the point of conception, RHI became not just a shared vision, but a special purpose vehicle to give hope to women, aged, orphans, school children, undergraduates, and other vulnerable groups across the country. For social investment, perhaps in terms of sheer number, the program of the initiative has been the most impactful of all RHI programs. There were interventions at the Nana Berry Orphanage and Home in New Carroll.
Microphone. 1, 2,
It had
1,
its
2.
first encounter with the initiative on August 21, 2023, and took delivery of food items, clothing, and toiletries.
Testing microphone. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing.
Salt, rice, beans, everything that will be nourishing to their body, and present it to you on her behalf. And like I said before, this will not be the last time you are going to see us.
As they brought that food, our method of cooking just changed. If you look at some of these children, look at their picture then before she came, and now you will know that something is going on.
There is more where that came from.
In her kind heart, God touched her heart through Renewed Hope Initiative. Through her social investment, she has decided to give us a befitting home, orphans, us like this, who are us.
Apart from taking care of homeless children, the initiative gave adequate, if not unprecedented, amount of attention to the senior citizens in the country. Under the HRI Elderly Support Scheme, 250 aged persons from 60 years and above were drawn from 8 states and the FCT and supported with a sum of 100,000 naira each in December 2023.
We all love our country, but love should not just be an expression portrayed in words, but should be visible in one's action. A patriot is an example of someone who observes and practices these rules. Developing a country to make it better is the first and foremost duty of every citizen. I'm not a grown-up with much knowledge about my country, but I'm possibly aware of the roles I must play in order to improve the condition of my country. There's a proverb that says, "Mother and motherland are greater than heaven." Therefore, taking this saying in mind, we must put in more effort in order to make this heaven even more heavenly. Many people leave Nigeria. Why? Because of their poor condition and settlement. I understand that I should not think of migrating to foreign countries, but instead to help make Nigeria a destination country for others. To achieve that, I must study hard. The previous generation made Nigeria a good place for us to call home, and today it is my generation's turn to make it even better for the future generations to live in. I'm not capable of doing it alone. Hence, everyone will take their part in it. I'll try to help Nigeria in any way I can. Being a Nigerian, I must study hard, which will hopefully one day be beneficial to my motherland. To make Nigeria a better country, all of you must take part in it. You, everyone must take their part in it. We should always remember, never forget, that the future started yesterday. And I'm telling you, we need to hurry up, because we're already late. God bless Nigeria.
It is with great pleasure and immense pride that I welcome you all to the 6th edition of the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit. A private sector-driven initiative, but is a remarkable event that is organized by Nigeria's in Diaspora Commission in collaboration with the Nigeria Diaspora Summit Initiative. This is a testament to the power of collaboration and our unwavering commitment to national development and to the improvement of the socio-economic status of our citizens in Nigeria. Under the theme, New Vistas, New Aspirations, New Opportunities, the Diaspora and National Development, we have come together today to explore the immense potential and opportunities that lies ahead. Today marks a really significant milestone as we gather here to discuss and forge new pathways towards harnessing the power of the diaspora community.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 6th Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, convened by the Nigerian Diaspora Summit Initiatives, NDSI, in collaboration with Nigerians in Diaspora Commission.
The program that you started as MD Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is what we'll be launching today, as you are the minister that will be launching. Isn't God just awesome? A fine gentleman, passionate about his work, one of the very best Nigerians that I've ever had cause to work with. We welcome you this morning. And thank you for all the support. As MD Federal Mortgage Bank, was always with us. We worked through that. It was his idea, not ours. And we worked together and said the diaspora deserves a mortgage. And here we are today, under your leadership. As minister, you are now the one that will now launch this mortgage scheme. Thank you very much.
To have a partnership with the diaspora for investment, for cultural connection, for influence and as ambassadors for you is something very special for Nigeria. And you know that Ireland will do whatever we can to support and encourage that. Because one of the lovely things about working together in the diaspora is we're not competing with each other. It's an area where all of the countries, and I met two esteemed members of the community here who are based in Canada. We're not competing with Canada, we're not competing with anybody. The Nigerian diaspora is the Nigerian diaspora.
We are looking for entrepreneurs in agrotech, biotech, blockchain, climate change, health tech, consumer park.
We buy for 6,000 naira here per ton. And in Benue, where I am from, where I started this business from, it's sold for 18,000 naira. So it means if you start crushing in Benue, 12,000 naira, it's your profit.
I'm here to deliver significant manufacturing output.
We offer credit and bridge the financing gap for businesses, high net worth individuals, and organizations.
But I just like the name Rich Auntie.
Thank you.
And I want to be a rich auntie. Who doesn't want to be a rich auntie? So for all of us want to be rich aunties, I think we have to support this business. So, and you are already a rich auntie.
Yes,
Thank you very much, and very impressive, very encouraging, very inspiring.
The key feature in this room is the business-to-business networking. So make sure you take full advantage of that. Meet the person next to you. You never can tell. That may be the change maker in your history.
Everybody wants to do business with Nigeria, and that is why we say so should the Nigerian diaspora. If the Chinese, the Indians are investing in your country, you should invest in your own country, because we know you have the money, we know you have the resources, we know you are investing in other parts of the world, and that's why we're creating a platform to invest in Nigeria, because we in NIDCOM are your embassy. That the summit is not just keen on attracting foreign direct investments and ensure that the capacities of local businesses impact effectively on our great economy. So this is a summit that will grow. This is a summit that will build on. This is a summit that deserves every support. This is a summit that will make a lot of impact in the Nigerian economy. And this is a summit that will not relent in our drive to attract diaspora investment from all over the world.
We have what it takes to attract any willing and genuine investors, which is why our Nigerians in diaspora must be the first to latch onto huge opportunities that have opened up in the country.
This meeting is very special to us at the NIPC, as it will continue to serve as a platform for us to interact with the Nigerian diaspora and target the diaspora community for to attract and channel more of their remittances into direct investment in the critical sectors of the Nigerian economy.
Nigerian music today is being sold by Nigerians in diaspora. I've recorded over 70 albums in the past 22 years.
To export talent opportunities for people in the country and in diaspora to explore and tap into the endless benefits in the sector.
We currently serve about 600,000 Africans in the diaspora.
We are a bridge to connecting aspirations with opportunities. With a rich legacy in the financial industry, Coronation has been at the forefront of innovation and consistently delivering exceptional financial services.
Noreen Beja is excited to partner with the summit as a sponsor. We offer business.
We're here for a purpose, right? We all have a common vision, which is to make Nigeria a better place for our people. And in order to do that, we have to empower the people, don't we? And to empower the people effectively, we have to work together as one. So while we work together as one with a unified vision, the sky is our limit, isn't it? So I wish on behalf of the Nigeria Diaspora Alumni Network to really wish all of us, because we're all in this together, a very successful investment summit. Let's empower our people. Let's appreciate the presidency, because we had this idea. We approached Honorable Abike Dabiri. Even before we spoke, she said, you know what? We're thinking of having an investment summit. What do you think? I said, Ma, we're already planning one. She said, absolutely. Let's plan it for the global diaspora community. So please, let's appreciate Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa. So she took it upon herself to convene this. We gathered members together, NIDAN members, NIDO members, Kanuk members, ANAPIN members, and Canadian Nigerian Business Forum members. And we all started planning together. As you can tell, the hall is filled with members of these associations. They didn't just come, they mobilized. They called on their resources, investors who have interest in Nigeria, and they said, let's go home. And here they are. Let's appreciate them all. Let's focus on the vision, what we're trying to accomplish, and let's go for it. Once again, thank you all.
That will continue to attract diasporans to invest in their country, Nigeria. There's no better place to invest than Nigeria, despite whatever challenges we have. And we have Nigerians developing the world economies. We should encourage them to develop the Nigerian economy, and that is exactly what we are doing. Yesterday, Professor Soludo said one thing to us that...
Once again, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us at the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, the 7th in the series, a private sector-driven initiative, with the theme Adapting Stability Through Diaspora Investments, Navigating the Path to Prosperity. It's good to have everyone here once again with us. It's day 2, and we are just set to start. First, we'd like to request that everyone should please come together. We want everyone to be seated closely together. And by the way, the closer we are, the warmer it is for you, if you know what I mean. So, advice, don't sit aloof, don't sit away, sit closer. And I'm sure it's much better. I want to very, very quickly recognize here with us the host, Chairman, Chief Executive Officer, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, OON. She's in the building. Please, a round of applause for her. Also, we can confirm that we have, of course, in the building, the NDIS Summit Coordinator and Chairman, Board of Trustees, Nigeria Diaspora Summit Initiative, NDIS, Dr. Ms. Badewa Adejugbe Williams. She's also around. And I can confirm that committee members are around doing their bits at various corners. The program coordinator is also very much around. I'm talking about Barrister Theodore Safia is also around, and members of the committee, members of the diaspora who've joined us are all around. We also recognize some of the children who've joined us for the program. Some were here yesterday and some are also here today. So thank you for coming. We'll begin right now with the national anthem. We all rise. We'll be our own native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. As all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland, our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign, in peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain, to hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed. A great prayer to which we all say amen. Please be seated. Once again, Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Day 2, it is, of the program. Today is Wednesday, and the 6th of November, 2024. We want to quickly also announce our rapporteurs, Augustine Adebudo and Idris Mohammed, taking their seats there, and they've particularly requested that teachers should never forget to do the ask. Some did yesterday forget. So ensure that you do the ask, which is the call to action towards the end. We'll begin now by inviting Mrs. Mary Davis of the NDIS Secretariat to take us through a recap. Please give her a round of applause. Mary Davis. Seems only the Americans are clapping.
Thank you, Tokbe. Don't we just love Tokbe? Good morning, everybody. It's good to have you all. I hope everybody rested well. And the purpose of this recap is just to, kind of remind us what happened yesterday. And it's also to energize us for today. So I'm just going to read the recap, and then we'll go straight into today's program. So, with an introduction, Day 1, Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, the 7th Nigerian Diaspora Summit, NDIS, themed Adapting Stability Through Diaspora Investment, Navigating the Path to Prosperity. It commenced with an air of excitement at the Presidential Villa, which is where we're still seated. This year's lucky number, Dr. Bidwell kept saying lucky number 7. Lucky number 7 is for completion. The number 7 summit was officially launched by the rousing sounds of Nigeria's new national anthem, which just brings a lot of emotions to a lot of us. It's a prayer for a better country that we all pray to see. The national anthem was followed by opening remarks from my own very dear sister friend and the leader of the planning team, Dr. Badiwa Adejugbe Williams. She's the Chief Summit Chair, Summit Coordination. Dr. Badiwa warmly welcomed participants, emphasizing NDIS's impact on Nigeria's national development and celebrating past achievements. She extended a heartfelt gratitude to Nigerians, to the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, under the leadership of the very able Mama Diaspora, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa. We call her Haid. And Dr. Badawa expressed deep appreciation for the global Nigeria diaspora's ongoing dedication to Nigeria's growth. Get ready to pitch was her enthusiastic announcement, setting the tone for the summit. Now, into the first pitching session. In the first pitching session, there were 9 presentations scheduled, with 6 delivered as planned, and 2 additional pitches were previously unscheduled presenters. This dynamic session included a very lively question and answer segment, notable interventions, and led smoothly into the opening ceremony of the summit. Opening ceremonies. Now, the welcome remarks following the national anthem, Dr. Badiwa officially welcomed attendees to this 7th landmark edition. She highlighted how the summit has, over the years, connected diaspora investors, thanked the federal government, the presence of President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government, Senator George Akume, and NIDCOM's chair, Dr. Dabiri Erewa, whose boundless energy, Dr. Badiwa noted, has been instrumental in bringing the summit to life. We had an opening remarks from the chief host in the person of NIDCOM's chair, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, and she acknowledged the dignitaries in the room, the Nigerian diaspora, and all attendees, spotlighting notable diaspora successes in business. She emphasized the current administration's focus on economic growth and diversification, reassuring attendees that steps are being taken to safeguard investments. Dr. Dabiri Erewa expressed gratitude to the NDIS planning team and encouraged everyone to make the most of the summit. Now we're going to talk about the Goodwill messages. The first of the Goodwill messages was delivered it was delivered by Director of Diaspora Affairs, DTCA, my own dear brother, Okeogene Sefia, and he was representing the Director General, DTCA, Ambassador Rabiu Dagari. Ambassador Dagari commended NIDCOM for their partnership in harnessing the African potential for national development. He reaffirmed DTCA's commitment to initiatives like NDIS, urging the diaspora to contribute actively to Nigeria's growth. The Chairman, House Committee on Diaspora Matter, Honorable Tochukwu Okere. Honorable Okere celebrated the Nigeria diaspora's contributions, noting the significance of their commitment to development, encouraged continued investment in Ume. Senator Ume welcomed participants, reflecting on how the summit's theme resonates with the country's goals. He encouraged diaspora knowledge sharing and partnership with local investors, pledging the National Assembly's support. Now let's talk about the sponsors that were in the room. We had the MD CEO First Bank Group, Olusegun Aleb Biosu, who was represented. The representative expressed gratitude to NDIS for including bank remains committed to strategic partnerships aimed at fostering economic growth. And I'd like to say again that we're very grateful to First Bank as our major sponsor this year. Then we had the Chief Corporate Communications Officer for NNPC. NNPC also a major supporter this year. And the Corporate Communications Officer, Olufemi Sonayer, was represented by Mrs. Oluwakemi, presenting a promising opportunity for diaspora investors. And then we had the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable His Excellency Ambassador Yusuf M. Tugar, and he was represented by Ambassador Akinremi Bolaji. Ambassador Bolaji conveyed 5 directives from the ministry, encouraging diaspora members to utilize the Global Health Desk, connect Nigerian businesses with international markets, collaborate with Nigerian missions worldwide, maintain communications, and promote the government's 4D diplomacy strategy. And then there was the keynote address. The keynote address from our president, the president and father of the nation, like I like to honor that position. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented by Senator George Akume, congratulated NDIS on hosting a transformative summit, recognizing the diaspora's invaluable contributions. Senator Akume underscored the administration's focus on stability and growth. He commended the summit's structured pitching sessions as a platform connecting local and diaspora entrepreneurs aimed at driving national progress. Senator Akume highlighted government's efforts with the CNG initiative to enhance security measures and support for startups, reaffirming the administration's commitment to fostering a business-friendly environment. He concluded by encouraging entrepreneurs to showcase their ideas effectively and urging investors to take advantage of the many, many opportunities available in Nigeria. Then we went into the pitching session, the creative sports and entertainment pitching session. This session was moderated by actor and broadcaster Patrick Dole. This session featured key figures in Nigeria's creative industry, including Richard Mofe-Damijer and Foster Corder, who was joined virtually. They discussed investment potential in Nigeria's movie sectors with an emphasis on supporting local communities. Then the third pitching session was moderated by Hajia Amina Musa Babas Suzuki, the CEO of Pan-Afrique Investment, it's a French word, Investment Consultant, France. And this session showcased 5 pitches from the creative sector with a robust audience engagement and valued insights shared by Mr. Biodun Dominic Odunaga. Now, the closing recap. As we closed on the first day of the 7th Diaspora Investment Summit, one thing was clear to us: within our community, an unbreakable Nigerian spirit, ready to drive progress, foster prosperity, and credit that Nigerians at home and abroad are united in one mission, and that mission is to build a prosperous, resilient Nigeria. And I could cry thinking about that because it came out clearly in every collaborative success. And as we begin today's session, day 2, this morning, I just want to ask us to carry forward the same passion and commitment. Together, we can make today another milestone in the journey to a greater Nigeria. With each conversation, each partnership, each innovative idea shared, we move closer to building the Nigeria that we know it can be. Here is to another impactful day.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mary Davis, NDIS Secretariat. We move on in the program swiftly, shall we? Next on the program is remark by the Chairman, Chief Executive Officer, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, our all-Nigerian, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, OON. Please welcome the host with a round. Keep it in your hearts. We have the Canadians here. Where are the Canadians? Yes, we watch how it works and we make it work. And one person who makes it work all the time, election or no election, is, of course, our very distinguished Chairman, Chief Executive Officer, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, who is ably going to be represented by Director at NIDCOM, who is also a member of the Planning Committee, Mr. Abiodun Akanbi.
And welcome to the day 2 of the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit. My job is so simple. I'm just to welcome all of us to this event. Yesterday was very impactful, and I believe all of us can testify to that. And we look forward to another wonderful experience today. Yes, my madam is here, but she has asked me to do this. You know, she just finished a very fantastic interview at Channels TV this morning, talking about irregular migration, the dangers and all that. So we want her to rest for some time. I'm sure she will still come on stage later to do 1 or 2 things. So on behalf of my chairman, Ma? Okay, Ma. So on behalf of my chairman, CEO, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa OON, aka Mama Diaspora, I welcome you all to the day 2 of this event. Sit back and enjoy the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give him another round of applause. And that's to mentoring and ensuring that others grow. You want to give another round of applause to Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa OON for making her own people do the work, and that's what it should be. We move on to presentation. This is on re-engineering diaspora engagement for economic development and growth in Africa. The Chairman, Corporate Council on Africa, and Founder, Chief Executive Officer, Access Dallas, Texas, USA, will be making this presentation online. Let's welcome the gentleman. But just before he speaks, let me tell you a bit about him, on who he is. He is the founder and CEO of Access, the leading home healthcare technology company in North America. In this role, he leads the strategic vision and works on ensuring that things are done right. He's been very successful in his work and understands engagement for economic development and growth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our speaker, Mr. John Olajide, speaking to us online.
Good day, everyone. I bring you greetings from Dallas, Texas. It's such an honor to be among you today. I stand on all existing protocol, but I want to especially recognize the chairman and CEO of the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabiri, for extending the invitation and just the opportunity to speak to this audience. Thank you so very much. So again, good day to you all, and thank you for hosting this important event. I am honored and humbled to be asked to deliver this keynote address because there are so many noteworthy and accomplished members of the Nigerian diaspora. I am privileged to be among so many leaders at this event who care about finding ways to deepen Nigerian engagement through investment and commercial partnerships to address global challenges, harness innovative solutions, and drive inclusive economic growth in our country. As a proud Nigerian, I'm well aware of this potential, and I have investments in Nigeria in technology, agriculture, tourism, and financial services. But I'm not alone. There are 400,000 Nigerians living in the United States alone, largely clustered in Dallas-Fort Worth, Houston, New York, the Washington, D.C. area, and lots of other places. They make up one of the best educated diasporas in the United States, many working in technology, medicine, and education. Very few diasporas in the world match the Nigerian diaspora in economically engaging their homeland. Much of the world recognizes Nigeria's economic potential. They're drawn by Nigeria's large pool of talented and entrepreneurial youth, many excelling in high tech, the arts, and other innovative industries. There is a need for us as a community of diaspora Nigerians to look back home as an investment destination too. See, I'm an entrepreneur with a firm belief that business should be a force for good in the world. I truly believe with the proper mindset that anything is possible. To put my remarks in context, I'd like to share a little bit about where I came from. My name is Ni John Olajide, a proud son of Irimakwe Ekiti in Ekiti State. I'm the third of 5 boys born to my parents. It may also interest you to know that I was born in Ajegunle in Lagos. I grew up and had my primary and secondary school education in Nigeria. I grew up in a Nigeria where it was the ideal for every child to have a qualitative education in public schools, regardless of the economic circumstances of their families, where every child could aspire to a brighter future and be given the chance to fully express his or her God-given potential in life. I say very often that it is this solid foundation in character and learning that I got from my family, and as a Nigerian, that accounts for the modest achievements that I've attained so far in life. It may interest you to know that my parents, both of them, did not get more than a primary 6 education, but they were very smart and they placed a high premium on their children excelling in school and being morally upright. Indeed, from very early in my life, I internalized the values that have guided me in my life and career so far. What are they? Selfless service, collaboration, hard work, excellence, and integrity. After completing high school in Nigeria, I proceeded to attend university in America at the University of Texas at Dallas, and Dallas has been my home in America ever since. I used what I learned and took advantage of the opportunities to create a home healthcare technology company that continues to grow and impact millions and millions of lives around the world. Today, we're the global leader in our space. I founded Access Technologies more than 17 years ago, and we've successfully built it into the leading home healthcare technology company in the world. Our technology is used not only in the US, but also by healthcare providers in Canada, in Europe, the Middle East, and in lots of other places. Today, we have operations across 4 continents. With that business in good shape, in 2019, I set my sights on investing in Nigeria as Cavista Holdings, which is a parent company for a portfolio of companies and investments in various sectors. I'm investing in Nigeria with 3 goals in mind. Number 1, jobs. Number 2, jobs. And I'm sure you know what number 3 is. It's even more jobs. Our first company, Cavista Technologies, employs today the largest number of software engineers in Nigeria who are innovating and solving problems in the healthcare space globally. We now have other offices in India, in the Philippines, and Canada, and most recently, Botswana. In 2022, our hospitality company, Glossian Hospitality, took a concession for Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort in Ekiti State, revamping it and naming it the Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort and Conference Center, or renamed it, basically. With the good work of our Glossian Hospitality leadership team, Ikogosi has been named the best holiday resort in Nigeria for the 2nd year in a row. We've had the pleasure of hosting many Nigerian political and business leaders. Just recently, the U.S. Consul General and the acting U.S. Ambassador and many other dignitaries who enjoyed the surroundings that Ikogosi visited and seen the only place in the world where there are warm and cold springs in the same place that meet and run alongside each other, with each maintaining its thermal properties. Amazing. We've created hundreds of jobs in Ekiti State and reinvigorated the tourism industry through a partnership with the Ministry of Arts, Culture, Creative Economy, and Tourism. And I'm talking about the federal ministry here is who we have a partnership with. I am very proud of the impact that we're having, and you're welcome to come visit us at Ikogosi. I am particularly proud that we've turned this Nigerian treasure from a state of complete dilapidation into a world-class tourism asset. My most interesting, some might say challenging investment so far though, has been our farm project, Agbewa Farms in Ekiti State. One of my dreams is to again restore the idea of Agbeloba in Yoruba, meaning really that there's dignity and prosperity in farming, meaning the farmer is king, while working closely with the state government to work with local farmers to cultivate cassava on over 100,000 hectares of land. This is just not an investment in a crop, but an investment in people. Took the time a few years ago to establish a 30-year plan for the region, addressing, amongst other things, infrastructure needs, educational priorities, and legislative priorities to ensure the alignment of laws, policies, and programs that will support the region's growth and prosperity. The Dallas region understands the incredible value of compounding on its continued success. I must share with you that I believe we're all getting either slightly better or worse every day. At Access, I comment often that we're either growing or we're dying. It's binary. We're either growing or dying. There is no middle ground. But growth does not have to be dramatic every day. Just by making a little progress every day can lead to meaningful improvements. A 1% change is barely noticeable in isolation, but because of the miracle of compounding, it can have dramatic consequences. If Nigeria can get 1% better every day, by how much would you think it will improve in 1 year? The answer, surprisingly, is 37 times, just by being 1% better every day over the course of 1 year. Change, in whatever direction though, starts to add up over time. Staying committed to our vision matters, and that will require all of us working together. At Access, we have people from more than 50 countries represented in our staff strength of over 1,500 people. And I have no doubt that embracing this diversity and working together as a team has contributed tremendously to helping us grow. Diversity and inclusion are key to ensuring we benefit from hearing all the different voices and opinions. It applies to businesses as much, I believe, as it applies to communities, organizations, as well as politics and governance. At all my companies, we always say, may the best idea win, regardless of where it comes from. Everyone is included and encouraged to offer up their ideas to make us better. Ours is a culture of humility where everyone is valued and their contributions vital to the success of the organization. It is a culture of performance and merit over ego. Another of my responsibilities is serving as the chairman of the Corporate Council on Africa, which is the premier organization promoting investment and trade between the U.S. and African countries. Just so you know, to give you context, 85% of all U.S. investment on the African continent is by members of the Corporate Council on Africa. In that capacity, I see promising signs of development throughout the continent. A few facts that highlight the opportunity in the decades ahead, I'll share them with you. For instance, Africa's GDP has been growing at an average of 3.3% per year, surpassing the global average. The African continent is home to 6 of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world, offering tremendous business opportunities. Africa has a rapidly growing middle class, with consumer spending expected to reach $2.1 trillion by 2025. I said trillion, it's a big number. With the launch of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, for instance, Africa now has one of the world's largest free trade markets of 1.3 billion people and $3.4 trillion in combined GDP across the African continent. Intra-African trade will expand, and Africa will also play a greater role in shifting global supply chains, and there are tremendous opportunities for Nigeria there. I encourage everyone here to start having conversations about opportunities that might be available and to take the time to build meaningful relationships that are the foundation of all great and lasting partnerships. For every single Nigerian at home and abroad, it is our time to act. We need everyone's contribution to build the Nigeria of our dreams. So this is my call to action. And I want you to listen to me very carefully. What will you do for your country to help it attain its pride of place in the community of nations and leave it a better place for generations to come? I want you to think about that question. My sincerest hope is that we will all have the opportunity to reflect back in the years ahead and say with pride that during this investment summit, we made connections, built relationships, and forged partnerships that made a difference and resulted in improving many, many millions of lives. Without a doubt, I know that working together, I know we can and we will. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to spend some time with you today.
Thank you very much. Please do give him another round of applause. What will you do, he said, to make a difference in your country? Well, there's a breaking news that would want to quickly inform the community. A man who's done quite a lot since appointed 19th June 2023 by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the Chief of Army Staff of Nigeria. And under his tenure, we've indeed seen some success. I'm talking about Lieutenant General Taoreed Abiodun Lagbaja. This morning, the breaking news is that he's now late. We rise to observe a minute silence for this great Nigerian, gentleman par excellence, who served the country with vigor and delight. May his soul and that of the faithful departed rests in peace. Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Your Excellency is very distinguished, ladies and gentlemen. The country is Nigeria, and there's a lot that can be done and still can be done with great people around. At this 7th NDIS Summit, I can confirm that we have great Nigerians ensuring that they're bringing great private sector-driven initiatives to the fore. The gentleman we just listened to online will be with us by 2 p.m. later this afternoon, and we'll have the opportunity to interact with him and ask him questions. So those who may have questions for Mr. John Olajide, please keep them. So 2 p.m. this afternoon, he will be around and you'll be able to interact with him. Another great gentleman who is here with us, the CEO of Pelican Valley Nigeria Limited, is a real estate Caesar, ambassador, and an accomplished journalist, realtor, and developer par excellence with over 2 decades of combined experience in media and real estate. He has a proven track record of success in both fields with a strong reputation for professionalism, integrity, and exceptional results. The gentleman, an indigene of Ibadan, Oyo State, cut his teeth at UNLAG, where he had his education, studied industrial relations and personal management, and today stands committed to seeing his country, Nigeria, become better than the best. Please welcome, to speak to us very briefly, Mr. Babatunde Adeyemo, a real estate Caesar. A round of applause for his Caesar will be appropriate.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ambassador Dr. Babatunde Adeyemo. I'm an anti-corruption ambassador. I'm an ECOWAS Youth Ambassador, a United Nations POLAC Ambassador as well. To the glory of God, I'm the CEO of Pelican Valley Nigeria Limited, a real estate born out of passion for unusual homes. I would like to use this opportunity to say a big thank you to the promoter and the convener of this event, most especially my sister, a performer, Honorable Abike Dabiri. I really appreciate you, Erewa. Thank you so much for giving your son this opportunity. I really appreciate you. All protocol duly extended. I would like to thank again the Nigerian Diaspora Commission for bringing about investors with like minds, investors with proven track records to meet their prospective clients abroad. Nigerians in diaspora are often confronted with so many challenges, which includes being duped, all around, because people take advantage of the fact that they cannot come all the way from wherever they are to come and fight court cases or go into dispute with anyone. But now the Commission is bringing about investors with integrity to meet their demands now, which Pelican Valley is part of them. We are real estate with a proven track record, which has won us laurels, almost 100 awards in the last 1 year. Investment as so you investment Dragnet. My company, Pelican Valley Nigeria Limited, has 100% positive reviews on Google. You can check it on Google. Pelican Valley Nigeria Limited. Check Dr. Babatunde Adeyemo, and all our investors are now their ambassadors, and we really appreciate that. Why I'm here is to implore more Nigerian diaspora to join the queue to take advantage of Pelican real estate investment. Our Pelican Valley Nigeria Limited, our Pelican Valley Estate, Pelican Brief Estate, Pelican Eco Stay Apartment have a very close proximity to Lagos. We're just about 45 minutes drive to Alausa Secretariat, and we're just about 15 minutes drive to the Ogun State Central Business District. And we commenced Pelican Valley with just sales of the patrimony sum of about 780,000 naira about 10 years ago. Today, a plot of land at Pelican Valley is 25 million naira. We started Pelican Brief just about 3 years ago with a patrimony sum of 500,000 naira. Today, a plot in Pelican Brief Estate, Kobakbe, is about 7.5 million naira. So, and we just secured an approval for about additional plots of 600 plots from the Ogun State government to join, to extend part of our estate. We are calling on Nigerian in diaspora to come and invest wisely. This is an investment opportunity that would not, we've been into this business for almost 15 years without a single court case, without a dispute, no complaints whatsoever from anyone, individual or corporate organization. So I just want to use this opportunity to blow our trumpet to more Nigeria, Canada by some of our clients, although also in London. We're there about a couple of with Honorable Abike Dabiri about a year ago, and they've tried us, they've patronized us, and they are really convinced. And I also want to urge our average Nigerian youth that there is a lot of opportunities in the real estate business and investment. It's as easy as starting with no capital, with zero capital. As a graduate, you can start real estate business with zero capital and grow with it. I'm a proven example. I started this business just about 15 years ago with less than 1.5 million naira. Today, we have an investment portfolio that defrauded anyone in my entire life. So it's a beautiful opportunity for any young. It is doable. sincerely. And I want to thank everyone for listening to me, giving us the time and opportunity to say few words to you, because I don't want to bore us with long speeches. I'm here to answer any question. No holds back. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please do give him another round of applause. Thank you. So we'll move on in the program to the third pitching session. My co-MC, Mr. Simon Ibanjo, will take the introductions. Please give my co-MC a round of applause. My name is Dr. Tope Ojeme.
Good morning. And are we ready for day 2? Yeah? Okay. So I've come ready as well. Hausa hat, Sonu, Hajia, Yoruba attire, and greetings to, the other day, before I call on the person that's going to lead this, the other day, when I said the other day, it was a few years ago, I was speaking to Honorable Abike, and I said, Honorable Abike, I'm going to tell them that Honorable Abike Dabiri said this. She said, Sam, no. Always remember, my name is Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa. Don't forget that. So I'm saying that, she's laughing at me, but she said it because it's dear to her. And she hasn't paid me to say this, but it's dear to her. And if you meet her husband, you know why. He's an ace gentleman. So round of applause for Bros Shegun and Honorable Abike. Okay, so today, the protocol, remember, it's pitching. So we're gonna have, anyway, Marie's gonna come talk about the moderator, the interventionist, but really importantly, position your ask. Ask. What is your ask? Not just your story, your ask. And remember, you're gonna have 3 minutes. When you start to exceed it, people are gonna start coming towards you. Or it will be like yesterday when we had a very late lunch. So we wanna finish on time, so let's do it on time. That said, it's my pleasure to invite, here she comes, all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, USA, our own Marie Davis. Round of applause.
Thank you and good morning again, and all protocols duly observed. I want to just give a little bit of housekeeping so we can move this really fast. Let us move faster than we were yesterday. I want to first of all confirm that all the pitches are sitting in order, or at least that you're in the room. I'm just going to call your name and I want to see where you are. But before I do that, I'd like to invite the moderator for this session, and that would be in the person of Mrs. Titi Ojo. Mrs. Ojo, I saw you earlier. Thank you. Please come up to stage and give her a round of applause. Mrs. Titi is the National Coordinator, Standard Partnerships Program in Nigeria. And along with Mrs. Titi, we have a sectoral proposition which will be given by Professor Mahmoud Jega. Is Professor Jega in the room? Okay. Professor Jega, if we get to see him later, is the chairman, Presidential Livestock Reforms Implementation Committee here in Abuja. Having said that, now we are set to go. Our first speaker is Emmanuel Udayi. Is Emmanuel here? Good. Please start making your way to the front. And the very next person would be Lola Adesami. Lola, are you here? Is Lola here? Please, everybody, sit towards the front. That way we can save some time. And next to Lola would be Najim. I'm taking the, okay, good. And then Pelumi Aribisana. Okay, thank you. Priscilla Canis Obi. Thank you. John Osonwa. I saw Professor earlier. Is he here? Hi, Professor John. Tariq Ahmed. Good. Timothy Ogunniran. John Tillery Ejim. Is John Tillery Ejim here? Dr. Thomas George. Dr. Thomas George. Lydia is here, I know that. And Adubayo Farms, I do know you're here. Thank you so much. So now we're going to call on Mr. Emmanuel Udayi of Jeremy Global Services. And sir, you have 3 minutes. And it is 3 minutes. Just introduce yourself, do your ask, and then, that's it. You're open for questions. Thank you all. Enjoy your time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Udayi. I am the CEO of Jeremy Agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, I bet you don't know that Nigeria is the largest producer of yam globally consumed. And I bet you do not know that Ghana is the largest exporter of yam in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, my business strategy is I want 100 million naira to invest in my farm to expand my yam colonies in two states that I've identified here, in Nasarawa and Niger State, where we intend to produce 10 million tubers of yam and to export and also to process. Ladies and gentlemen, in the words of Professor Akinwumi Adeshina, the billionaires of these decades will not come from oil and gas, but they will come from agriculture, because people don't smoke gas and people don't drink oil, but they eat food. Ladies and gentlemen, my unique selling point is the world is hungry. Nigeria is hungry. There is food shortage right now. If we produce excess yam, we will export to other countries and we'll also sell. That is my unique selling point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Hello. All right. So we just want to announce that this session also has an interventionist, and that interventionist is the CEO of Linda's African Delicacy, and her name is Mrs. Linda Umaru. So if she's in the house, can she please join us?
She's here
She's on
now.
stage already. All right. Thank you.
Yes. She just came off the stage. So thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you for that pitch. Emmanuel pitched on, the asking was 100 million, right?
Yes.
For yam?
Yam production and processing.
Production and processing. And your locations are Nasarawa and Niger State.
Niger State, yes.
If I'm quite correct about that. This is a time to turn the tables to the audience. We're going to have questions. We have investors in the building. You've been able to pitch your asking. So right now, can we have, if you want to ask a question, you want to interrogate this presentation further, this is really brief. I know there's some parts that has not been touched, but if you're quite interested in knowing where your investment will end up, I think this is a good time to raise your hand so we could call you. So how many people are in the audience? I can see one hand. Yes. We're going to count now because immediately we recognize the hands up. Those will just be the ones that would ask the question. So I only have one hand. Are you sure you don't want to ask? Okay, so can we give the microphone? Someone wants to ask a question at the back, yes.
Thank you, Professor John. I'm also in the same line of business. I just want to ask, are you producing already, or this is a projection of what you want to do? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Jeremy Agriculture have been in the business of agriculture since 2015, and we manage farms, and we also we source for raw materials for a lot of companies around. And we have a team that has vast experience in crop production, especially maize, ginger, yam production. we've been in business for a while now. I think we have the experience and we've been in it.
Another question though, I have a question for you. Yes. So you want an investment of 100 million for what equity first?
Yes.
And then what's the return on this investment? The 100 million, what is it targeted at?
Okay.
How many tubers of yam, for example? It's important that the audience, maybe then we can ask you more questions. But
yes, we're asking for a 100 million naira investment with a 20% equity. And your return on, you have a 100% return on investment because this year alone, there was scarcity of yam. A tuber of yam went to about 20,000 to 15,000 naira. Yes, and
a tuber of yam, you said?
Yes.
50,000 naira?
No, 15 to 20,000 naira, ma. Yes.
Not exactly, but right on.
Yes.
A tuber, maybe 5,000. Maybe that's what you mean.
Down south, ma. Down south.
50,000 for a tuber?
No, not 50,000, ma. 15,000.
My God.
12 to, yes.
Okay. But of course, it's established that yam became crazily expensive, and I guess scarcity was part of it, yes.
Yes.
So you're solving the food security thing,
exactly.
First of all. Exactly. But the return on investment, where you said 100%, yes. Over what period? Because whoever is investing wants to see.
Yes. So we tend to produce about 10 million tubers of yam annually, and to sustain that, we have a team with vast knowledge of on greenhouse farming. We want to sustain the production by planting in cement sacks, just to sustain the production annually, and then not to have scarcity, and we'll have more yams to sell.
So I'll ask one more question, because I feel there's only one person that asked you. So you have 10 million tubers of yam.
Yes.
You're going to worry about storage.
Yes.
You need to worry about that. You talked about export. What countries are you looking at?
Yes.
And I think the third question I would ask is, even if you're going to process, what products are you processing yam into currently?
Okay, so this is how we intend to spend the 100 million naira. We intend to, in production and storage, because it's really very important. We're going to have plant yams that are hybrid yams that are resistant to mold. Those are the seeds, and you know there are several varieties of yam. There are some yams that immediately you cut them, they turn red. So we're going to select a particular seed, a yam seed, to plant, and we intend to process, add value to not just, we're not going to export just the raw material, we're going to export the processed yam. And I want to let you know that there is no waste in the yam. We're going to produce yam sticks, just like the Irish potatoes that are usually processed and that you see in the malls. And then we're going to make yam powder and amala powder. We're going to process them into all those products. So there's virtually no waste. We're going to sell the raw material itself, and we're going to sell the processed yam too.
All right, so thank you very much.
Yes.
We have, okay, somebody has a question. Oh, suddenly there are two hands. Should I take you, should I not? I'm only going to take 2 out of the 3. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, are we expected to take all hands? Because of time, let's look at, there's someone at the back there. Yes, quickly. And I think we should ask all the questions first, because it's possible that we have the same questions.
Good morning. My name is Chidera Ikechukwu. So my question is, you talked about yams being expensive and making it available to all. So if you're planting in just Nasarawa and Niger, like you mentioned, it's still going to be very much expensive when you transport to the south, like you mentioned. Okay, so have you thought of taking this around all regions? Then you can make it less expensive and very much affordable. For example, my company, we did 1 million tubers of yam last year. and we have done 3 million tubers of yam this year that we are harvesting currently, and we're able to do this by integrating real estate and agriculture. So have you thought of partnering with real estate companies around different regions? Because one of the problems with agriculture is access to land. So have you thought of partnering with real estate companies? We're a real estate company, but we do agro-real estate, sustainable agro-real estate. We do palm trees, but we intercrop yams. And with that, we're able to achieve 1 million tubers last year and 3 million tubers this year. We're also doing 1 million tubers in Funab. So we are doing this across we're starting with the south, but my question is, are you looking to do this across different regions? Then you can make it less expensive. For example, our yams are 1,000 naira for a tuber of yam in Lagos State.
Your question is getting too long, though.
Sorry about that.
The second person, 30 seconds. When you ask a question, go straight to the point. That's it. Then please take note of that and then answer it in 1 minute, okay?
Sorry,
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify. Did you say you're producing 10 million tubers of yam?
Yes.
And you're selling those? You're selling those yams?
Yes.
I have some difficulty with that. 10 million tubers.
Yes.
Even if you sell at 5,000, sir, is 50 billion naira. Do the math.
Yes, sir.
So if you're getting 50 billion from yourself, why would you be looking for 100 million here? That doesn't add up. Thank you.
Good observation. Okay, so let me take the other two then. Let's take the question. Yeah, quickly, and then you can give the feedback. But that's a good observation. I hope you're taking notes.
Okay, yes.
Hold on, don't answer yet. But take notes, please. The last question there from that end.
I'm Mr. Bolaji by name from Lagos. My question is, there's enough yam in this country. The issue here is transporting the yams out of the farms. So if you need to plant 10 million yams, I bet you, if you go into the states where the yams comes out from, there's enough yam. I live around my 12 in Lagos, and I could tell you, loads of yam comes to Lagos daily. Trucks full of yams. But they don't sell all these yams. Why? The first issue is to access those yams is issue. Take them out of Lagos back to the cities is also an issue of transportation. So going to plant 10 million yams again, you just said there's enough yam in this country. Nigeria is the highest growth of yam than Ghana, but Ghana exports more. Why? Ghana gets more Ghanaians. Most of the yams in UK, in US, come from Ghana. I know that. Sure. Not Nigeria. So what I'm about to ask you is, are you looking to buying yams, stock yams, than planting yams again?
Okay, so over to you, just in a minute.
Okay, so your question about the 10 million, it's a projection. What we want to do by next year, 10 million yams. That is our projection. And for the second person that asked the question about the real estate, where the reason why we picked Niger and Nasarawa is because they are located within the Middle Belt, so it's easy to transport to whichever location we want to. And before the idea came, we had already acquired lands. We acquired about 1,000 hectares of land, so we could cultivate this yam. And also, sir, we also have our target market is to export. Our target market is exporting. We want to export the yam because we know the availability of yam in Nigeria is high. But we
okay, announcement. Just hold on 1 second. Breaking news. What we have to do, in as much as this is nice, we're falling behind on time again.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to listen to the moderator and then keep the time. When you're told 3 minutes, we don't want to stop anyone. But if you keep on talking, this is what's going to happen. I know you were asked a question. I know it wasn't your fault. But that question, try and answer it in 60 seconds or say, let's talk outside. That's the way we want to roll, yeah? So thank you. So Yeah, I give you another
Thank you.
60 seconds to wrap. No, wrap it up, but let that be going forward for everyone else. Thank you.
Okay. So, my dear investors, I believe you should invest with Jeremy Global Services. We know the terrains. We select safe lands for farmers. We know the terrain. We've worked in different locations, different states in Nigeria, where we know people, we know the areas. So
Let's
I
put
think
hands together for him.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you can meet Emmanuel Jai, Jeremy Global Services, after this to have this conversation. The next pitch will be taken from Lola Adesomi, Geo Foods Limited. Is she here? Geo, yes. You have 3 minutes maximum to present. In fact, if you could do 2 minutes, the better for everyone. So let's get to clap for her till she gets here, so that she can hasten her steps. Now she's running. Keep clapping, please. You're welcome. Lovely cowgirl heart.
Thank you. Okay, can I just before my time starts to count?
It has started already.
Oh, please, beg your pardon. I need to do this. It's a due that I need to pay, even if I don't get to pitch, not exactly. But I need to do this. I want to give honor to the NDIS team. I mean, it's just amazing. I can't express enough how grateful I am for this opportunity. It's just been rewarding. And I know if thank yous can be monetized, you will be so rich in the only currency that has a surname. If you
Your
know,
time
you know.
starts now.
Okay, sorry. And also, I want to say thank you to Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa. Such a honor to be in your space. I mean, yesterday when you took the tour and you came to my stand and you touched me, that was a feeling I would never forget. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on. All right, where is my pitch? My name is Lala, and I'm the CEO of Geo Foods Limited. I'm here asking for 250 million naira for the production of English swallow in exchange for a 40% return on investment. Let's consider 2 case studies. Number 1, international airlines. I found there are up to 17 African airlines flying to 54 countries in West Africa. And as we know, swallow, commonly referred to as fufu, is a traditional staple food for Africans. And so you will expect airlines flying to and from West African countries to serve African swallow. But the question is, which swallow? Do they serve our Nigerian amala? What about the Ugandans on board? Or do they serve Ghanaian kenke? What about the non-Africans on board? And so this is the dilemma faced when you have each African country producing their own traditional swallow. Case study number 2, visitors and tourists. In 2023, Nigeria welcomed at least 1.2 million international visitors. In 2026, tourist arrivals are expected to reach 6.7 million. Now, this is the gap that English swallow has filled, a universal swallow to suit all palates. English swallow is a fiber-rich flour that is used to make flavored swallow, which can be eaten with any soup of your choice. It is light enough to be eaten at any time of the day. In addition, English swallow is also a versatile flour that can be used to bake, and I call that a money saver. So please kindly watch a short video of a visitor to one of the African countries.
It comes with different flavors, so it's not black. Well, this is it, because you got the coconut and the banana. So
Yeah, there's ginger as well. I just don't have the package. Yeah, absolutely.
It's like the kenke that I had as well. this kind of fermented corn flour, and it can be a little bit too strong, that flavour. I mean, in Senegal, I had my first jollof rice and muffin. That was
Sorry,
fantastic.
can you stop the video just
Because you have the
I'm being
flavors.
Sorry, sorry, can you stop it just so the message it was just passing across was the blandness. So please, JU Foods as a startup company is projected to make in its first year a turnover, so I'm going to say this in pounds, 1.7 million pounds, and a gross of 1.1 million pounds, and a net of 589,000 pounds. I can boldly and proudly tell you that English Swallow is trademarked in UK, Nigeria, and pending in USA. It is a new innovation and none like it in the world. Can I please end by saying jollof rice has a subtle battle about which country cooks it best. But the fact remains, and Google confirms, that a Senegalese was the inventor. And as you know, jollof rice is now worldwide. And so I strongly believe that with your partnership and distribution channels, we can create history and have it recorded that English Swallow was invented by a Nigerian. So let's come on board and push English Swallow to the world. And I thank you kindly. I will now take your questions.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for her. Any questions, please? If you have questions for the pitch, can I see your hands up? Quickly, let it be raised high enough so that we can. So I have one person here. The second, is there any other person? Any other person? So we have two questions. One, and who is the other person at the end? Yeah, the two questions. Let's go. Please don't ask lengthy questions. Go straight to the point.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mrs. Ngozi Dike. I'm from the UK. My question is, I'm highly interested in your product, but what are the contents of this English Swallow?
Okay, good question. So it's mainly, I would say, 50% of it is wheat-based, and together with the flavored flour. There's another ingredient that makes it unique. It's plant-based. It is not an ingredient that I can disclose on air. That's my secret recipe. But I'm more than welcome to let you know about it in private. But it's not a secret I can disclose to the public.
All right. I think you can also discuss that with her after
definitely.
this. The second question, yes.
Oh, thank you. My name is Tunde Balogun. My own is a comment and slight metaphorical. Why? Because I don't want to look about the products. I'm just looking about the systematic analysis you made about 17 airlines flying to 54 countries in the continent of Africa, mathematically and some other logistics. And why Swallow comes into play? Because looking at comparative advantage, and look at aviation industry as an analysis, why do you come to such an ideology in the first place?
Okay, if you listened to my pitch clearly, and also the video that unfortunately I had to cut short because of time, it was a gap that, I discovered. I'm sure you'll be aware that, yes, we have some non-Africans and, dare I say, our European friends, the whites, who eat swallow. But now what I want to say is, how much of our swallow do they eat behind the camera? I mean, I've lived in UK for more than up to 25 years, and you hear of people ordering Chinese, they order Indian. But then when it comes to African, they don't. And the only food that we are known for is our jollof rice. And I begin to ask myself this question, is it just the jollof rice that we have? Of course we have the swallows, but has you heard what the gentleman said in that video? Most of our swallows actually take the taste of the root that is made from. And so sometimes it's fermented and it's bland. And I can also dare say to you that would you actually eat your swallow without soup? The plain answer is no, because what happens is the swallows that we eat is actually, the taste of it is accompanied by the soup that it comes with. And so it was just the idea of producing a swallow that is flavorsome, that is tasteful, and you can have different flavors to choose from.
All right, thank you, Jayo Foods Limited. I think one question I have for you is, what's the inspiration behind the name, English? Because I don't think it's an E like the English.
Yeah,
so how did you get that?
It's a play on words, okay? So, I mean, it was just something I thought about. There wasn't any really inspiration behind it. Because I thought about the fact that English has, as a language is lingua franca. And, you know, I was saying to someone yesterday, when you go to a foreign country that you've never been before, you don't know their language, the first thing that you say is English. And so people easily would relate to you based on that. So I thought, okay, make a name that is easily pronounceable and that everyone can relate to.
All right, thank you for telling me the story behind this. Let's put us together for Lola Desomi. In case we have any investors in the house that would like to take this conversation further with her.
There's a question.
Okay, where is there?
Yeah.
Please, subsequently, if you have a question, please raise your hand. Because it's important for us to count. You know we are running behind schedule, and I want to be sure that we manage this session very well. So when we said you have a question, raise your hand initially so we can count you. Not that you raise your hands after we think we're done. Okay? So I'll pardon you for that. But I won't pardon any other person after you. Let's go.
Thank you for the pardon. My name is Uzwazo Ikeligwe. My question is on your financials.
Yes.
Your turnover, you said, is going to be 1.7,
Mm-hmm.
and the gross will be 1.1. That's
Yes.
64%. And you're going to do a net of 581. That's also 34%. That looks bogus. So for an investor, when you say you are going to do a gross of above 50%, we want to know
How come, yes.
How come you can get up to that? So I know you may have explanation, but just to save time, I would suggest you look at that and let it be within a range between 40 at most 45 for gross. That way, it will appetize.
I mean, sorry to cut you, but for time's sake, I'll be respectful of that, and I can speak to you afterwards if you don't mind. But my evaluations, beg your pardon, are correct, and that's because Jayo Foods Company doesn't just produce English swallow; it produces other brands as well. For instance, for next month, I'm going to be delivering 5 tons of oven-baked plantain chips. Okay, and this is a proposed order that was, proposed to me by an airline company. So I have based the evaluation on the holistic company. So my valuations are top-notch. But I'm more than happy to discuss that with you afterwards. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's put our hands together for Lola Desomi, Jayo Foods Limited. Please don't forget that the networking continues after this. Everybody that pitches on this platform, after the sessions, maybe during break, please engage with them if you've picked some interest in their pitch. So the next pitch will be taken from Najim Abdurazak, Nova Africa Agro-allied Limited. Let's clap for him as he takes the stage. You have 3 minutes. Be as fast as you can.
Thank you so much. I am Abdurazak Najim from Nova Africa. It's a company incorporated in Niger State in Nigeria. I'm here to ask for 100 million naira in ethical investment structure for a duration of 3 years with a minimum projected return on investment of 20%. And the beauty about the investment structure is it doesn't have to be from a single investor. We can work with people with 20 or 10 million to put this up. So the media, please put up my slide at 5 seconds interval, and you stay on the ask page. Thank you so much. So the funds we are requesting for will be used for, 95% of it will be used for commodity purchase. Then the rest will be used for warehouse rentage and recruitment of our technical staff. So Mr. John of Axis can be sure that recruitment job is also coming under the investment we are seeking for. So over 26 million Nigerians faces acute malnutrition, and 70% of these farmers that are supposed to produce this food are in poverty because of low productivity, high transactional costs, lack of information and lack of market access. So Noble Africa provides high-quality yielding seeds for these farmers, improving their productivity, and also create market access for their harvest. So this lifts these farmers out of poverty, which is in line with the government goals. Over the last 4 years, we've been able to generate over 6 billion naira in transactions. And our team is made up of experts with close to a century of experience. Our board is chaired by Professor Adeshola Ajayi, who is a captain in the industry with over 30 years experience. So we are projecting to hit a cumulative revenue of 30 billion in the next 5 years. Our business model remains aggregation of commodities and sales of seeds. And what makes us unique is because we are accessible, available, and we are affordable. So thank you for listening. You can reach us on 070683255574 or www.nobleafrica.com or on our LinkedIn page at nobleafrica.com. I'll be dropping my close to the door between now and 12 before I leave for another engagement. So that being said, I would love to take questions. Thank
All right, good use of time. I actually brought out my timer this time. And that speech was in 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's good. I want a comment from my interventionist before we give the audience the floor.
Good morning. I want to come up on this session. I think this session should be taken care of. I want to consider it as one of the best sessions in this whole investment summit.
Wow.
But it seems like from the first picture to the third picture, you guys are not coming up with those figures that we need to give it to the investors. Because food is very, very important. And everybody eats. And after this session, we all run to the back in order to take our tea break. The food we're eating on this table is coming from the farmers. From the farmers to people like you that is selling this product. I would like you to come up like Najim. Can you help us to give us, I'm going to start with you, to give us your figures by telling the investors how much are they going to invest in you and how much are they going to get as a return? Because this session is a very wide session that we have a lot of people sitting down here that they can really, really get into this session in order to invest in you guys.
Yeah.
So because it seems like we are all rushing, we're all just saying it, it's like we're just saying something and rushing out of it. I consider this session as a very, very intense session so that these investors will get into us. Can you use this opportunity, because you use only like a minute, can you just explain a little bit of what you do and tell us how much are you offering to these investors and how much can they get in return and what is the timeline? This is an opportunity for you to do.
Okay. So thank you for the opportunity once again. We are here to raise 100 million in ethical investment structure for a duration of 3 years with a minimum projected return on investment of 20%.
So you're raising like 100 million with what?
100 million in ethical investment structure.
Okay.
For a duration of 3 years.
3 years.
With a minimum return on investment of 20%.
20% over 3 years.
No, per year.
Per year, okay. Per
That's
annum.
60% for that.
Okay, 60%
3 years, yeah.
over 3 years. Okay, let's turn to our audience. We have investors here. This seems a pitch that should interest some of us. So, can I see your hands up? You have questions? You want to ask further questions, interrogate the figures, and see the areas you can pitch in? Yes, please, can I see your hands up? Let's do this quickly. Hello? There should be questions from the floor. So we have one hand. Is there any other hand? Okay, let's take that one hand.
Hello. You mentioned you guys grow. Do you guys grow your seeds or you outsource your seeds?
Okay.
Okay, so that's the question. Yes.
Any other question?
Just answer that.
Okay. So we have a seed unit. We are licensed by NASC to produce our seeds. So we are also a licensed seed company. Yeah. Thank you.
Please come again with that. You produce your own seeds.
Yes, we are a licensed seed producing company by NASC.
Okay. What's NASC?
That's a National Association of Seed Councils.
Seed Councils. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Any other question before we wrap this session up? Any other question? Okay, so we know that it will be available till what time?
Between now and 12.
Between
at
now
the
and
last
12.
row, yeah.
Okay, so if you need to talk to Najim, please, you can meet him towards the back of the
And I'll
hall.
also be dropping my complimentary card with the media.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Najim. So the next speech will be taken from Pelumi Aribisala, Cattle Foods and Agro-allied Global Concept Limited. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes. You have a maximum of 3 minutes, so do all you can, and please give it a good effort.
Thank you very much. Yes, media, you can play the slides.
Approach has really helped Cattle Foods to really grow.
We'll talk about the 5,000 BOP consumers that now have access to the product from Cattle Food, and a good number of these products were co-created to serve BOP consumers.
Now, because it is a bio-fortified product, it is more nutritious, it is more healthy, it has more value. You know, you can't compare it with products that are not bio-fortified because it doesn't have additional value of that vitamin A we are clamoring for.
We've been able to cross actually we've been able to cross all of the milestones because farmers are over 1,000 at the moment.
We have about 50% women inclusion in our process because women inclusion in business in Cattle Foods, one thing that is very, very important to us. In fact, even during recruitment.
Cattle Foods, we work with the 3 A's: availability, affordability, and accessibility of safe and nutritious food.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Pelumi Aribisala. I'm a co-founder and managing partner of Cattle Foods. I am here to ask for a mix of investment. I'm asking for 3 things. Number 1, I'm asking for a 25 million social support to support 70 small support the development of this, with 35% of it cultivating 175 hectares. That's 280 million deployed to cultivate 175 hectares. And that is going to generate about 420 million naira. Recently also for our special agro-processing zone, which is a Nutri-Farm city that we are building in Kwara State. About 2 weeks ago, we signed an agreement to access 4,445 hectares of land in Igbaja, Danlai Rese axis of Kwara State. And we want to develop that into an agro park, a farm city and resorts. And we have divided that into 2 phases. And for the first phase, we are looking at an investment of $3 million US dollars or equivalent. And this investment, like I said, is a mix. It could come as debt or equity, and we are open to discuss that further. Why do we think we can do this? Please go back to the third slide. Third slide.
1 more minute.
Yes. So over the years, in the last 10 years, we have grown organically, and we have tested our business models, partnering with development partners to see that it can work. And we have been able to support smallholder farmers to increase their productivity from 6 tons per hectare of cassava to 18 tons per hectare, and our target is still 30 tons per hectare. That's a 300% increase for the smallholder farmers. We have also moved from 50 farmers that we had in 2019 to 1,800 smallholder farmers in our database, and our target is to have 7,000 smallholder farmers. Why is this very important to us? The recent data shows that 33%, that stunting rate in Nigeria has increased from 33% to 40% when Nigeria was trying to bring it down. We have also seen that if you Nigerians and friends in diaspora come to invest in us, your money will be doing good for the people. It will be creating jobs for smallholder farmers and putting foods on their table. It will improve access to nutritious food for people and base of the pyramid consumer especially. And finally, As one of the over 30 million SMEs in Nigeria, I call on you to invest in us, having a track record for over 10 years and staying in the business. You can just put my name on Google and search, and while you are sitting down there, Pelumi Aribisala comes up, and then you see what we have been doing. We've received several accolades and awards, and the recent one was the one that were given by the African Cassava Conference and PACI, where we were awarded as the company with the most innovative product in cassava. And that is the first cassava-based custard in Africa that was produced by Cattle Foods. I'm open to your questions. Thank you very much.
He said, Google my name. I like that. Okay, so questions. I expect questions for this, really, because it presented some really valuable information. So, questions, investors in the house? Okay, yes, there's one hand. Sir, there's one hand. There are two hands there. Okay, let's take them.
Good morning. Fantastic presentation.
Thank you.
Two questions I have for you. You have cultivated 100 and something hectares, and you have been able to move the tonnage from 6 tons to 18 tons per hectare, right?
Yes, we acquired 150 hectares recently.
Okay, have you cultivated that?
Yes, we are cultivating 40 hectares.
So you have not
We have
actually
40
harvested.
hectares that we have cultivated by ourselves.
Okay, so I really wanted to know what the impact of that increase in tonnage had done to your return on investment.
Okay.
Because if you have done 150 hectares and we have been able to increase from 6 tons to 18 tons, that's a high level of returns on investment that should increase your base. The second question I have for you, I'm very big on nutrition for Nigerians, which is healthy living. And I like that you have a cassava-based custard. What is the nutritional value and what's the addition to young children? For us that are raising children, the nutritional values to the children is very important. What nutritional values do you have in it so that we can have the value of the product more pronounced? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sheya Labi. I'm a geologist from Lagos. You mentioned Igbaja, to be precise, and from Kwara State, to be precise, if I live in the local government, and I've done some mining of marble in that axis of that after Igbaja. I don't know the vision of your company, but I'm of candid opinion if you can add maybe some other infrastructural facility to the agric you want to do in Igbaja, because I know if you can set up things like banking system, maybe good road networks, and some other infrastructural development, because it will add value to the host communities. I'm not being greedy, but the point is I want my local government to be developed. Thank you.
All right.
I like that. Okay, any other question before we take a response from our presenter? Any other question? Okay, one more question. Here. Mr. Boyde, you're welcome, sir. Yes, sir.
For that presentation. This question probably wrapped into a comment. I was actually contemplating asking it after all the pitches, but you mentioned something that leads into it. That's why it's coming up at this point. I just did a rough search. Walmart has about 408 stores in Canada. Costco has some subscribers in Canada. If we took cassava flakes, for example, a derivative of what you are producing, you have one.
Yeah.
It means that if you were to get an order from Costco, you need to supply 10 million, probably per month. And the question or comment I wanted to make was the vast opportunity for Nigerian exports when it comes to aggregation and production. And I'm wondering if part of your social aspiration, you were looking for social investment of 25 million, I don't know if you or a collective of all of you pitching in the agribusiness sector actually are considering or would consider setting up a structure, probably an advocacy, to think of one product that you can probably develop, and develop means in terms of quality, in terms of packaging, in terms of price, that you will offer to a Walmart, a Costco, a Sainsbury's in any of these countries. That way, you probably will be going, looking to partner with not only NIDCOM, but the National Export Promotion Agency to look at this big market that is already there. Nigerians are abundant in these countries that I have mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your response?
Yeah, all right, thank you very much. Media, if you can project the third slide. To the first question, impact of moving from 6 tons to 18 tons. Research with IITA, we partner with IITA, and the researchers have said that cassava, the new improved varieties, has the capacity to produce up to 35 tons per hectare. On our fields, we have achieved 30 tons per hectare. But the average smallholder farmer in the rural areas, when they achieve 6 tons per hectare, they are extremely very happy. And that is because they don't have access to the kind of mechanization that we have. So one of the things that we provided for those farmers is some access to mechanization at subsidized rate, which is one of the things that the 25 million social support is going to be doing for the smallholder farmers. What impact has this given to us? It has helped our facility because we have an agreement with these smallholder farmers to buy off whatever they produce to process into these various products. So that has helped us to increase access to these raw materials. We have a 30-ton per day cassava factory, which we moved from 1 ton in 2019 to 30 ton right now. But that 30 tons per day, we are even currently operating at less than 20% of the installed capacity. So supporting these smallholder farmers help to increase access to the raw materials. With respect to the nutrition, we collaborated with Harvest Plus in IITA and other development partners to develop the cassava-based custard, which is the first of it in Africa, and we've registered that. It has vitamin A in it because in Nigeria today, 40% of our children below the age of 5 are vitamin A deficient. So it comes with an additional nutrient of vitamin A. And let me say that cattle food is the pioneer processor of bio-fortified foods in Nigeria, and we are still the leading processor of it today. In terms of infrastructure, you are not being greedy. Our dream is to see that every part of Nigeria is developed. So I'm happy that you are from that area, sir. And one of the things we want to do in that area, like I said, is an agro park, is an agro-processing development zone that we are building there. But this time it's not funded by AFDB, so it's non-state actor, which is why we are inviting you to join us to develop that place. And all this infrastructure that you talk about is going to be there. As a matter of fact, we are going to be doing the flag off of that 4,445 hectares by December 28. And we are going to be inviting NIDCOM and our people in the diaspora. There will also be opportunity to participate virtually. And finally, to the final question, yes, we have this. We produce for people in diaspora. There are people who export our products. We do contract manufacturing. Like I said, we are operating at about 20% of the installed capacity. So what we do is also to give our facility for other SMEs, MSMEs to come produce. So we produce package in your brand name for you, and our facility is NAFDAC certified. And I'll be available throughout today for discussions and collaborations. Thank you.
Come on, let's put us together. I think that's a very beautiful presentation. Cattle Foods, you are available for conversations. After this, please take advantage. See him. Thank you. And we'll be Googling your name. We will check you out online, since you asked us to do that. All right. So the next presentation is from Priscilla Canis Obi, Nature First. Priscilla Canis Obi, Nature First. Let's put our hands together as she comes forward. She's coming with a basket of goodies. I'm excited already.
That's how we do it.
Yeah, she looks really gorgeous for this one.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Kenisobi, and I'm the founder CEO of Nature First. Nature First is an agri-tech nutrition and wellness company located right here in Nigeria. According to the WHO, 1 out of 5 deaths globally is linked to unhealthy foods. Therefore, at Nature First, our mission is to help individuals and households nourish and heal naturally. We do this by sourcing quality agro-produce and converting these raw materials into nutrient-dense spices, natural supplements, plant-based oils, and foods. Our range of natural products include date powder, cold-pressed sesame oil, black seed oil, ginger powder, moringa powder, soursop leaf tea, and a lot more. These help our customers improve their health and well-being. All our products are completely natural, without additives, preservatives, chemicals, artificial flavors, enhancers, or food colorings. Through our work, we are helping to reduce food wastage. We're helping to improve the health and well-being of thousands of Africans. We're helping to reduce unemployment and poverty while promoting decent work and economic growth. We have a vibrant workforce, as 80% of our staff strength are women and youth between the ages of 20 and 40. As a company, we place a premium on regulatory compliance and doing things right. And so we have obtained the following certifications: NAFDAC, HACCP, US FDA, NEPC Export License, SON MANCAP certification, just to mention but a few. Our goal is to foster responsible consumption through responsible production. We have mastered the art of food processing to ensure that nutrients, essential nutrients, are not lost through processing or preservation. And by so doing, we are helping to improve the well-being of households and individuals while reducing malnutrition. In 2022, Nature First was nominated at the National MSME Award for the Award of Excellence in Agriculture. And in 2024, Nature First was nominated as the most outstanding MSME of the year. We are resilient as a company, and this opportunity would further validate our work. Products are currently retailing in large retail stores across the country, like Sahad stores, H-Medics, and a lot more. With sustainability, we are exploring the agricultural value chain of processing, both for food and wellness products. And we are aligned with SDG goals 2, 3, 8, and 12. This opportunity that we seek will further validate our work, help us expand our production capacity, deepen our market penetration, help us export more of our products to different parts of the world, and also generate foreign exchange for our country, Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, investors. I want to salute the NDIS team for this opportunity, and Her Excellency Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa for putting up this amazing initiative together. My name is Priscilla Kenisobi, and I'm the founder, CEO of Nature First. What we do at Nature First, we are a nutrition and wellness company. What we do is to get agricultural produce, locally sourced, of high quality, and we convert these raw materials into nutrient-dense spices, supplements, plant-based oils, and foods. With sustainability, we are exploring the agricultural value chain. Now, they say if you don't eat your food as medicine, you will take medicine for your food. Beyond the satisfaction that the food brings, we believe that African foods, African herbs, African spices contain vital micro and macronutrients that is supposed to not just fill us, but heal us. At Nature First, 80% of our workforce, as you could see in the video, are between the ages of 20 to 40. We have mastered the art of food processing. Our products are currently retailing across various retail stores in Nigeria. We are in H-Medics, we are in Sahad stores. Let me tell you the story of Fatima. Fatima is a 3-year-old here in Abuja. Her mother stumbled upon our social media page where we were talking about our black seed oil. Fatima was born with a condition called chronic bronchitis. She finds it very difficult to breathe, constantly coughing. But this particular product, she took it, we gave it to her mother,
and it completely resolved that condition. So at Nature First, we are putting out these natural and dietary supplements. Our products are NAFDAC certified. Our facility is US FDA approved, and we are looking to expand the work. So we are making an ask of 200 million naira in exchange for 15% equity in the company. We were registered as a limited liability company in 2020, and over the couple of years, we've been able to do, we've been able to reach 5,950 customers. We've done 100 million in revenue, and we started with bootstrapping. We didn't have to go look for more. We started from the resources that I had. As a matter of fact, I started this business from my home with about 20,000 naira in 2018 December. And we've been able to grow up to this point, bootstrapping, plowing back revenue and company profits to grow up to this point. So what we are seeking is worthy investment, and we don't want people, we want people who will not just bring in the money, but who will bring in the network, who will bring in the access to the market, so that we can export more of our products and generate foreign exchange for our country, Nigeria. I'll be glad to take any questions that you may have at this point. Thank you so much for listening.
Nature First. All right. Questions? This is a very beautiful presentation as well.
Thank you.
Let's have some questions from the floor. Our investors, are you in the building? Yes, you are. I can see you. Let's ask questions. Let's interrogate this. Let's ask questions. Yes? Any hands up? Only my hand is up, actually. I want to see an... Okay, so Mr. Boyede, yes. Okay, another hand. So we have two. Mr. Boyede is on this side, and we have another gentleman at this end. So let's take the two questions. And then we'll ask the interventionists to also make a comment about this.
Very much, Titi. I am just wondering, you don't have to answer it. I'm wondering if our pitchers, you're looking for 500 million, you're looking for 100 million, you're looking for 50 million. What if there was not one single person who can take your subscription? Did any of you come here with maybe a private placement form or something that probably the crowd here could actually take if they keyed into your pitch and say, okay, I'm going to put in my 100,000 and stuff like that? It just came off my head. I thought I should ask.
Thank you very much.
Very good. And this applies to everybody, too, every other person pitching.
To respond?
Okay, you want to respond to that? Yeah, if you want to, yeah.
Thank you so much for that very great contribution. Yes, we have mentioned the amount we're looking at, and if we have 2-3 investors that can pull in that resource, because what we want to do is to deepen our market penetration. Like we said, the products have high acceptability already and already selling. So we want to use that to expand our distribution and marketing network. We also want to use that for working capital, because the sector that we play in is the FMCG sector. You need to source your raw materials in bulk, produce, sell, so that you can have a good turnaround time to make profit. So if we have 2-3 investors who can pull in that sum, and we share also the equity in the company, I think we are willing to take up on that offer. Thank you.
The second question, and if we do have investors in the house, it's good. Are you investing? Is that why your hand is up? Or you have a question? It's a suggestion. Okay, there's someone. We'll come back to you. So I can see 2 more hands. There's someone there. There's the hands raised. If possible, let's take the 3, okay, together. Just saves time.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ade Adedeji. Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
First of all, I want to appreciate you. You've tried from 20,000 to come to this extent. I dove my car.
Thank you.
In Nigeria, it's not that easy.
Thank you.
Well done. We suggest, yes, it's not easy to see the kind of fund you are looking for, but there are some international investors. You can look into that. And it's not compulsory, it has to be just separate one thing at the other out of all what you want to lay your hands on, then go after one at the other. And I'm quite sure you will get there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that comment. We have, okay, someone in the red cap, and then there's someone at the back that, that hand right there. We'll take that as the last.
Okay, just a suggestion. In a gathering like this, it would be nice if you can have your investment teaser, 2 pages or 3 pages to share with people here so that people can go home with it and your contact is there. They'll reach out to you for investment.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
So something you can take away, you can actually look at, then contact. I think that's a beautiful thing. And we're all listening. Everybody has pitched. This is for you. And I don't think it's too late. You can still bring it tomorrow.
Yeah. And
Okay.
I have my business cards here. I'll be willing
so-
to give it to as many that would like to get in touch after now.
Excellent.
Thank you.
The last person at the back there.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. You valued your company or the part of shares you wanted to sell 15% for 200 million.
Yes.
Would you and other pitchers be able to tell us how you come up with this valuation when you're valuing your business?
So can you speak louder because I also can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm pretty sorry. I said, would you and other pitchers be able to? Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, just keep the microphone to your
Right. Would you and other pitchers be able to tell us how you value, how you come about this valuation for your company? Is it vetted by independent authorities, or you could come back and say you worth 1 billion, you want to sell 20% for whatever billion? How does an investor or potential investor know that what you're saying, you know what you're saying, or an independent body verifies that? Because we need to start with safe investing. Thank you.
Okay, for valuation, we are all investors, thankfully, and there are different methods for valuing a company. So our CFO we have all the documentation as regards the valuation. Our company is currently valued at 1.3 billion, and that's why we are asking for 200% in exchange for 15% equity in the company.
All right, thank you for that. Madam Linda, you want to say something on this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to appreciate you for coming up with a very good presentation.
Thank you so much.
Your presentation is done in a such way that you have something to show us on ground.
Thank you.
And I want to encourage our investors here. It shouldn't have to be only the money value of this. If you have another way of investing in these companies, not only her, if you can go back to the other previous pictures that came up on stage, even if you don't have the money to invest, you have maybe a special way of maybe advertising for the product of what they have, or even showing them another way. We can bring those services in order to help the growth of these companies. And I want to bring to your attention, Nature First, that your product seems to be registered with NAFDAC.
Yes, they are.
And I would like us to, if we are going to make this product not only to be consumed in Nigeria, it should be made known to the whole world. And going to by the world standard, we need to register it like internationally. Because one of the frustrations you're going to have is when you reach into another country like United States, they're going to begin to ask you what is the nutritional value and all the content that you do. So you need to look into that. You can even find somebody, not only an investor, somebody that is very good in something like that, like a research company that can help you, because your product is mostly bottled in form of like a tablet and like vitamins.
So they come in dropper bottles, like our black seed oil comes in dropper bottles. Cold pressed sesame oil comes in this jar. And then our dates powder comes in this eco-friendly packaging. We have nutrition facts already. Facility is US FDA approved. We also have a Global Food Safety HACCP certification. And one thing we are big on is regulatory compliance. So when we get into new markets, we are willing to get all of the certifications that are necessary to enter into that market. And that's why we're looking.
I want to ask the audience here, if somebody is specialized in another aspect of developing this business, when they mention the aspect of monetary aspects, there are some other aspects that can build this business to another level. whereby it can scale it to another level. So we sitting down here, I know some of us have gone to school, some of us are exposed to another aspect of this. Develop these guys. I'm an example of building a business from a scratch to where it is. Nigerian product is worldwide recognized, but we cannot just jump into the international market. We have to follow the procedure of some of the, because there are some product that is being developed in Nigeria and can be consumed with no anybody asking you question on it. But when we scale to an international market, one of the brother talk about bringing the African product into Walmart, Costco. These are big corporations. And I'm telling you, from the very moment that you scale yourself with only one single product, let's say, when we talk about the swallow, when we talk about Gary, if we expose it to an international market, it can land on somebody's table, it can land in Walmart, it can land in Costco. And whereby having only one single product in one of these big corporations can expand the market and it can expand the money into the pocket of the farmers in Nigeria. So I just want to bring it to our audience that all these people pitching on this product, the food product is a very good product that can scale internationally. So let's give into it. You don't have to think about their finances because we are paying more attention to the finances. Bring your expertise so that we can go with this.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So thank you.
Thank you
One
so
thing
much.
is don't be fixated on the money. There are other aspects of this business that we can support. And that's to the investor, potential investor sitting down here. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I think I'm going to pick up the date powder. Please don't let anybody pick my
This is
own,
actually a complimentary copy for
please.
you and the interventionist.
Oh, can you imagine? I jumped ahead of myself. Thank you very much. So this should replace sugar. Let dates powder replace sugar. It's very important so that we also eat healthy. So thank you very much. We move to the next presentation. Professor John Osanwa, are you in the building? Professor John Osanwa, Virgin Organic Company Limited. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes. He's one of our vocal audience participants. Okay, Professor John, do this within 3 minutes. I believe you can.
I will try.
Let's go.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Professor John Osanwa. I am a climate change and organic agriculture expert with about 25 years experience. The question I have for us, the reason I'm here, what if you could fight food insecurity, climate change, and import dependency in Nigeria? We are very dependent on imports. What if you could fight all those things and still make a very fantastic return on your investment? What if we could do that? And that was the question that led me to the project that I want to unveil to you today. Please, move on to the next slide. This one, I think they are projecting the long version. We had a shorter one of just 4 slides. Let me continue. What I'm seeing is the longer one. Can you go back to the beginning? I don't think this was the beginning of it. This is the beginning. Go to the next slide. Okay. Let me begin with the request. My pitch is a little bit different from what we've seen. Unlike some other folks, you can participate with as little as 1 million, or you can give us 100 million if you have all the money. But it's broken down so that everybody can participate. Essentially, we have 3 things we are requesting. The first one is we want everyone to go back to farming. We really, because of global dynamics, we want you to go back to agriculture. And there are a number of ways you can do that. The first one is if you have land already, We can help you. Everybody talks about sustainable agriculture, organic agriculture, climate smart agriculture. What does that actually mean in the real sense of farming? That's what we bring. If you have land, we can come to your land, teach you hands-on how to turn the land into a climate smart, organic, integrated farm. We are doing it. You see the pictures. We're doing it live already. So that's the first thing. Whether it's privately owned or you're a cooperative, a cluster of women, a state, an association, if you have land, we want to help you to turn it into a climate-smart, organic agricultural space. That's one. The second thing we're doing is we're already farming right now. In Abia State, in Abuja here, we have farms, organic farms already. That's me, actually in the farm, doing the work. So we have farms already, and what we do is we plant all these wonderful things you see are things that we produce. We produce yam, we produce ginger, we produce cassava, okra, vegetables, and a host of pepper, tomatoes. So we want you, if you cannot farm by yourself, you don't have land, you can invest with us and put in money, as little as $1 million. The ROI per year is a 12-month cycle. Per year is 30% ROI. And as many pitchers have said here, with agriculture, if you do it right, you can get more than 100% yield. ROI, it's very possible. However, because we're doing it the organic way, our focus is not just to get the maximum profit, it's also to protect the soil, to make sure we're doing sustainable agriculture. More. Good. Now, move on to the next slide. Our value proposition. We have 25 years experience of research, of training in this sector. By the way, I am a consultant to the United Nations on food security. You can also Google my name, as they've said, and you will see my seminal article on food security for the UN. It's on the UN website. They published it. I wrote it. I have been training for the NEPC, going all over, training farmers on climate-smart agriculture. We have trained some states. We have trained some cooperatives. But most importantly, we actually have farms. We're doing it every single day. I move by leadership myself. Move on to the next one. We buy agricultural insurance. You see, flooding has been a big menace now in Nigeria. The reason this is important, and this is what I want to end, food security, Nigeria is not doing well on food security. Our population is 230 million now. It's going to grow to 400 million. It's going to double in 25 years. Food insecurity, right now we are ranked 113 out of 117. We are ranked 103 when it comes to hunger out of 120-something. So we are not doing so well. We need to go back to farming, but we need to do it right. We need to do it in a way that maximizes output. On our farms, where you used to plant 500 yams, we can do 2,000 because we're doing it in sacks, intercropping, putting vegetables, maximizing our manure usage.
Start wrapping up.
Move on to the next slide.
There's still a next slide.
The back one. I'm sure there are slides. We have 12.
I think you've made your points, though. So let's wrap up. Okay.
So my pitch to you is that we all need to get back to farming. It is essential. The food you produce will be organic food. It's something you can eat, you can trust. You can make a lot of money. We were talking about yam. You can plant yam from planting to harvest 1,000 naira, and you sell for 5,000. It's possible. We're doing it. Put back the picture where I'm on the farm. I just want to end with that. Projection.
I think we're done. You've made the point, actually. So let's see. Let's have the audience interrogate you. Let them ask you questions.
Okay.
Yes, audience. Maybe the party has not covered. You may want to ask a question on that. Yes. Can I see hands up? Right? We have a hand there. Keep your hands up still so that...
And here is the guide for the question.
Then there's another one. How many people? Let me see your hands. 4. Okay, so we have how many right now? 4. 1, 2, 3. 4. Where's the 4th person? Okay, 4. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, oh, wow, there's 6 people. So could we take all the questions? Is it possible? We'll take all the questions. Can you note?
Let's do that.
Oh, we take 2. We take 2, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's take 2 from this side. Where are the 2? This 2, please. Okay. This 2 from this side, quickly, sir.
Titi, let's help here. So all the questions, you have to ask your question in less than 30 seconds. Then hopefully our professor will write down all the questions, and then he will answer all the questions all together in 4 minutes.
So we're taking them 2 at a time.
So do you have a pen?
I'm an old man now, so...
Okay,
so no, Prof, if you have a pen and a paper...
Let's help our professor.
I didn't come with a pen.
So
let's
we could give you that. I think... Can someone give him a pen and a paper? It's quite efficient if you could ask all the questions, really. You take notes and then answer them. I'm using my own pen.
Pen, paper, anyone to help? Pen, paper.
Okay, thank you.
Someone's coming. Thank you, lady.
Like 2 ladies want to give a pen and a paper, Prof.
Helpful ladies.
Very good. They are farmers like me.
So we have the 6. We're not taking beyond the 6. So let me see the hands up again. We have 3 on this side. 4, 5, 6. Yes. You know yourselves. Have you noted them? Yes. Okay. So let's take out questions. Less than 30 seconds, please.
Less than good. That's it.
All right. Thank you. I represent Agro-allied CSP Nigeria Limited in partnership with the presidency, and I'm anchoring the Northern Zonal Coordinator for the mining chapter of the same cooperative, which is both for agriculture and mining. But I'm the one in charge of mining.
That's 10 seconds already.
Okay. What I want to suggest to you is that you should collaborate with the Ministry of Agri and the cooperative chapter so that you can synergize with them and they will take you to the next level. And also, I'm aware, I think either Minister of Livestock or something like livestock have been established. You can collaborate with them. Thank you.
So that's a good comment. We take that as a comment. It's not a question. Move next. And please, you can meet him after to take that further.
All right. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And well done, Prof, for the amazing work. I know organic farming is quite hectic. So my question, how do you balance the rigors of organic farming and the yield in your agricultural enterprise? So because organic farming also has to do with a lot of practice that we don't look at increased yield. So my second question, how effective...
15 seconds.
How effective is your agricultural insurance scheme? Kindly share success stories if you have any.
Thank you. Next person, the third.
My name is Martin Sonapoma. Prof, I think we are together in this. Make Ugo Farm is a great thing to do. So work together as a team on climate smart agriculture.
Thank you.
So after this conference, we are going to meet.
Please locate him. So that's not a question. He's offering you something right there. So let's meet after. The other 3 on this side. Yes, your hands up. The 3 people. Okay, you have the microphone.
Yes, my name is Kodri Adu Kende. I'm the head of culture and tourism for ACAT, Afro-Caribbean Chamber of Culture and Tourism. Yes, Prof, I just want you to, if you have any means that young Africans, maybe Nigerians, can access funding, those who want to go into agriculture, because it's very easy to propound it. Let people go into agriculture. But if there's any
That's
means,
31 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it's about funding. Okay, the next one. Yes.
Thank you, everybody, once again. Good morning. My name is Ideji. I'm from Lagos State, and people who are very familiar with Lagos State will know that we don't have any farming input than sea and ocean. But by the special grace of God, with the support of that gentleman on the
15
stage,
seconds.
I am a farmer now. So I want to encourage women, let's go into farming. There's a lot there. And he is not just a Nigerian climate person, it's all over the world. Please follow him.
Right.
Let's go.
So we have someone endorsing Prof right there. Thank you. The last person wearing the red hat. Oh, okay, there are two of you. Let the red man, let the red cap man speak.
Thank you. And I want to thank NDIS. I'm a moderator for the mining and energy session. Prof, if you're interested in carbon capture at point sources, ecotourism, and also green energy from agro-based infrastructure, let's talk. We're interested in working with you.
Thank you for that. The last person.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bokra Aminu from Northeast Development Commission.
And welcome.
My question is, I want Prof to make some clarification looking at the Nigeria, 70% we are farmers, according to literature, while in US are all just 2%, but they compete themselves
15
and
seconds.
export.
Sorry, 70% of what?
Nigerians are farmers, according to literature, while US is 2%. They compete themselves and export. So are we looking for everybody to be a farmer, or we need to strengthen the system on the other angle? That's my question.
Okay, sir, let's go. You have about 3 questions or 4, actually, out of all. Somewhere, just comments.
Okay, I can start?
Yes, please, your time starts.
Prof, God help you, 4 minutes. I'm
Very
timing
well. You. In terms of collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, as I said, I'm a consultant for a lot of the agencies. Raw Materials Research Council, we were just there. We are collaborating, NEPC. It's just something that has happened. I tend to work more with the agencies and departments and institutions than the overall ministry itself, except when it comes to the environment sector, and I'll speak to that in a moment. So we're trying to do that. I'm a consultant to AFAN, All Farmers Association, Cassava Growers Association, Timber Association. So through all those linkages, we work with the ministry. We'll just deepen the direct contact. Yes, organic agriculture can limit you in terms of yield because there are things you cannot do. You can't just pour chemical fertilizers and inputs. You have to be very meticulous with what you do. However, there are ways we improve yield. The first thing I just pointed out when I was making my pitch, by moving to sack farming, you achieve at least 10 benefits. Even this flooding and climate perils, if you're planting in sacks, it buffers you against flooding. Then you have less weeding to do, that's labor cost. Your fertilizer input is focused, so you achieve greater yield. Then in terms of space maximization, we are finding that where you used to plant 500 tubers of yam, we're doing 2,000 because they're in stacks of sacks. So that's something we have perfected now. Even on staking, where you used to go and cut trees and stake one by one, now you can use one bamboo and stake 10 and use rope because they're in sacks. So it's an amazing innovation. So we are getting more yield. Then we can intercrop.
You have 2 minutes left.
No problem, but this is important. On the, we can intercrop. The intercropping is about yield. There's no fear that if you go organic, you reduce yield because you can intercrop. Even on the sack, you can put a vegetable on top as you're waiting for the yam to come up. Another issue that was discussed, how effective is agric insurance? NIC, Nigerian Agric Insurance Corporation, they are issuing insurance to farmers. There are other private companies. Leadway is a good insurance company for farmers. You follow the process, you pay the premium, then you wait. We are lucky we haven't had to contend with losses. Again, because we're practicing climate-smart agriculture. So we buffer ourselves before the onslaught of activities. Access to funding, that's part of the reason I'm here. It's still a challenge. Sometimes the institutional funding mechanisms take longer than
1
the
minute
planting
left.
season. Good. So access to funding is still a challenge. That's why crowdfunding mechanisms like this one are good, where people can come in bands together and achieve a result. We have just acquired 50 hectares in Abuja, in Gwagwalada, 50 hectares. And we want to plant ginger, yam, maize, things that will do very, very well within a short 6-month period. And that's why we're looking for more investment. We're already doing 5 hectares with our own funds now in Abia State and here. 70% of farmers, we are not doing the right stuff. 7 P's of agriculture, we are not doing them right. 7 P's is preparation to plant. What are you planting? When? The planting time matters. We are not using the right processes. We're using hoes.
15 seconds.
Instead of machines. Packaging. Processing. We're not processing. Farmer only gets 17 naira for every 100 naira of the product.
8,
Farmer only gets 17. So
7.
I have 200
6,
cards. 200
5,
cards right there. Come and take one.
4.
We can talk. Thank
3.
you. I'm done.
Sam, thank you so much. I think I would preserve you there as the timekeeper. It works perfectly. This just works for us. So thank you, Prof.
Yes.
This is a good place to take your seat. Can we put hands together for Prof?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please, if you need to have conversations with this man, because he's come with so much value, truly. There's so many areas we can tap into. He's here today and tomorrow. Find time to have the conversations with him. The next speaking is from Taufik Ahmed of Feed the West Agro-allied. Feed the West Agro-allied, Taufik Ahmed. Please, Taufik, we're running against, it's a race against time right now. We still have 6 speeches. As much as you can, keep your 3 minutes. And then, yes, we take the question and answers.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Taufik Ahmed. I'm CEO of Feed the West. We're going to be seeking an investment of 1.7 billion naira, which will be used to expand our operation and acquire equipment.
1.7, you said?
Yes, 1.7.
Okay, million naira or dollars?
Billion naira.
Billion, oh.
Yes.
I wasn't sure I heard well. Okay.
Yes. Feed the West as Agro-allied is a company that's into vegetables, seed production, and greenhouses. So we are seeking the 1.7 billion naira to expand our production. We are looking at buying tractors, drones, and acquire more land. So our current challenge has been because with the 7.5 billion naira, we're going to be able to reduce our cost of production by 70%. Now, last year, we were able to do a total acreage of 250 hectares of seed production. We were able to make a turnover of about 500 million naira. So now, we're doing about 500 hectares of maize, seed production. We're doing maize and soya. Yes, so our goal is to, sorry, this is my first time on stage, I'm a bit off.
Don't worry, just run.
Yes, so our goal is to help farmers with the right available seeds, because majorly most of the farmers have issues with good seeds and the availability. So we are solving that problem. We have been in partner with other companies which are into which we produce for them and sell to the market. So we are in contracts with 2 or 3 companies. So that's why we need more money to be able to expand to about 10,000 hectares to produce more maize and soya. Thank you.
All right, let's put hands together for him. He actually confessed that he's a bit scattered, but that's okay. Yes. You want 1.7 billion as investment to cover what and what? What's that targeted at?
Okay, so
it's not very clear. Yes.
So right now, what is taking the bulk of our money is the cost of tractorization.
Okay.
So now, with the 250 hectares that we did, we run about almost 100 million naira in cost of operation for tractorization, because we do like we do about 7 different operations: land plowing, harrowing, boom spraying, planting, fertilizer application, then harvesting. So if you're able to get the money, we're going to be able to buy the tractors, the drones, boom sprayer, which will reduce our cost by 70%. With that, we'll be able to expand and do more.
Okay, can we have questions quickly from the floor? So I don't take over this questioning. Any questions from the floor? Okay, in the absence of, I still have one. Okay, so we have 2. Yeah, good. We have 2 questions. Let's go to this quickly. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Dr. Brooks. I'm from America, and I grew up in the state of Minnesota where Cargill, General Mills, Land O'Lakes, all of those companies are Minnesota companies. Yeah. So I understand how to take a small-scale farming operation and turn it into a very large-scale farming operation. I thought the question that was asked about, do we want to have a bunch of small farmers versus like a large industrial farming operation? I thought that was a really interesting question. Yeah. I'm specifically wondering from you what the purpose of drones is in your operation, because I've been around a lot of farming operations. I'm not as familiar with this sector in Nigeria, and if you could just educate me very briefly on what drones are used for in the farming sector. Thank you.
Okay, so in terms of drones, so roughly, if you want to spray, let's say, in a day, a tractor would only cover about 8 hectares, depending on the type of tractor you're using. Will only cover 8 hectares in a day. While if you're using drones to spray, you're going to be covering 50 hectares in a day. And logically, they will charge you, if you're spraying an hectare, they will charge you about 40 to 50,000 naira per hectare to spray. While if you have a drone, it will cost you way less, and you cover more land space over a little bit of time.
I hope that answers your question. Okay.
Then also, we can also use that to, when you use the drones, so especially when you have a bit of insect issues, when it goes over them, you can detect areas where you lack, where you're not doing well, so you can go back to them and maybe apply fertilizers or spray them when you have insect issues and all that. So with that, it makes work much easier for you and faster.
All right, the next question.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm Dr. Moji Davids, MD Extra Large Farms. My brother, I just have a little advice for you.
I didn't get that.
I have a little advice for
Okay.
you. I'm a farmer of 17 years experience.
Yes.
Do not ever ask for investments to purchase equipment. You do not run small projects that are going to give you little returns with the capital investment. We all know what tractors are saying in the market. If you get investment to purchase a tractor or all those large equipment, you don't get the returns back in a short period of time. It's going to put you in problem. You don't need 1.7 million for now.
Billion, is that?
Billion, yeah. You don't need that for now. Cut it down to something reasonable. Keep renting. It pays more to rent now than to purchase. If you purchase, you need a long period of time to recoup that capital back. Just a one-couple advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So let me buttress that fact. So let me say an example now.
Hello, hi.
Well, you don't
hello.
you don't have to.
Don't.
No, I would like to let it be clear.
Hello, young man. Those are the words of wisdom.
Yes. You don't have
Thank
to.
you.
Just take the counsel. You could meet with her after, have that conversation.
Yes.
I think that it's important to have this conversation.
Yes.
She's been in this sector for 17 years, and she knows why she's saying that. Okay, so let's wrap this up. I think we've taken all the questions. There's one more question here, and that will be the last. Yes, one more question, and that will be the last.
Yeah, my name is Otumba Likoewela. I'm not really a farmer, but a business person with over 30 years experience. If there's anything I would like to suggest to those that are coming here to pitch for investors, is for them to do due diligence about their presentations. As a matter of fact, I was thinking of reaching out to the leadership of NIDCOM to have a way of looking at the presentation slides and presentations. Because you see, there are some things you present here and it's not being looked at or being listened to locally alone. Some other investors are looking at it globally in the diaspora. And if you really want anyone to take you seriously or serious, it is the content of what you are presenting. It must reflect integrity. It must reflect due diligence. I won't say more than that for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Taufik. Yes. I think we've come to the end of the session. Yes. Thank you so much. We've listened to the pitch. Please, you can have a conversation with Madame. Okay, so we want to call Timothy Oguniro, Team Zach Grains Up Limited. Timothy Oguniro, Team Zach Grains Up Limited. As you come up, just know you could come. You don't have to go so far. There are routes here. Okay. So just come up. You have 3 minutes for your pitch, and then we take questions. Like I said earlier, we're on a race against time right now. Your time starts now.
Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the existing protocol. My name is Ogunne Timothy. I'm the CEO and the founder of Team Zach Gains Up Limited. Team Zach Gains Up Limited is founded in 2018 and in Niger State. We are into agro processing, supply chain solution, and we also train farmers. We train farmers in agricultural produce, such as cassava, maize, and soya beans. And at the end of the harvest, we uptake from them, and we supply to giants in the industry. Our mission is very simple. We empower community of livestock farmers through sustainable agro-processing, efficient supply solution, and transformative education in sustainable agricultural practice. We are seeking an investment of 100 million naira for an equity stake of 30%. Currently, our company valuation is 500 million in terms of asset valuation, in terms of cash valuation, in terms of market valuation, and in terms of intellectual property. This fund will be used to purchase an automated animal feed production line, and also to be used to purchase an oil extraction machine that we use to extract soya oil, and at the end of the day, the shaft will be used to produce animal feed. So, as of 2023, our
1 more minute.
Yes, our revenue is 126 million, with gross profit of 46 million and net profit of 11,500,000. Next slide, please. We are major supplier with Olam Grains. Currently, we have a supply, an APO agreement with Flour Mill of Nigeria, with Olam Grains to supply at least 100 metric tons, which is about 3 trucks per week, which we are currently on. As I speak to you right now, we have about 1 truck of our goods in Olam and Flour Mill. And these are some of the, and we are also one of the major suppliers of hybrid feed and new uptake. So I want you to join us as we revolutionize the agri-business sector in Nigeria and be part of Team Zach journey in transforming our cultural landscape, by empowering community of farmers and promoting sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Team Zach. Thank you very much. So can we have questions from the floor? Our investors in the building want to get more information about this? This is the time to ask questions. And see, he's pitching for 100 million. Am I correct? 100 million naira for equity stake of 20%.
20%, yes.
Okay. And your company was valuated at 500 million. Okay. So do we have questions for Team Zach, please? Yes. We need 1 or 2 hands from the floor. You have something to say, intervention?
Yeah, I can say something here.
Okay.
Looking at the going from, okay. like I was saying, the issue of the audience helping with advice towards the teachers. I like the advice that came from our sister here, that she has an experience of being in this industry. So the word of advice, when it comes to us, it helps all of us in this audience. We are not going to stand here to argue it out. And that's why when somebody has an advice, you can say it. You don't have to be an investor. You can be a floor member here and you can help these farmers, you can help these people pitching here in order to encourage them. Some of them, we don't have to always invest in an already established businesses. The little ones that are coming up, we can encourage them to continue with this. Because if I go back to Mr. John Osoinwa with the Virgin Organic, he is literally talking about the smaller to the greater investment. And when somebody stood up to talk about Nigeria has 70% of farmers, do you want to convert us into farming? If you say Nigeria has 70% of farmers and US has 2% and US is doing better, that shows this 70% is just a figure. That shows all these individual farmers should be encouraged. We will have a 70% of farmers, but not really strong farmers on ground. So I want us to encourage these people pitching here in order to encourage them to talk to them. You don't have to invest. Tell them something that can encourage them to continue with this process. Thank you so much.
Right. So it's coming back to us again. So does anybody have any advice for Team Zach? I really want someone from the floor to speak. Yes. Any question, any advice? Okay. Let's put our hands together for Team Zach.
Thank you.
And well done for the work that you do. Please, I think he's available if you want to have conversations with him. Are you here today for the rest of today? Yes. And tomorrow? Yes, please. He's around so you can grab his attention, ask more questions if you must. Thank you very much for that presentation. Let's put our hands together for him, please. So the next presentation is from John Tillary Ajim. John, I sense that we are tired, right? Am I right? Yeah, I know so. So we'll run the rest. So sorry, sometimes when you have the last set of pictures, we might be rushing you a bit, but let's do this. So John, are you around? John Tillary? Okay, so you run this quickly, 3 minutes. We take 1 or 2 questions, we run the session, and then we move to the next person. Dr. Thomas should get ready after this.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tillary John Ajim. I am the founder and CEO of John Larry Global Limited. I am from Ebonyi State. John Larry Global Limited is a registered company here in Nigeria. We basically buy and sell agricultural produce. We buy from the farmers and sell to the processing factories. But right now, we want to venture into farming of rice and processing. And that is why we are here, seeking for 300 million naira in exchange of 30% equity in our company.
So how many millions? I didn't hear that.
300 million.
300 million for an exchange of 30%. Oh, that's equity.
There is serious hunger in Nigeria currently. And this is because of shortage in farming. And that is why we are here, seeking for investment, so that we can go back to farming. According to research, about 3.7 million tons of rice is produced in Nigeria every year, while over 6.4 million tons is demanded annually in Nigeria. And this is happening in a country where population and per capita consumption of rice is constantly increasing. So if this challenge is not commensurated with, there will be greater threat to food security and availability in Nigeria. And that is why we are here, trying to come into play, to work hard and see how we can, increase.
So where do you want, I need you to get straight to the point now.
Yes,
and don't tell too much stories. Get straight to the point. You've laid the foundation. So what do you want from
this money? We are going to use it to acquire more land, train more workers and farmers, and obtain other things that we are going to use in farming. Thank you.
Okay, let's put hands together for him. We could see that this is a business of rice. And he has established that the demand for rice is far lower than the supply. We also can testify to that.
The demand is far more than...
Far more than the supply. And because of that, there's even a cost. Now, rice is about 100 and something for 50 kg bag. So we're all paying that price, actually. And Nigeria, every state in Nigeria can actually produce rice. I hope you know that. And rice is a staple. So this is, when you're talking about commodities of food products in Nigeria, rice is one major area that if they're investors, it's a great place to invest. But we also need to know how you want your investors to know what the return is for them and all that. So if you have questions, let's go there. And of course, like Madam Linda has said also, there might be other areas you want to pitch in to let him know, okay, we could assist you in this area. You talk about shortage. Yes, I know there's a lot of insecurity as well. So these are issues in the agri sector. But let's open the floor. Do we have questions? One or two. You want to interrogate this speech further so that I can get more useful information that can make you take a decision about this speech. Yes? One or two people on the floor. Hello? Can we have your hands? Any question? Looks like people are tired though. I really think so. Any question? Are you still around for the rest of?
Yes.
Okay. So you're asking is 100 million. And what is the 100 million for? Just, okay, somebody's hand is there. But what's the 100 million? What is it for? Let me just know again. Let the audience know. This asking.
Actually, we have 20 hectares of land,
okay,
and it's not enough to what we are hoping to,
So you want to expand, you want to get more land?
Yes.
Are you getting more inputs? What other things is this for?
Yes, we will train more workers and
Okay.
employ more workers.
Right.
I will also buy improved rice seedlings and fertilizers.
Okay, so that is what this is for. Someone has a question.
Okay, thank you for your pitch. My name is Omonigo Otanocha, Delta State. Taking a cue for Professor Osonwa, would you entertain investment in land? I know of farmers in Delta, they have issues with processing of rice. They already have large expanse of land, over 200 acres. Would you want to partner with that? Thank you.
There's no problem, sir. All
right,
like
excellent.
That.
Excellent. So please follow up with him. Have a conversation right after this. Oh, now we have two hands. Madam Marie has a question. Where's the microphone? And then we have one other person in front here.
So mine is actually a comment, and it has to do with, like, I listened to a number of people talk about their goal being to export to international markets. And I think somebody mentioned Walmart, Costco. I just wanted to give a little insight into that because I worked as a director with Walmart for several years, and I'm very, very familiar with the sourcing process. I think we should start from knowing our data, like the interventionist and the moderator has, like they've been saying all morning. And then the other thing is, capacity building is a big deal. And I'm not hearing people talk about that. Even if you have the volume, then quality assurance. For example, my sister and I, through the years, have been looking for, people come to us, they want commodities from Nigeria, and then we start looking for qualities. They don't pass the checks. So I think that the more we just build our processes right, let's spend time to get all the quality checks in place, as well as build capacity. Then before we start, let us start by exporting to sell to the likes of our sister, the interventionist, the African markets, the African stores, the farmers market. And then we can take those baby steps perfect the pathway. Before we started talking about Costco's and Walmart, and I think I heard that earlier, and I just felt I needed to say something about that because it's not really as simple or as easy as we think. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that comment. We have 2 hands here. We take the 2 comments together, and if you have any comments on or any response, if there are questions, then we do that. I hope Dr. Thomas is around.
Yes.
So get ready.
Thank you. My name is Mr. Kennedy.
30 seconds, please.
You know, I've just been wondering, when we're talking about investment, and most of the pitchers, they are always saying we want an investment of, say, 100 million or 200 million. I don't know. Have you tried any bank, to look for money to expand your business? Because it doesn't have to come through, investors putting their money. Banks have some schemes, agricultural schemes, that they fund, agricultural activities. And, with a good proposal and a package, you go to some of our banks, you'll be able to struck something. So I don't know. Have you tried any bank? And what is your experience?
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ajia. And that'll be the last question.
Thank you so much. My name is Samina Suzuki. Maybe to answer your question, I think this is directed at the investors from diaspora. I'm sure they are familiar with the banks and everything, and maybe it's another different summit for the banks. But I think this one is particularly directed at looking for investors in diaspora. I just wanted to add to what my sister Marie said about the quality control and the
quality assurance
and capacity building. It's very important because when farmers, from a point of view of somebody, an investor from the diaspora, quality is very important. When farmers here dish out products and people consume and buy them anyhow because, probably because of the lifestyle, it's not doing you guys good because it doesn't give you the challenge and the competition to actually, reach for a better quality and a global standard quality. So you should not be encouraged by that and maybe try to push yourselves to reach a worldwide standard. You farmers, I saw a lot of potential pitches today, and I know that we have a lot of products, but even abroad, it's more like just within the community of the African community, because when foreigners look at the quality and the standard, they're still a little bit skeptical about the control, So yeah, I think that is a very important point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I really want us to wrap up this session so that we can run with the rest. There's one thing I've seen as an outcome, and that's the outcome from the man with the red cap, is it?
Yes.
Yes, and I want you to pursue that at least. That gives you some leverage in terms of land, because part of what you were asking for was land, if I'm correct, right? So let's put hands together for...
We have somebody online, Tunji Kalejaye, but
okay,
before Tunji Kalejaye comes on, just to answer the question about banks that you did mention, you find that, and this is why the NDIS environment actually also came about, the access to banks is really very tough for a lot of agricultural entrepreneurs like this. You find that a lot of them don't actually get listened to by the banks. I can say that for a fact because we've tried it in Kano, and you find that only if you know somebody that you can actually get through to those banks. That is, we have evidence of it, but just like Madam Suzuki said, maybe there's an opportunity to start another side of NDIS, maybe mini summit, to bring the banks in specifically to meet smaller entrepreneurs like we have in the room and the investors alike.
Right.
To be able to get them together. So we
That's
start to think
excellent
of that.
suggestion, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And thank you, John, for the presentation. You can take your seat. Let's put our hands together for John Tillary Ajim, John Larry Global Limited. Dr. Thomas George, are you here? Dr. Thomas? I can't see any Dr. Thomas George. Okay. So Lydia Bankutiku. Lydia Bankutiku, are you here? Are you here? All right. Let's move to... is she here? Where is she? Okay, who is online? Is that Dr. Thomas? Sorry, our online, our tech people, we need to be sure whose image is on the screen. Lydia Banku. Is Lydia in the room?
She's there. Come here. Someone is online.
Are you Lydia? Someone is online. Are you asking a question or your video is just up? Sorry, for those monitoring the Zoom, can you just help us with this because we don't know who is who right now?
Okay.
I think it's just a participant.
Yes.
Oh, he has a question. You have a question, sir?
Yes, I have a question.
Oh, please, fire on, please, very quickly. 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am fully in support of the last speaker for what he just expressed about banking. I've been in banking for 40 plus years, but in risk management for 45. And the problem with our people in Nigeria is that the people in the bank that do not operate the way I felt we were doing while I was in Wise Man's Bank. But let me go back to my question. In risk management that I've been in for a long period of time, incidentally, when I'm here in Nigeria, I am talking for those in the diaspora. And when I'm in the diaspora, I'm particularly representing Nigeria, conversely. I realize that the diaspora may not want to invest in Nigeria due to the experience participants or investors, diaspora investors have in Nigeria. For example, people will invest their money.
Sir, what's your question?
Yeah.
And
hello,
the
sir.
residents
Your question,
or
please.
Indigenous will feel these people are the omugos. They can always go back and make another money. So let's exploit them. Is there any way we can make an ethical reorientation of our people so that things can get better the way we assume or we take for granted that the people who work and bring their money from the diaspora home are foolish or stupid? I am a living example. That's number one. Number two.
Sir, no second question. We only have time for that question.
Back investors.
Answer that question, please. Thank you.
The question is not even for John. It's not for him. So, but it's a comment. And I think over the days, since yesterday, we've been talking about how NIDCOM is also setting up structures that would help to ensure that things are done ethically, members of the diaspora are not being swindled by anyone. So I know that NIDCOM is working on that. And even as a community as well, that want to really serve Nigerians in diaspora, we're working on that as well. So I know the fear he has, but efforts are ongoing as well to make sure that businesses that are being enacted or being done between Nigerians home and Nigerians in diaspora, there is openness, there's transparency, and the issues of corruption are limited as much as possible. So, sir, that's what I would say. It's not the answer, this man doesn't have the answer to the question. And it's also a call to us as well, to ensure that when we do business, we do it right. Okay, so let me move on to Lydia. Lydia, are you here? Lydia Bankutiku, she was climbing up the stage a few minutes ago. Lydia, AFA. She's She's come with a group of ladies. So Lydia, you have 3 minutes. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lydia Bankutuku, representing Association of Female Agripreneur, Alpha. The women behind me are Alpha women, and they are part of our story we want to share with you this afternoon. Alpha is a non-profit cooperative founded by 3 passionate women, even though one is late now, Dr. Badewa and Miss Marie. Alpha, over the years, is positioned to assist female agripreneurs cut across various states in Nigeria, but so far we are focusing on 4 states: Kogi State, Benue State, Nasarawa, and Abuja. We are here seeking and asking for 70 million naira to enable us upscale our ongoing project. We also intend to use a bit of that money to get farming equipment. Currently, we have 10 hectares of land in Kuje Area Council. We are in negotiation with them to lease. We're in negotiation with them to lease. Alpha has a passion to ensure that women, even the Gen Z youth, who have a desire to make a living, an honest living, can also consider agriculture. But we have a challenge, and that's why we are here today. Our challenge is we are unable to meet up with the increased number of women, and for last year, surprisingly, a lot of youths were willing to venture into agriculture. Basically, what Alpha does is we train women, we empower them. We empower them by giving them seedlings. We empower them also by giving them livestock. Currently, we have farms in Kogi State, in Ankpa, and we have another farm in Mbagwen in Benue State. The issue right now is we do not have enough seedlings. We do not have enough to give to these women for the next planting season. We are here to appeal that you could help us. You could help us by donation. You could help us by giving us livestock. For instance, are you aware that if you have 5 male goats and maybe 10 female goats, in another 1 year, those goats will multiply to almost 36. You ask, how are we able to sustain, or how will you get your money back, even though we're a non-cooperative organization? If you are willing to partner with us by giving us livestock, whatever number you give us, we'll be able to give you back after 2 years. We double the number you are giving us. But we have specific livestock that we are rearing. We have goats, we have chicken, we have turkey, and rams. Currently, for the next farming season, we are looking at beans because we specialize more on seasonal crops such as maize, millet, beans. For the beans, there's a species called the 40 days beans. It will amaze you to know that in one planting season, you can have these beans planted twice. And we're looking at not just that, we also want to have a food bank where we don't just give seedlings, we can also sell so we can sustain the organization. We discovered that during our training—
1 more minute.
Thank you. We discovered that during our training, it is more expensive to hire farming equipment. So we are training our women, to be able to drive our tractors in each, we call them cluster farming in each location. So we may not be able to, leasing is becoming expensive. Someone said that a while ago. So we are looking at even buying made in Nigeria farming equipment or tractor or a second-handed one we will not mind. We've checked, we can get some of this equipment less than 6 to 8 million naira. Also, I will allow one of our women to share her story before I round up. Thank you.
We should have rounded up. So is it a 30-second story?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's hear them. Let's just allow you our women. Let's.
Good day, all.
Yeah.
So we all like the Ankwa Women Alpha. We are into production of seasonal one as millet, granules, and grain of So though we are in short, as she have said, we have.
What she's trying to say, Ma and Sir, we have women who are willing to work. We have wives. We have single mothers. They are all females. They want to have dignity and do the job themselves. They just need our support. If you cannot give us money, we will appreciate giving us seedlings. We will appreciate you even donating farmland. If you have farmland in Kuje, we will appreciate it for this. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
We are open to answering your questions.
Perhaps this is someone's CSR. Who knows? So questions, you want to find out more? Yes, so there's a hand there. Who else wants to ask a question? There's a hand here, there's a hand here. We'll take the two. I hope we won't have more than that. Okay. So, yes, so both of them, yeah.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon, sorry. I would like to get involved in your project, so can we meet afterwards?
Oh, great.
Yes,
thank
ma'am,
you.
thank you.
Don't lose sight of her. What's your name, please? Yes.
My name is Dr. Barakat Silegoge.
Okay, Dr. Barakat, thank you for that offer. Yes. Okay, so we have a third hand there.
All right, thank you very much. I'm very, very glad to see this. My name is Adenike Agbeji, and I'm the CEO of Rennie Golden Multiventures. I would be donating seedlings. I don't know if you plant granite.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
All right, so if you plant granite, I have been looking for this set of women all my life.
Thank you,
so today,
Whoa.
I am donating seedlings already. And for your next planting season, a tractor will come to one of your locations.
That's beautiful. We have a hand there. Okay, someone wants to say something? Mr. Boyede, do you still want to speak? Yes. So that was someone that raised his hand.
Thank you very much. This goes to what I said earlier. I don't know if you guys have like a subscription or support form. This is more like an NGO. This
Yes, sir.
can actually attract support from right
Yes.
inside here.
Thank
I'm
you so
willing
much,
to
sir.
support with an unnamed sum. I need a form.
Wow.
Thank you, sir. We do have that.
Please don't
Thank
lose
you.
sight of everyone. I hope you are noting them, because once we go on break, you can quickly catch up. Yes, there's a hand here. Now we're having so many hands.
My name is Otumba.
30 seconds. Okay, I can see that edge. Let's do this quickly, sir.
Okay, I was saying that my name is Otumba Lekwewela. I'm the managing director of.
We are not hearing you very well. Maybe you could put the mic.
Okay.
Okay.
I said my name is Otumba Lekwewela. I'm the MD CEO of Ultimate SHMO.
Yeah.
We are one of the sponsors of this program. I will be coming up shortly to talk about why we are here. But for this group of women, we would like to provide free healthcare coverage, health insurance coverage.
Oh my. Wow.
For some
thank
of them.
you.
For some of them.
Thank
so I
you,
would like to
sir.
interface with the leader.
Thank you.
Maybe after this outing.
Excellent, excellent. There's one more hand at the back there. Wow. I just want us to be done with this side. Okay.
I'm Dr. Babatunde Adeyemo. I'm the CEO of Pelican Valley Nigeria Limited.
Yes.
I need your attention. I want to ask if you have widows among the women.
Yes,
here.
ma. Yes, sir. We have widows and more of single mothers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a foundation named Okobo Foundation. It's to rekindle the hopes of the widows. So on behalf of my foundation, I'll be donating a stipend of 100,000 naira.
Thank you, sir.
Well.
Thank you so much,
sir. We appreciate it.
We have one hand there, Mrs. Adeshina. We are coming there, don't worry. This is getting more interesting, right?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You mentioned land in Kuje. I'm by name Bukola Adeshina, architect. I have a land in Kuje that I can help you with, one. But I want to make a general comment on this platform of agric business. We've been stressing planting. Even our professor talked about organic. And I don't think there's, I've not heard anybody said anything about bees. Bees are actually there to help us
pollinate.
I don't know if you've heard that if bees are no more on this planet, in 4 years, the whole earth will be gone. I'm a beekeeper seasoned for over about 24 years. Yes.
And shine, honey.
Our products are all over the supermarkets and what have you. Beekeeping is very, very, I want everybody that has at least maybe pitch in this agric business to look into how to kind of introduce beekeeping. It's so easy, but because of the vandalization and so many other factors, it's not thriving. UK8 came, and they came with an analysis that what we consume in Nigeria will produce barely less than 10%.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you're raising something that we should focus on. Now, more hands are not coming up, and we need to control this, really. But let's do this. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. If it's a comment, you want to contribute, donate, just say this is it. Can we do that? And the last time on that side before we come.
My name is Martins. I've earlier shared with the founders of the Alpha Women.
Okay.
In all Quebec Agri-Tech City Farm Estate, which I will be teaching them about, will be giving them 5 hectares.
5 hectares, beautiful.
So
Thank you.
Nasarawa State, Kokona local government, which we'll be sharing with you in my pitch time. You have 5 hectares already designed for you. With Nigerian Civil Defense will provide security to ensure that all your women are secured.
Wow.
Hunters to secured. Then Asamata Insurance Company, our partners, to provide HMO, will be paid by us in Quebec.
Oh, thank you. That's beautiful. One more hand there. One more hand at that edge, then we go there. I think I had one hand from this side. Quickly, let's make this snappy.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Adeshola Adeniwale Olakwade. I'm the CEO of Agro-allied Farms.
Okay.
Enterprises. I will be supporting them with fund.
With what? Funding?
Yeah,
okay.
Sorry, with funding. That is 60 now. Because that is what we do for all our widows across the nation.
The nation.
So I will
Thank you.
So I'm going to liaise with them so that they will give me their contact and I'll do it for.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We've had a lot of promises, and we hope that these promises will be made true. Now let's go this way. I think I have 1 or 2 hands. Yes. So we're coming your way. Yes. You have a microphone. Okay. Good.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Dr. Shehu. I'm the CEO of VG Energy.
Yes.
Actually, we're into oil and gas, but as part of our community support, we'll be giving 1 million naira to them.
Thank you. Please, can you name it again? 100 hectares? 1 million naira. I thought I had 1 million hectares. I'm like.
Hello, everybody, once again. My name is Ade Adedeji. I am the convener of 8 Visionary Multipurpose Cooperative. On behalf of my cooperative society, we will support you with seed.
Great. Thank you. The last man standing will be, oh my God, we have to, people are tired and hungry. The man with the red cap.
I can see Mrs. Badewe smiling. I had to make a call to get her commitment. Professor Husana, she's into animal husbandry, and the animal trust in Abuja here.
Okay.
They currently have a huge project in Jigawa. She said I should connect you with them, support you with hybrid animals, and also making of your feed for the animals. Thank you.
Wow. Alpha, you have a lot of work to do. I hope you know that all these things coming to you requires you to scale up as well, build capacity. That's absolutely important. But this is good news. This is good. So, yes. The last two, please, so that we can have the final pitch.
Yeah,
and we can have a break.
My name is Ogunel Timothy. I'm the CEO, Team Zach Going Up. I'm supporting with fund. I'm supporting with the sum of 50,000 naira, and it's going to be continuous.
Thank you very much, Timothy. Thank you so much. I hope you're taking notes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Temitope Adeyemi. I'm the MD CEO of Rich City Homes and Properties Limited, Lagos. Mrs. Lydia has been doing great, wonderful, and I want to be supporting them with a sum of 100,000 naira.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you so much. That's a seed you're sowing, and it will grow into something really big. Let's have our interventionist say.
Actually, this is really what I really want in this summit. I keep saying it's not all about investment and getting returned. Investment can come in investing something in a person. What we do with this pitch really shows the kind of love that we have towards each other. For the next people coming on stage for the pitch, you don't have to invest in order for you to get some money from them. Give them advice and give them the little. As much as you're going to do after this, you meet them at the table and give them, and I know a lot of people are going to do more. Thank you so much.
So, wow, after. I think this, for me, is the best speech for this session. Because there's so much commitment that's coming to it. And we can also understand it has a social aspect to it, corporate social responsibility. And of course, that we're supporting women. And that's the beautiful thing. So let's put our hands together for AFA. For you to have even come to pitch and to get this much responses, I count you lucky today, trust me. So thank you very much. And please follow up with everyone that has made a commitment. We shouldn't lose anyone. You've had about over 10 or 12 commitments.
Thank you so much. We are grateful. Yeah. God bless you all.
Well done for the work.
Okay, hold on. Before you leave this way, we want you to go to the rapporteur table there. All the people that have made a commitment, go to the table there. The lady in blue that was crying, bring out pen and paper. Take note. Take your own copy. Be sure. Take your own copy so that you can connect right now, okay?
So
to the table. Anything. If you've supported, please go there so we can just close this deal now.
We have one more. Do we have Afiz Adubiaro here? Afiz is here. Okay, so you're the last speech for the day.
Hold on, Titi. Just before then, there's two things. Firstly, these are the next people coming out, just to get them ready.
Okay.
Okpeyemi Adeyonju, please come to the front row so that you're ready. Then Adenike Adekpeju, come to the front row so you're ready. And then Mr. Martin of Quebec Foods, come to the front row so you're ready. Before Titi speaks, I'm going to give the mic to Marie for a very, very important update.
We just want, on behalf of Dr. Bado and myself, we really want to say thank you for the response that we've gotten for AFA. AFA is truly a project born out of NDIS. When we first started, we didn't see the women in the room. And from all research, I focused on food and agriculture in my master's in law. I know that there were lots of women in the supply chain. So it was out of that need that my sister and I, and our late sister, Barrister Oluchi, may her soul rest in peace, we went out and we set up this organization that you just listened to. And it's really looking out to those women that cannot be reached. They're heads of households. Many of them are widowed, and many of them are single moms. So we were just so touched by the support, and this is really emotional for us. We want to say thank you to you all.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
May the Almighty bless every single one of you. Thank you.
Amen.
Titi.
Yes, so the next person. I thought Honorable Abike wanted to say something. So let's...
You can keep talking.
Why cash crops? Why cash crops basically? Because the risk is very low. My name is Afiz Adubiaro.
Behind.
Okay. Oh, that's the video.
Honorable, why
Just
don't
hold
you
on.
back your brand?
Hold on. All right. So, Afiz Adubiaro, are you in the building? Do this. Let's do this very quickly. You're welcome. Yes. 3 minutes. Adubiaro Farms.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Please, the media.
My name is Afiz Adubiaro, the founder and CEO of Adubiaro Farms. Adubiaro Farms was founded in 2014, and among other things, we're into cash crop farm setting up and management. All right, so why cash crops? Why cash crops basically? Because the risk is very low, the revenue is predictable, and also the value of your investment is stable, and regardless of either the value of our Naira fluctuates or not, and also it's easier to manage. All right, so this is one of the reasons why, because it's a cash crop, it's a forex commodity, like it is traded in the international market. So Nigeria is a net importer of palm oil. We import as much as about 30% of palm oil we consume. And in the last 9 months, January to September of 2023, our importation of palm oil has increased by 65.3%. My name is...
With over 200 acres of oil palm cultivated in 7 farm estates.
Afiz Adubiaro.
All right. With over 200 acres of oil palm cultivated in 7 farm estates and over 60 happy clients who have farms with us, we introduce to you Palm Oasis Ibadan. And is located in a developing... Palm Oasis Ibadan is designed to help investors benefit from the awesomeness of both oil palm farming and real estate investment. It is located in a developing area in Ibadan, and it is designed to have a golf course, a resort, a ranch, residential area, among others. At the moment, Ibadan is actually a city you should invest in because values of properties are really, really increasing, with some areas experiencing as much as 400% appreciation in value in the last 2 years. And this is driven by the recently completed train station, the ongoing Circular Road project, among others. At the moment, Palm Oasis Ibadan is valued at 1.5 million naira per plot, and investors are expected to earn 10% per annum rental income in the first 3 years. By the 4th year, when the oil palm would have started fruiting, they're expected to earn between 15 and 30% per annum. And at full maturity of the oil palm, they're expecting about 50% per annum. Because during the NDIS and it's still at pre-launch, you can buy at 1 million naira per plot, and we have some awesome discounts which you can get on our website or when we get to talk about it. So you can actually get as much as 10 plots free, right? Part of the discounts. All right, so we have another package where you can own as much as 20 acres of oil palm or more and spread the payments over 24 months, right? Then we also render farm setting up and management service for those who want to set up and manage large oil palm or cash crop farms on their land. All right, thank you very much. I'll be available to take your questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Adubiaro Farms? So you're selling real estate, you're selling oil palm plantation.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted you to repeat something. You talked about investment in how many acres of oil palm and payment back in 24 months.
Yeah, so another package where that is not in Ibadan.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, so 20 acres minimum and above, then they spread the payment over 24 months.
Okay,
so
acres of
the
palm,
land,
oil palm, yeah.
the land clearing, seedlings, everything all together and the management, and they spread the payments over 24 months.
All right, and then you continue, it's your crop, right? You continue to harvest.
Yes.
As every season. That sounds good.
Yeah.
So do we have questions? Do we have questions for Adubiaro Farms? Questions for Adubiaro Farms?
Someone is raising up.
Is there someone's hand? I can't see.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's someone at the back.
Yeah.
Where's our guy? Okay. Please, Okweyemi Adeyanju, please be on standby. You'll be the next to pitch.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
With this land that you're selling, like the 20-acre ones and the other ones, do you have title for this piece of land that you'll be selling, that you're going to be passing on to prospective buyers?
Yeah. So the title at the moment is freehold, but we are registering the survey as soon as possible. And we're not stopping at that. We are also doing the CFO.
So you are assuring whoever wants to invest in that?
Yes, like I stated earlier, we have 7 farm estates.
Okay.
As we speak, we have registered at least 4 of them now. And we have over 60 people that have farms with us.
Okay,
Yeah.
60 people.
60, yeah.
Wow. Well done. That's interesting. Any other question before we wrap this up? Mr. Adubiaro is around today.
Yes.
Till the end of the day.
Yes.
And tomorrow.
Yes. I am.
Okay. So please, you want to catch up with him to find out more about this, which are interested in investing in this business, meet him after this, and he's around till tomorrow. So thank you very much. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lovely concept. Lovely. Thank you. Now the next person, Okweyemi Adeyanju, where are you? Okay. After Okweyemi will be Adenike. So Adenike, be on standby. You're welcome. Yes, please. Let's make this brief. Gary Jebu.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Yeah, my name is Okweyemi Adeyanju. I'm the CEO of Game Business Incubator Limited, a limited liability company in the agro sector. Yeah, we are here today to ask for $500,000 US in exchange for a 15% share capital of our company. Yeah, what is Game Business Incubator into? We are into the agribusiness. Our mission is to build a community of wealthy and healthy individuals through agribusiness. And how are we doing this? We are currently at Obafemi Owode local government of Ogun State, where we have our farm estate. And individual can buy into this farm estate, own a parcel of this land. We don't just sell land to you, we also help you to create wealth through this by helping you to cultivate this land, manage it, and do profit sharing at the end of the farming season. So you own the farmland, the company help you to manage it, cultivate it, while you are making the profit. Then also we're into cultivation of cassava and maize. Our farm estate at Obafemi Owode local government is sitting on 300 acres of land at the moment, where we cultivate cassava and is at the center of poultry hub. Our maize is processed to dry maize, and we sell that to poultry farmers. And the cassava, we have a cassava processing plant, that's a gari processing plant, where we process our cassava to gari, package it, and sell in our food hub in Lagos State. We have a food hub in Lagos State where we sell our food item. We also empower other smallholder farmers to cultivate other crops for us, like ofada rice, the palm oil that we process and package, and other food items like that. Over the years, we've been able to achieve, in the last 3 years that we start operation, we have 300 acres of land right now that we are currently cultivating about 150 acres. We have our Gari processing factory within the same estate where we process cassava to Gari on an automated processing machine. Also, we have empowered over 10,000 farmers in the last 3 years through our regular weekly radio program, online and offline trainings, and we currently take from over 100 smallholder farmers within our community. Just last week, as I was saying, our company just acquired a tractor that can help us to work efficiently and effectively on our farmland. So as we say, we have given this money, we are going to expand on our farm estates the more, from 300 acres to 700 acres we are looking at, and also expand on our processing plants to help us increase our capacity to deliver, expand our food hub in Lagos State so that we can have more food to reach out to our people. And also, we are planning to mechanize our farm. Like I said earlier, we just acquired a tractor last week. We are looking at irrigating the farm so that we can plant all year round. These are some of the things we're going to do with this money. And at the moment, like I said earlier, we have the land at Obafemi Owode local government in Ogun State. We have the capacity, we have the market, we have the equipment and the resources to do the farming, and also we have the human capital and the experience to do that. So this is the right time that you can join a fast-growing agri company like ours that has been tested and trusted over the years. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, and we have your management team right there. So we have any questions for the farm is, what's the name of the farm again?
Game Business Incubator Limited. We call it GBI Farms.
GPI Farms, okay. So any questions for GPI Farms? Questions for GPI Farms? Yes, there's a hand right there.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Odufuwa Julius Oluseyi, one of the board of directors of FUA Agribusiness. I am more interested about the processing of the Gari because I have a factory in Ibadan and we have machines that I do there for processing of Gari from the scratch to the finish. And we discussed with someone, and the person, I don't think the person is serious because the person have not yet come around for like 2 years now. Listening to you now, I feel if we give you the machine to process your Gari or your from your cassava stage to the Gari stage, and we give you generator also, what will be our benefit? Well, what returns will you give us back so that I can go back to my directors and discuss with them also?
Okay, thank you very much. Like I said earlier, that we have something like that too, and we are planning to expand on our capacity. So bringing your own equipment in will help us to improve on our capacity because currently we have 50 acres of land planted with cassava only, and we also still take from other smallholder farmers to help them to process to Gari. So we can talk about this
I was going to
so
say,
that
maybe
we can
just
look
meet
into
after,
what we can do.
because it goes beyond just speaking from this place. It's a partnership if possible. There is a model you could run.
So we can just
with
talk
them.
about this after this
Okay.
period.
Any other questions so that we can wrap up this and have the last two? Okay, thank you so much, GPI Farms. And the Gari Jebu, maybe some of us come and sample it.
Yes,
and test
yes.
whether it's actually Original Gary
This
Jebu.
100% Gary Jebu, I can give you that
Okay, I will
guarantee.
check it out when we have some free time.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All
sir.
right, thank you. Let's put hands together for GPI
Thank you,
Farms.
thank you. Okay, Titi,
Opeyemi.
Titi,
Yes.
just breaking news. So, right, two things. People have been sitting here all day.
Yes.
So what we want to do, there's three things. The health pitch needs to come up next, but before that happens, so we can speed up, two other things. The tea break. What we're going to do, when the health pitch starts, you can go for your tea break, go in and out. But do not take 2-3 portions. That's number one. That was the complaint. Do not take other people's portions, but we need to speed up the time. If we say, okay, so individually, you can actually start going for your tea now and bring it back. And at the same time, we want you to stand up and stretch your legs.
That's important.
We don't want anyone to say they came here, then they had arthritis and anything. There's no insurance for that.
If I've been struggling to get up all this while.
Go in bits, go for your tea, go for your stuff, and come back. And come back with it so we can continue the health pitch. Okay?
So, do we still have the pitch right now?
We do, Titi.
Yeah, so Adenike,
Yeah.
we don't know whether the investors are the ones going to grab tea right now, but Adenike, where are you? Hello, we can't all go at once. I think this should be organized in a certain way.
No.
Hello? Yeah. It's not the best.
No, she can't.
We probably would have finished. Give 10 minutes.
You should have allowed them to finish.
Okay, you know what?
Can we?
Come back in 10 minutes. 10-minute break.
Okay, so let's do that.
Because even you've tried.
I want to.
Yeah, breathe.
I don't tire.
Everyone, go for your tea, but come back straight away. Tea, coffee, you've tried. In fact, chop knuckle. Hey. You've tried. Get your tea and please come back here.
For a purpose, right? We all have a common vision, which is to make Nigeria a better place for our people. And in order to do that, we have to empower the people, don't we? And to empower the people effectively, we have to work together as one. So while we work together as one with a unified vision, the sky is our limit, isn't it? So I wish, on behalf of the Nigeria Diaspora Alumni Network, to really wish all of us, because we're all in this together, a very successful investment summit. Let's empower our people. Let's appreciate the presidency, because we had this idea. We approached Honorable Abike Dabiri. Even before we spoke, she said, you know what? We're thinking of having an investment summit. What do you think? I said, Ma, we're already planning one. She said, absolutely. Let's plan it for the global diaspora community. So please, let's appreciate Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa. So she took it upon herself to convene this. We gathered members together, NIDAN members, NIDO members, Kanuk members, ANAPIN members, and Canadian Nigerian Business Forum members. And we all started planning together. As you can tell, the hall is filled with members of these associations. They didn't just come, they mobilized. They called on their resources, investors who have interest in Nigeria, and they said, let's go home. And here they are. Let's appreciate them all. Let's focus on the vision, what we're trying to accomplish, and let's go for it. Once again, thank you all.
That will continue to attract diasporans to invest in their country, Nigeria. There's no better place to invest than Nigeria, despite whatever challenges we have. And we have Nigerians developing the world economies. We should encourage them to develop the Nigerian economy, and that is exactly what we are doing. Yesterday, Professor Soludo said one thing to us, that they have the other Nigeria. So it's about us working together, Nigerians at home and Nigerians in the diaspora, working together to develop our great country, Nigeria. Your administration has given them a platform to engage with their country, and they will not disappoint you. And a lot of them are in this hall. You saw them from Saudi Arabia, from Japan, from Vietnam, from Togo, from Benin Republic, from the UK, from the US, from China. They're in this hall to do something back home in their country. As a Yoruba adage says, no matter how far a river flows, it can never, ever cut off from this source. This is our source, and we'll do everything, as those children said, to build the Nigeria of our dreams. Thank you all for being here, and we look forward to a great summit. Thank you very much once more, Your Excellency.
We are about to reconvene, so please come into the main hall with your tea and your food. Come back to your seats so we can get started again. Thank you.
It is with great pleasure and immense pride that I welcome you all to the 6th edition of the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit. A private sector-driven initiative, but is a remarkable event that is organized by Nigeria's in Diaspora Commission in collaboration with the Nigeria Diaspora Summit Initiative. This is a testament to the power of collaboration and our unwavering commitment to national development and to the improvement of the socio-economic status of our citizens in Nigeria. Under the theme, New Vistas, New Aspirations, New Opportunities, the diaspora and national development, we have come together today to explore the immense potential and opportunities that lies ahead. Today marks a really significant milestone as we gather here to discuss and forge new pathways towards harnessing the power of the diaspora community.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 6th Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, convened by the Nigerian Diaspora Summit Initiatives, NDSI, in collaboration with Nigerians in Diaspora Commission.
The program that you started as MD Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is what we'll be launching today, as you are the minister that will be launching. Isn't God just awesome? A fine gentleman, passionate about his work, one of the very best Nigerians that I've ever had cause to work with. We welcome you this morning. And thank you for all the support. As MD Federal Mortgage Bank, he was always with us. We walked through that. It was his idea, not ours. And we walked together and said the diaspora deserves a mortgage. And here we are today, under your leadership. As minister, you are now the one that will now launch this mortgage scheme. Thank you very much.
To have a partnership with the diaspora for investment, for cultural promotion, for connection, for influence, and as ambassadors for you is something very special for Nigeria. And you know that Ireland will do whatever we can to support and encourage that. Because one of the lovely things about working together in the diaspora is we're not competing with each other. It's an area where all of the countries, and I met two esteemed members of the community here who are based in Canada. We're not competing with Canada, we're not competing with anybody. The Nigerian diaspora is the Nigerian diaspora.
We are looking for entrepreneurs in agrotech, biotech, blockchain, climate change, health tech, consumer park.
We buy for 6,000 naira here per ton. And in Benue, where I am from, where I started the business from, it's sold for 18,000 naira. So it means if you start crushing in Benue, 12,000 naira, it's your profit.
Okay, I'm here to deliver significant manufacturing output.
We offer credit and bridge the financing gap for businesses, high net worth individuals, and organizations.
But I just like the name Rich Auntie.
Thank you.
And I want to be a rich auntie. Who doesn't want to be a rich auntie? So for all of us who want to be rich aunties, I think we have to support this business. So, and you are already a rich auntie.
Yes,
Thank you very much, and very impressive, very encouraging, very.
The key feature in this room is the business-to-business networking. So
Mrs. Titi Ojo, if you're back, can we have you back up? And Mrs. Linda Omaru, please, can we have you back up? Can you please come back up so that we'll finish the agri pitching? Mrs. Titi Ojo.
Everybody wants to do business with Nigeria, and that is why we said so should the Nigerian diaspora. If the Chinese, the Indians are investing in your country, you should invest in your own country, because we know you have the money, we know you have the resources, we know you are investing in other parts of the world, and that's why we're creating a platform to invest in Nigeria, because we NIDCOM are your embassy. That the summit is not just keen on attracting foreign direct investments and ensure that the capacities of local businesses impact effectively on our great economy. So this is a summit that will grow.
Adenike Akpeji.
This is a summit that deserves every support. This is a summit that will make a lot of impact in the Nigerian economy, and this is a summit that will not relent in our drive to attract diaspora investment from all over the world.
We have what it takes to.
Is Adenike Akpeji back?
Investors, which is
Okay.
Nigerians
No, just wait for your moderator to turn up.
first to latch onto huge opportunities that have opened up in the country.
This meeting is very special to us at the NIPC, as it is to continue to serve as a platform for us to interact with the Nigerian diaspora and target the diaspora community for to attract and channel more of their remittances into direct investment in the critical sectors of the Nigerian economy.
Nigerian music.
For those who are still standing, if you could take your seats so that we continue with the pitching session. Those standing, please take your seats.
I've recorded over 70 albums in the past 22 years.
To export talents, opportunities for people in the country and in diaspora to explore and tap into the endless benefits in the sector.
We currently serve about 600,000 Africans in the diaspora.
We are a bridge to connecting aspirations with opportunities. With a rich legacy in the financial industry, Coronation has been at the forefront of innovation and consistently delivering exceptional financial services.
So as we're waiting for the next pitch on stage, I would like to encourage us, just like what we did for the Alpha women, to keep encouraging people coming up here. You can meet up with them after their session, or you can stand up and say something. We'd just like your encouragement. Thank you so much.
Please, let's settle down. We want to continue with the pitching for the agri sector.
The lady's waiting for. Are we supposed to call her? It's okay.
All right. Yes. Let's just begin to settle down.
That's what we ate lunch. We ate lunch there. Did they do snacks today? When the snacks they did?
Yeah. Well, this is my first time I went to a snack. I said, I want to keep it. But I just got some. She just put that on the left. I said, come, let's even go. There's a VIP. So, no, but I was even saying, where are you? When she said me, I said, yeah, I wasn't using my phone, so I couldn't even call you or anything.
No, but I saw you now. I saw you guys coming when I went to the bathroom. Okay. When I came out, I saw you guys. You already pick up your snacks there, and I said, maybe this is why I'm supposed to go to VIP.
All right, can we begin? I know.
So seamless.
Can we continue, please?
Okay. So you're welcome back. I know we're still expecting a couple of people. For those that are still serving their lunch or their breakfast, please hasten up and join us. We have 2 more pictures. So the next will be Adenike Adekbeju. Please, let's put our hands together for her as she comes up. Yes. It's not easy to picture at this time of the day, right? But be encouraged, sister. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Adenike Akbeji. I'm popularly called Iya Kuli Kuli. And if you want to know more about me, you can just Google that name and you'll be able to read more.
Iya Pepe.
Iya Kuli Kuli.
Oh, Iya
Kuli. Kuli Kuli Kuli. Okay. I don't know if my slides are up. I have a very interesting story to tell you this afternoon. I stand here to represent a set of young women and young people in Nigeria. This dream came to pass when I went to do my service year in Niger State, and I met a young lady called Aminat. And every morning, Aminat will knock at my door, and all she wants to sell to me is kuli kuli. And I was wondering what I should do with that. So I decided to maximize my youth service year. And what did I do? I actually established a vocational school, and I started taking the kuli kuli off Aminat to make her sit down and learn tailoring. And after a while, I wondered what that could do, and I decided to work on that product. So the piece of kuli kuli in my hand was inspired by Aminat, and it has empowered over 250 women. That brings me to my presentation today. Next slide, please. So my ask today is $370,000. The first is a long-term debt that you will get your returns on investment on for farm equipment and processing facility to be able to meet up our demands and also cover our export need. The next is a revolving credit line that you can withdraw like your interest rates. It's for working capital and raw material processing. And then we also need grants to develop technology that will enhance all these processes to be seamless. Next slide, please. Now, what's the big problem that the company is facing? We started producing those products, and we discovered that actually the product cannot fit into different stores, like we heard earlier, Walmart stores, and all the stores that could push the product as highly nutritious as it is. And what was the issue? It was the issue with raw materials. So we had shortage of raw materials, and we also had the issues of the quality of the raw materials. So we decided to do a backward integration to farmers, and you can see what the processing lines were like. If you zoom up the pictures, sometime later you will see that where the products are produced are not healthy, and that's why many people were rejecting it. And we also see that our farmers are using hoes and cutlasses in this generation, and we know that that will not give us what we need. Next. So what do? This is simple. Our business model, we have a backward integration working with farmers. We have the farm implements work with them, which is also part of their EOP, that's the expense line out. So it is that when the machines work for them, it's also part of the cost of their working, so it pays for itself. And then when we also do that, we support the farmers with technical know-how. They have agronomists that work with them and partner with them to give them the best agronomic practices so that the groundnut comes as it is. And then we also train. Now, when the peanut farmers work, we get processed raw materials. Now, part of what we do with the farmers is to give them access to markets. People like me in our association where we produce peanut and use peanut as our raw materials also lack sufficient quality raw materials. It will surprise you that peanuts that we use to produce come from neighboring countries into Nigeria, while we can actually produce ours. So they will buy off from part of what we harvest, and then the rest will go into our processing line. And we also have different products in our processing line, which is what we're actually main focused on. That's the processing line. So the processing line will give you the kulikuli snacks, it will give you kulikuli oil, and we also have the circularity in it, which we'll be working on. We're actually on the R&D to make the shells of the groundnut into paper bags. Next. So here we already have customers. We're not... The major problem we have is that our demand is more than the supply. What you see here is not a system-generated number. These are companies that gave us LPOs while we started 3 years ago into the backward integration, and we could not service them. A company needs 1,000 tons per week. We can do all that maths because there's no time. So for the raw materials, we have companies who already give us LPOs. Even last week, we got LPO to export to China, and we cannot meet up the demand. So we also have the finished products going into supermarkets, and the most interesting part for me in that distribution channel is the female distributor channel that we have. So we have women who distribute our products. We have women who distribute our products, and it goes into their own value chain of making money. We have women that are widows that have sold our products and have made up to about $5,000 per annum. Next slide, please. Next slide, because I have 1 minute more. I want to take you through this shortly so that you can see what it is. Now, this is my pain story. I call it my pain story because this data is what we have worked on. So one farmer has 3 hectares in these different locations that you are seeing. On this 3 hectares that he has, he needs to be able to process the peanuts into available raw materials for the pruning. But because he does not have the necessary machineries and tools to work with, he actually suffers a loss of 3.25 tons on each hectare. So you can see the total loss that we come to due to lack of mechanization. But if we scale up this, that is what we're going to have. We're going to have $19,000 returns from export proceeds. So what I would like to end with, let me show you the national loss. Can we go to the last slide? Okay, so let me show you the national loss so that you can dream with me the way we were in 1970, 1960, 1940, when we had the groundnut pyramid, and it was the oil boom that was keeping the whole nation. Now, in that national statistics, we have 5 million peanut farmers, according to records. If each of them have 3 hectares, look at what the nation will be making. So I leave you to that, to dream with me, if we can bring back the groundnut pyramid that can actually feed the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Now you talk about groundnut pyramids, I'm like, yes. Okay, do we have questions? I must comment on your slides. They're really gorgeous. Your slides are really good.
Thank you very much.
I know you're running through it. That's the problem. But you
It's
have
okay.
some really good data in there. So
Yes.
that was a well-prepared one.
Thank
do we
you.
have questions for? Yes. We have one hand here. There's another. Okay, so there are like 4 hands. The guy with the microphone. Oh, we have the lady with the microphone now. So I saw 4 hands. He's speaking. He's here. And there are some hands there. Okay.
Okay. My first question is what's the...
Please, your question, 30 seconds.
Okay.
We can take all the questions together. Do you have a pen? Could you jot down?
I
Maybe
think I
should
have
help
it
you
there.
with one.
Pen.
Let's take all the questions together. Please, 30 seconds. Don't waste time.
What's the average yield per farmer per hectare? And your losses, are they purely mechanical or are there agronomy losses too?
Okay, so the losses are both mechanization and agronomic practices. So if you look at the back of my shed, this is the need of every farmer that is farming pre-nut. I take you just to one side. The groundnuts dry, the groundnuts are ready for harvest. And between the harvest time, okay, and the drying process, we lose most of this. Why? Because it takes sun drying. Most of the environment that dry right now is sun drying. And then the sun dry takes about 4 to 6 weeks, depending on what the weather says. That is actually speculations that are not needed. There is a dryer that we have in process already that can actually dry up to 1 ton per day if you keep it at minimal. So if you dry a ton a day, that is actually taking care of what you should do in 6 weeks. So average turnaround time is fine.
All right, per each farmer, right?
Yes.
That is working on a hectare.
Yes.
Right. How many tons per hectare? How many tons per hectare do they get at harvest? Right.
Okay.
So it's up, let's say a farmer gets say 20 tons per harvest and loses say like.
Depending on the, okay, so for the seedlings that we have, because we provide the farmers the seedlings,
okay.
On the 6 hectaton, we are supposed to get a 15-ton returns, right? So for the 3 tons, that's what I show you. If you go back to the slide, right? On the 3 hectare farmer, each farmer has a 3 hectare, is supposed to get 7 tons. But right now, he comes to about 3.25. That's what you get per returns.
Do you need help in agronomy?
You said what?
Do you need help in agronomy?
No, we are working with IITA, and we have an agronomist that works with the farmers.
So are your farmers in clusters or they are distributed?
No, they are in clusters.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
So I said we'll take all the questions together. That might be more efficient because we still have the healthcare.
We also have some questions online. If you have a question online,
So-
please raise your hand. If you have a question online, raise your hand electronically.
Madam, there's someone after him, okay?
Good afternoon. My name is Frederick Fayomi. My question to you is, what are you doing in the area of a carbon credit? How are you
of what?
Utilizing carbon, getting the credit globally?
Carbon
for
trading,
your,
is that?
Okay, so
I think, hello, just note the questions, okay? Okay. We said we should note in the questions.
Carbon trading.
So you're talking about carbon trading or carbon trading?
Okay. Credit.
Credit. Okay, because I didn't hear what I was saying well. Carbon credit. Oh.
Yeah.
So, did you know that? Carbon credit, yes. Mr. Boyede is here. Next person. Yes. Okay. Madam, leading? Okay,
Hi.
don't worry.
Hello.
I actually like your business. I think
Put the microphone to your mouth, young man. We can hear you.
I can hear you guys.
And the fact that you're supporting women, I think that's very, very nice.
We still can hear you.
My observation is, you mentioned you have LPOs, right?
Yes.
Have you considered like factoring your business? Because if you have LPOs, this demonstrates that you have demands that you're not able to fulfill.
Yes.
So you can talk to money guys, and money guys could fulfill that for you at a percentage of your profit margin. If you want some more, advice on that, you can reach out to me.
All right.
All right, thank you.
There's one hand here. Madam, I don't want us to lose. There's a hand that's been here for a while. And then the man with the red cap. I would name this man probably the most, let me not disclose the category yet.
Thank you very much again.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks to Adenike for that presentation. I want to...
Attention, please. Just a quick recognition of our distinguished senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a friend of the diaspora, distinguished Senator Dr. Victor Ume, OFR, representing Anambra Central Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Diaspora and NGOs. Distinguished, you are welcome.
All right, could we ride on? Yes, you have the floor, Mr.
Okay,
Wilde.
thank you very much. So I want to dream with you as well. So, Titi, please, 30 seconds for the dream and 30 seconds to expand on what Dr. Mark said earlier on.
Okay.
Because the two of them actually fuse into one. Now, I dream with you that we could get the Grand Pyramids back.
Thank
dream with you that that is just one component of economic recovery and also recovery of the heritage that we have lost in the past.
Thank you, sir.
And then weaving it back to what Dr. Mary said about Walmart.
Okay.
I spent 3 days in Arkansas, the global headquarters of Walmart. I sat with the global purchasing director. Everything Dr. Mary said is true. But this is where it becomes a national rather than a personal issue. What it is our economic aspiration in this. One, we're looking at, they told me in Walmart that Nigeria cannot qualify, and no Nigerian company can qualify to supply into Walmart because the parameters are steep. But where you see those challenges is actually where economic prosperity. Take Adenike's venture, for example, and use it as a case to empower enough women to produce kuli that goes to 10 million members of Costco and probably another 10 million of Walmart. It's an opportunity to build the capacity of Nigerian men, of Nigerian farmers, to actually concentrate on product development that is targeted at a particular market that has an end export proceeds in sight.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, if you are getting $19,000 per hectare or per ton, you can extrapolate and say, if we are able to develop, for example, 10,000 women who are only going to produce kuli for an existing market of Walmart and Costco, Nigeria stands to earn $1.9 billion per month or per annum from kuli. That then takes us to the need of not just market development now, but international standardization and compliance. So it can actually become a national project we can focus on. And if we succeed in Granite, we can succeed in Ijebugari, we can succeed in Okomu palm oil, we can succeed in Gum Arabic. That's my submission.
Thank you very much for that powerful recommendation. And indeed, that's the path to go for prosperity.
Wow.
Yes. So how many more people raise their hands? We need to take this very quickly. I just want to be sure. My friend in the red cap. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, Madam Moderator, if we can combine the questions to save
that's
time.
what we want to do, yes. We are going to do it all at once. You're going to take notes at any care. So one person here and two at the back. Am I right? These two, yes.
Yeah,
So 3 more people. Let's run this. 30 seconds. That's the time you have to ask. Quickly.
Thank you very much. So
Thank
my
you.
question,
Right on, please.
yeah, I'm excited about your idea for many reasons, but my focus is on the no waste part, where you want to recycle the husk of the groundnuts into paper bags. The question I want to ask is, since you're working with research and a research institute, have you checked people's allergies to, because some people have very serious peanut allergies, which might affect how far those bags can go, but they're a big need, especially when we're focusing on renewables and biodegradable stuff. So is there any research as to the allergy profile of those bags
All right.
to see how far they can go?
Thank you. The next person. Yes. Don't forget the man in red cap, please. He's probably the last person to ask this question. Okay. Someone has been given the microphone. Okay, they're coming to you now.
I want to thank you, moderator, Mrs. Titi Ojo. Am I right?
Yes, you're right.
At the expense of not changing my name is Omonigo or Tanocha. Thank you. My comments are, Madam, I like peanuts. I'm from Ugwerum, Delta State. We make one of the best granules in this country. Okay. My point is that I think you need to connect with the man that does organic food so that you could leverage on what they call a community of practice. For example, every university, they all have cooperatives. And agriculture is somewhere anybody can invest in without having problems with the financial regulators. Also to commend that Fred Fayomi, who's behind me here, mentioned about carbon credit. We can help you out with that because if you are converting husk, which will naturally ferment or degrade to form methane, which affects the carbon, climate change, climate action, you can actually convert them to green energy. Husk, we have done research in that. We have published, and we also have patents on that. We can support you with that.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's beautiful. So that's all right. I think there's one more hand. Are we okay? Okay, there's one more hand somewhere there. Yes, so that's the last person. And after that, please, you just have about 2 minutes. Just answer this question very quickly.
Thank you so much. My name is Oluwaseun Mabika. I'm representing the Managing Director at Financing and Partnerships Africa. I would really love to work with you to get financing. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. So over to you.
All right, thank you very much. I would like you to run to my slides, to the last slide where you have the national loss by not having. Let's just keep it there for me. The last slide, I will use it to answer one of the questions.
You
so
have
on the carbon
1 minute
credit,
more.
I would come to you, sir, and take more knowledge. There's no man that is a wealth of knowledge. You have to always collaborate. That's why I'm in this kind of room. And thank you to NDIS. So the carbon credits, I would just mention that we are also making briquettes out of the shells of the groundnut. And that briquette, to tell you, the interesting part of our findings is that the briquettes can go to power the rotary dryer that we have found. So you see that we are reducing energy usage and by using the briquettes to power the rotary dryer. So we're working on the carbon credit. The paper bags one is part of trying to do the circularity work, which we partner with Lagos State government and trying to see how the circularity economy can be empowered. So that takes me to your question, Ma. We're still on research level. Research is one of the greatest key area to help small businesses to push because it takes part of our chunk of finances. So if you have any idea in that area, I'm very welcome and open to it. On the groundnut pyramid, if you look at my shirt very well, that is the dream I'm carrying in my heart, and it will come back to Nigeria. I want somebody to say amen with me. Amen. So on the groundnut pyramid, it will come back. It's our heritage, and will come back. Now, on the export level, the last slide, I don't know, my slide, I wanted to show you to emphasize what he was talking about. The target for export is not just for us to export products. You and I agree that if I have to produce 200 million kulikuli for Nigerians to eat, we cannot even finish eating it. But the export level is to do two things for me. To restore the image of the national flag of Nigeria. We can export and we can sit in Walmart. It's already been done. Real Fruits have done it. Some other women are doing it. And I will also do it by the grace of God. So we can export to bring foreign exchange into Nigeria. That is my reason of exporting. And when I stood before World Bank to tell them about what I was doing, I won a project to a training in America, and I did a 7-month rigorous training on this product and analysis to make me export ready. One of the statements the World Bank woman said to me, and I will say it here again. She said, "Why are you so concerned about removing aflatoxins from groundnut? Can't you just produce it like that?" I said, "My people do not deserve to eat junks. As much as your people deserve to eat what is best, my people, Nigerians, deserve to eat the best." So I'm producing the best for you because you deserve to eat the best. Let me say to you, 30% protein is in this granite. Every child eating this is better than eating biscuits. That is a brain functionality. That is immune boosting. That is more than enough for a child to be in his well state to study hard. So it should not be sold less.
Let's put hands together for Adenike. She's so passionate.
That's what
she has to stand outside though, and she has the product. So it would be great if we go pick a pack.
Yes, I'll be available to answer all questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So
please note that most of our teachers are around. You can always catch up with them during some leisure time or during the break.
Thank you.
I'm also visiting yours. That was the place I visited first when I arrived today.
Oh, the
It was your kuli stand.
Oh my goodness.
I told them I was coming
That's
back.
the best snacks that exist in the world.
All right,
I can tell you about
Adenike. Awesome presentation. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, we are privileged to have the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, I'm told, represented. Is the representative of the ministry here, please? The representative of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, that's the new name. Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Is the representative here? Oh, yes, he is. Sir, please, we welcome you, sir. That's the representative. We welcome you, sir. And we will be giving you, so we were told that the ministry would want to tell diasporans what they are looking for, what they really want to take Nigeria to the next level in terms of agriculture and food security. So we've identified the representative of the minister, and we'll be bringing him up in a bit, just after the last speaker for agriculture. Madam Moderator.
All right. So we're heading to the end of the pitching before we now get our representative of the minister to speak with us. The last person, the last but not the least, his name is Martins. Mr. Martins, are you here? Hello, are you here? If you're here, please wave. Oh, thank you very much. So we have the last pitch, and the agri pitch has been the longest, and I think it's still the longest in this program. But I believe we've made some good pitching has happened, and some renewal of hope, right? Make we go farm. Oh my God. Yes.
What is his name? Okay. My slide, please.
You have 3 minutes.
My name is Onakpama Martins, the founder and president of Quebec Foods, the convener of the initiative Make We Go Farm across Nigeria, and also officially endorsed recently by the National Food Stamp Program. Quebec Food is a registered company incorporated in 2002. And when we started, we focused on how we can revitalize, revamp existing integrated farm estates, processing plants and all that are shut down as a result of COVID or lack of pre-funding and all that, bailout funds for them to restart. So last year I was here and I pitched about the Make We Go Farm initiative. I want to say to Nigerians in diaspora today that we have been able to do the first edition, the second, the third, and the fourth. We suspended the fifth edition because of clash of activities. We wanted to do it this week so that Nigerians in diaspora can also be part. So quickly, please, I need my slide. I'll be sharing with Nigerians today what we call the farmland lease allocation and farm financing model as a solution to food insecurity and food insufficiency in Nigeria. While my slide is coming up, I'm asking for 4.5 billion, which will be spread into cultivation of 500 hectares of cassava, 500 hectares of rice, setting up a cassava gari processing plant, and as well a rice mill of two designs, automated and parboiling system, to ensure that we can be able to produce about 2 trucks in a day to serve most especially palliatives that we have had opportunities in last year, which we are still looking at to have. The fund will be splitted in that manner so that we can achieve one of the problems we have seen. The issue now is for Quebec to deliver in terms of capacity. We have been able to achieve two major opportunities to be able to provide food for the Nigerian Civil Defense Corps nationwide across the 36 states. And also we launched the program called the Food Production Contribution Program. This is to make sure that every vulnerable Nigerian that cannot afford 3 square meals should be able to be part of this. But thank God that the federal government have seen where we are going through the support and the assistance with Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Bank of Agriculture, NAFDAC, FCCP, and all that, buying into our initiative, seeing that what we are talking about is the real thing. And I want to be happy, I'm happy today that the representative of the minister is here. I want to let Nigerians know that the government is doing everything possible to make sure that no Nigerian go to bed hungry. And that is part of the reason we are doing this now. So if they can't pick my slide, I go straight. If you have this pamphlet,
you're almost done.
If you have this pamphlet, what we are doing is that we want to see how we can cultivate 500 hectares of farmland across all the train stations we have in Nigeria. From the Itakpe train station to the last one in Delta State, from FCT Abuja to Kaduna, from Yaba Lagos to Ibadan. What are we going to do is to make sure that every household become a farmer. What they just need to do is to contribute 35% equity. And the financial institution like Bank of Agriculture and African Development Bank provides 65% of that funds. What we want to do, everyone that has a farmland in this country, we no longer sell their inheritance. You make that land available to Quebec and our strategic partners, and what you get over 12 million naira as annual lease fee for just releasing your land to Nigerians to farm. Secondly, when we now look at cassava value chain, you should be able to earn as a family more than 92 million naira yearly for just cassava farm. So if this suits what you want and you feel this is what Nigeria needs, this is the only solution. People have been talking about product, but I'm concerned about we can feed a growing population that is dying of starvation and hunger. We are seeing people who want to farm, but they are scared of their life. And that is what we have succeeded in doing to make sure that the Commander General of Nigerian Civil Defense Corps partner with us to provide security. For issue of security, there will be no problem for Nigerians who want to farm. Issues of access to farmland, no problem anymore. Issue to access to fund will not be a problem. The Bank of Agriculture is ready to do that. And for every Nigerian that wants to farm, the business is open for you to partner with Quebec. So the train stations is to mitigate the issue of transport. Because the problem is, today we produce rice. And people make over 30,000 naira in just one bag of rice.
You should be wrapping up.
One bag of rice. Is it affordable to Nigerians? As a processor and as a producer, from 150 kg bag of rice, you can do it within 78,000. Why sell rice to Nigerians at 100 and something thousand? So for those of us here in diaspora, we are subsidizing rice for you if you are interested for 89,500. As far you can buy up to 50 and above. Thank you and God bless. I take my question.
Please, let's clap for him, Mr. Martins. You could see his passion. He wanted to come to the center and continue. Well, you see, he had to go back to the microphone. We're sorry that...
I'm sorry, ma.
Yeah,
So
it's okay. It's passion.
Our farm estate unveiled
that
at the
led you away
4th
from the
edition,
mic.
and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture is aware of this.
Okay.
Bank of Agriculture, all the agencies we are working to sit down.
So let's take feedback. Thank you. Let's get questions. Someone's hand is up already. Are there other questions? If you have a question, please don't hesitate to raise up your hand.
Hello, my dear. I like your passion. The concern I have is you seem to be eating the whole elephant in one bite.
Okay.
You know, we say the way to eat an elephant is one bite at a time. The ask is how much again?
4.5 billion.
You see. Is there no way you can scale this from pilot to the next phase, someone to plunk in 4 billion into a new enterprise? I saw your 3D video. So it appears there's nothing concrete on the ground as we speak, and you want to jump to 4 billion. My advice, good idea, I like your passion, scale it down so people can begin to bite and succeed.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. The second person, just a minute.
Okay.
Someone raise a hand at this side. Did someone raise their hand here? We saw a hand up. Yes. Hello? There's someone in front. Ajia, behind the couch there. Ajia, the mic is coming to you.
Hello again. I would like to commend him on his passion for what he does, but still I'm emphasizing on quality and like the gentleman said, maybe you can, bring it down. Just don't try to take it big so that you can control the quality. Quality is very important. It's very important for us in diaspora. Thank you.
Okay, he wanted to respond. Is there any other person with a question? Okay, so...
Okay, Prof, I take
Yes.
the first question. This is not a startup. As I speak to you, what we have done before now is to partner with existing mills and factories. And what we get is disappointment. As May this year, we gave out 1,000 bags of 5 kg gari to 1,000 households in FCT. The issue here today is we have the market, and we feel the best thing to do to sustain in cassava, you must go into the planting. We have our director of processing who works and manages flour mill cassava processing value chain at Ogun State. Have 12 experience in this value chain. So we are not a startup. And the site we are talking about is just by Kokona local government here. It's one of the sites we are opening so that Nigerians can feed. I've related with the poor. When you say poor, people are dying of food. And people no longer buy semovita. The best they go for now is gari and fufu. So I want to say this because it's an opportunity. All agri pictures today, there is a market, and I want us to work together as a team. Not just coming to NDIS to pitch. We want to feed our growing population. I just announced to you that we have been endorsed by the National Food Stamp Program. That tells you a market. That tells you Nigerians need to eat. This is to ensure that the palliative funds are no longer spent anyhow. They want to work with processors to see that every vulnerable in this country gets food to eat. And people want to farm. We can only provide that opportunity for them where security is guaranteed. They have access to farmland. People don't sell their farmland anymore. So we needed that 4.5 billion. About 500 and something million goes for cassava farm. Per tonnage of cost of per one tonnage is 1,162,000. At a net profit, you get 3.8 million. For the rice value chain, we are talking about 500 hectares, ought to be done in Nasarawa State. I've gone through parts in this country, and I've seen that if we want to solve the issue of price control for Nigerians, so that the begging spirit that has taken over this country, that people can no longer feed, we need to team together with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture with good ideas to see that people can feed for themselves. People want to farm, but the issue is they are scared of security. Herdsmen, this has been resolved. Thank you.
Wow. Now we have, it reminds me of activists, like, the activists like, yes! And indeed, this is our collective, it's a collective responsibility, truly. Not just only to Mr. Martins, but to every one of us. There's so much we need to do to make this, the agri sector boom again. There are so many challenges, and we've had about 15 presentations, pitches, since we arrived here. And glad is the last pitcher, and it's like the conscience just calling us to this. Any way we can support. Like Prof said, the way to eat an elephant is to eat it a bit at a time. There's so much you put down on the table. It's about structuring it in a way that is manageable, and you can replicate the success of one pilot over the rest. That's quite important, especially when you want to implement projects like this. We need to bite it. The elephant has to be eaten a bite at a time. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're doing great work. Well
Just to
done.
round people,
Well done.
the Center for Climate Change has endorsed us, and each of the institutions that are handling agri courses are going to be partnered with the Make We Go Farm movement. It's a movement for positive change. I said it last year that watch how it will grow. We have succeeded 4 sessions now, and Nigerians wants to farm.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Mr. MC, is Mr. MC here?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So as I announced earlier, but unfortunately I'm told that the representative of the minister is not able to wait and has stepped out. But we do have the vice president of NASME, Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, Dr. Nura Bello, And he's coming up now. Please welcome him with a round of applause to tell us. Okay, before him, I announced earlier that we have Senator Dr. Victor Ume OFR here with us. And I know that he has something to say about agriculture, and he also knows what the government wants from the diasporans. Please welcome distinguished Senator Chairman, Senate Committee on Diaspora and NGOs, Anambra Central Senatorial District, Senator Dr. Victor C. Ume OFR. Distinguished, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here once again. I was here yesterday, and today I try to free myself from the other engagements I have to come and look in again and see how it has been going here with all of you. I hope you've been having very fruitful deliberations. When I came in, the pitching session is on agriculture. And from what I heard, about 15 presentations have been made. The truth is that agriculture remains the best opportunities we have to be able to develop our economy. With the vast lands we have and the very fertile soils, we're in a position to produce what we can eat and what we can export to other countries of the world. So many discussions have been made on the food items that have been ferried from Africa to the United States to Europe and so on and so forth. Yam, cocoyam, and other agric crops that we have been producing without any effort to mechanize their processes. God so endowed us that we have been planting these crops and we have been harvesting bountifully. Now the challenge is on the agri value chain. The products we have, both cattle, cassava. The young man who has just spoken very passionately about the things we can do with the cassava is the truth that he has told us. If we put our attention on how to harness these agri products and transform them, reproduce them into the forms that they will be demanded, both in Nigeria and outside Nigeria, we have contributed so much towards diversifying the economy of Nigeria. Many people look at Nigeria as an oil-rich nation and forgetting that oil is taking the back seat globally in terms of revenue generation. Agric is it. I've traveled extensively both to the United States, to Canada, to Europe, and I know that agriculture is the mainstay of most nations. The first thing that will make you great is for you to be self-sufficient in food production. Because if you're able to feed your population, you can go into adventure to do other things, other scientific programs. But if you can't feed yourself, you continue to struggle. There will be hunger. Nigeria, everybody is hungry today. Most of their population are looking for food. Any place you see people sharing palliatives, you see thousands of people lining up to get something to eat. But yet, we once had the program called Operation Feed the Nation here in years back, where we were encouraged to produce what we can eat. At least every family can produce what that family needs to survive from January to December. The extra will be what you contribute to the market. So let's go farm that came here. you are marketing a very good initiative that everybody should return to farming. If you can't go into commercial farming, you can go into subsistence farming so that you can survive and feed your families. Yesterday I was here and I was happy to listen to all the presentations. And I know that the things people have expressed here today will add to those said yesterday. My own is to come back and say thank you people for coming. This Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, we are holding it in Nigeria. I'm also the Lord, like I've been telling the chairman of NIDCOM, that to have to carry this investment summit to where you live. It's not easy for people to leave their businesses where you live abroad to come to Nigeria to participate in Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit. If we're able to bring it nearer to you in your various locations, I'm sure we'll have wider and larger participation. So the Commission will be working towards that, bearing financial constraints. But I know that if we're able to come and do this in the various regions of the world, Nigerians will be in more number to attend, to be able to buy into these things. We'll come with Nigeria Investment Promotion Council and other agencies of government that have something to present to our diaspora community. So I thank you for making out time, despite the high cost of flying now. You're able to leave your stations to come to Nigeria. And like I said yesterday, this one being hosted at the seat of government to Nigeria shows you how serious the government of the day is about our diaspora community. So we need you, we need your collaboration. I would like to say that when you are going back, may the Almighty God lead you back safely until we have another platform. This one is an annual event. Next year you come again. When you come to Nigeria, one day we'll come to America, we'll come to Canada, we'll go to the UK, where we will be nearer to you. And anything we're able to carry, we'll carry over. And the business plans and programs that are already developed by various agencies of government. The Agriculture Ministry today is one of the most funded ministries in Nigeria through appropriation, because we know that if we don't invest in commercial agriculture through mechanization of our farms and probably ranching to produce this meat, which can be canned and sent abroad, we'll be beaten about the bush. So Agric has very large chunk of our national budget for 2024. And the National Assembly is determined to increase provision for that sector in 2025 budget. Because if we get our agri sector working, a lot of our problems will be reduced. Having participated in this conference, this summit, if you are going back, if there is anything you have discovered that you consider as impediments towards your coming to invest in Nigeria, and you think legislation will help to solve the problem, you can articulate them, send to the Madam Diaspora, Right Honorable Abike Dabrielewa. He can pass it to us. Then we'll address it through our legislative processes to remove those things that may be impeding you from coming home easily to do anything in any sector of Nigeria. So that's the offer we have for you from the National Assembly. And as the chairman of the Senate Committee on Diaspora, on behalf of the National Assembly, I want to thank you. Tomorrow I will not be available. That's why I made sure that I'm here to say thank you for coming and wish you a safe journey back to your locations. I'll be traveling to London in the morning. Otherwise, I would have been here tomorrow to be part of every part of this process. So I thank you very much, and we look forward to having you next year, NDIS, here in Nigeria, I don't know where Abike will hold next year on, whether it will be Abuja or Lagos or wherever. Anambra, we are ready. We are ready. So be assured of our esteemed considerations and our appreciation of the immense contributions you are making towards the development of this country. So God bless you and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
A round of applause for distinguished senator.
What is this one? Clapping, okay.
Yeah, that's
Mr.
the clapping.
MC, I want to officially close the panel. And yes, I want to take pictures with the honorable.
Okay, so we'll take pictures quickly with distinguished. The Right Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri-Erewa and the dignitaries in the front seats. Dr. Badewa. Dr. Badewa, please, quickly, for photograph. The members of the committee who are around. I know I saw Dr. Bassi, if he's around. Dr. Bassi, sir, please join for photograph, sir. Dr. Yakubu Bassi, if he's around. The focal persons from the 36 states of the Federation, please join for photograph. The King from Canada, please join for photograph. The Vice President, Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, Dr. Nura Bello, NASME VP, please join. The NASME VP, please join for photograph. Dr. Nura Bello. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll quickly take a brief remark from the Director General, or rather the Vice President of NASME, Nigeria Association of Small. Okay, we'll need to go online. We'll need to go online now. We have mentioned previously that Mr. John Olajide will be online to interact with us, and I'm told he's there now. Yes, we can see you. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you see and hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. So you're welcome.
Thank you.
Go ahead. So like we mentioned, we heard him in the morning, and we'll be taking questions or interactions for him. But for those who probably didn't meet up with the morning statement he made, can we request, sir, that you just very briefly do a summary of what you said in the morning, and then we'll take responses.
Thank you very much. You can hear me loud and clear, correct?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I stand on all existing protocol, as they say in Nigeria, but I want to especially recognize the chairman and CEO of the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, Right Honorable Abike Dabiri-Erewa, for the opportunity to have this conversation and for putting on an incredible summit. And I heard someone call her earlier Madam Diaspora. I know she works tirelessly to advance the interests of Nigerians everywhere, and I think we should really especially commend her for all the work that she does. In my early comments, I shared my story, shared a lot of my background, and I talked about the work that I do. I'm dialed in here from Dallas, Texas, where one of my companies, Access, is headquartered, and we're the leading provider of technology services for healthcare at home all over the world. We're all over the U.S. and operate on 4 continents, so we're the industry leader in our space globally. And in addition to that, I also invest actively in Nigeria through a company called Covista Holdings. It's a holdings company, and we have investments in various sectors. We have investments in technology. We own Covista Technologies. It may surprise you to know that it's the largest employer of software engineers in Nigeria. It's headquartered in Lagos, Ilopeju to be precise. We're also in the hospitality space. About 2.5 years ago, we took over the concession for Ikogosi Resort. It's a national treasure that everyone knows, and we've turned it around now and continue to make investments there. And it's been voted 2 years in a row now as the best holiday resort destination in Nigeria. And I invite all of you to go see it. And I'm glad that we turned that around from a complete state of dilapidation to a world-class tourism and hospitality asset. And for me, that underscores what is possible when people are committed. One of my favorite quotes is that whatever your mind can conceive of and you believe and work hard, you can achieve. So I believe that a turnaround that's happened, for instance, in the Ikogosi Resort, is indicative of the turnaround that we all want to see happen in Nigeria, where it's about prosperity and a lot of progress. I'm also a farmer. I'm known as a technology leader globally, but I'm also proud to be a humble farmer. We own a farm in Ekiti State called Agbeyawa Farms. Feel free to go visit it online, agbeyawa.com. And we're into the cassava value chain. So we have a 10,000 hectare owned farm site, and then we have a partnership with the state government to cultivate up to 100,000 hectares through an outgrower scheme where we involve smallholder farmers in everything that we're doing. And what's beautiful about what we're doing is, in addition to our own farm, we have guaranteed market offtakes, meaning all the cassava that's cultivated over the 100,000 hectares, we will buy and eventually process. So we want to make sure one of the biggest challenges that farmers face is access to market. In addition to giving them access to market, we're also providing all the inputs and extension services and support to help them be successful. And I think before I continue, it's important to share the reasons why I'm investing in Nigeria. There are 3 reasons. The first is to create jobs for people. That's my number 1 reason. And the second reason is to create more jobs.
All right.
And I'm sure now you can guess what the third reason is. It's even more jobs. So my 3 reasons for investing in Nigeria is jobs, jobs, jobs.
All right, sir. We want to take questions.
Helps address a lot of the challenge, unemployment, and rest of us, and all the things that's in the country. So
all right.
That's a summary of really what
yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So we'll take responses. First, I would hand the mic to, responses. That's 1. Any other? Okay, so let's take you. Please come forward. Yes. Yes, can we see him on the screen, please? And then, go ahead. Go ahead. So here we go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Olajide. I don't know if it's morning or afternoon in Dallas, Texas.
Can you hear him?
Yeah, it's morning. It's 7:15 a.m. here.
Hi. So I heard your talk about tech and hospitality, and that directly falls into what we're doing. So I would like to understand what would be what you're looking for in Nigeria now, and how can we leverage on each other's resources to create mutual benefit?
Thank you very much for the question. Earlier I mentioned how my primary reason for investing in the country is jobs, jobs, jobs. And to do that, we cannot do it alone. So I'm interested in making sure I support an ecosystem to help others be as successful as possible. So in the tech space, we want to make sure the engineers that work for us are serving global clients, and we want to continue to upskill them and support them to be very successful. Some of them have gone on to go invest and build their own companies. I support and invest in that. So we want to make sure we're strengthening the ecosystem and working with everyone in the tech ecosystem to help them be successful and bringing our global know-how to make things work. So I'm sure you can send me a note later through the chairperson, and we can find a way so you can be connected to what we're doing, and we can find a way to be helpful. Similarly, in the hospitality space, our goal again is to continue to provide as many resources for everyone. The Ikogosi result that I mentioned is just really a way we wanted to go find the most difficult asset to invest in and turn it around and prove that we can do that. So our vision
is to be the leading provider of hospitality assets across the African continent. And so we'll have projects in the pipeline for world-class hospitality assets in Lagos and Abuja to start with, and other markets. And we're investing in other places. So our philosophy is to work with others, to partner with others. So feel free to reach out and let's see. And we're connected to the ecosystems that we're working, whether it's the technology group in Nigeria or even the Hotel Managers Association and things like that. We're very plugged in and connected to all those communities, and I invite you to be a member of that. And let's find ways to connect offline. But one of our philosophies is to make sure we're connected to the ecosystem in an industry that we are part of, because we believe a rising tide lifts all boats, and want to make sure everyone succeeds together. And the last thing that I'll say is, I've mentioned how we want to create jobs and create jobs and create jobs. And the way we invest is beyond just making money. Our approach is want to create value and transform lives. So wherever we invest, things get better. So your idea of wanting to reach out a partner lines up very naturally with how we conduct business and how we approach business. So look forward to connecting some more.
Okay, with the last question, can we appreciate our brother, Mr. Niyo Olajide? Thank you so much for your very inspirational speech this morning. And I remember you asked us a pertinent question, what we're willing to do for our country. And I thank you for what you are doing for your country. As you see, he's just been humble. He is one of the richest guys in the whole wide world, but he's not keeping his riches in America. He came to Nigeria to change things. He's the largest employer of labor from the diaspora. Please clap for this fine gentleman. So, and he's from Ekiti Kete. Look at them. And Ikogose Warm Spring, Mr. Olajide single-handedly renovated and remodeled the Ikogose Warm Spring to be one of the biggest tourist attractions in the world today. So he's just a humble person. But Mr. Olajide, by our next NDIS, we also want your company to invest in some of the pitches that we have seen here today. A lot of amazing young men and women who have business that I know that Access can invest in. Thank you very much. We want to see you in person next year for Diaspora Day, for Diaspora Investment Summit, and we'll go hold to the next one in Ikogose Warm Spring. Do we agree? Yeah. Thank you, my brother. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity. I wish you a successful rest of the summer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We need to also appreciate him. It's 3 a.m., right, where you are?
No. It's now it's 7:20 a.m.
Oh, it's a.m. So thank you very much for staying up for this. Please, another round of applause for him. With this, we conclude this session as we now move on immediately to the next pitching session. And this is about healthcare. We need to do this with dispatch. So I want to invite quickly the moderator, Dr. Friday Okbo Ujuju, consultant, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Wuse District Hospital, Abuja, Nigeria. There he comes. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Friday. We also have Otumba Lekon Ewenla. Otumba Lekon Ewenla, is he around? Yes, he is. Please, to the stage. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them. Now, we have Peaches Teve Michael Nse. Teve is there. Teve, please come up. Mfo Nta. Is Mfo Nta here? Mfo Nta, are you here? Okay. Olubori Onosoya. Olubori Onosoya. Here? Yes. Salifu Ernest. Here? Tinu Olanrewaju Okebukola. Okay. Ayo Adebamiwo. Is Ayo here?
It's online.
Okay, he's online. Okay, Ayo. We feel you. Fatima Bello. Are you here online? Then we have Donyi Adeshida. Is Donyi here online? Online. So we'll take the first speaker.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here.
Just before we take him, I'll keep a chair for the interventionists to join also. The interventionist for the healthcare, Mrs. Adiola Dorcas Folorunshaw. Please a round of applause for her. Do we have Mrs. Dayobong Etim? Is she here? Dayobong Etim? Oh, she is. Please come up. I'll put a chair for you. Please come up. Please a round of applause for her as well. They'll serve as interventionists. So we'll need to do this with dispatch. So Mr. Tevense, you have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here. My name is Michael. I'm from the SEDO Initiative for Children with Special Needs, SECHID. We are here to ask for 200 million to build a home for children with cerebral palsy. While thousands of Nigerian children with cerebral palsy are highly discriminated against and in some communities outrightly killed, there are limited homes to take care of these children. Thus, SECHID. SECHID was birthed from the experience of a couple who had 2 children with cerebral palsy. Though these children are past now, SECHID has remained a home for many more Nigerian children with cerebral palsy. We've had over 300 children in our center since our session. We have impacted way over 5,000 children and their caregivers. We currently have 17 children in the center, but the demand continues to rise. We currently occupy a 4-bedroom apartment and a 3-rooms office area valued at over 150 million naira. And the land we intend to develop is valued at over 50 million naira. Both properties were donated by our founder, but we've not been alone. We have had a lot of support from different organizations, including Nigerians in Diaspora Euro, who has visited us twice. And this year, they helped us register our children and staff for a 1-year national health insurance scheme. MTN Foundation has given us food for 2 consecutive years. We've received a bus from Worship for Change. We also partner and collaborate with the government through different ministries, departments, and agencies like the Social Development Board, who refers children to us. And recently, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the federal government through the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. In terms of organizational assessment, we file our annual returns with the Corporate Affairs Commission and our audited accounts with the Federal Inland Revenue Service. We also have core members. We've been recognized by different...
So you have 1 minute. You'll want to do your ask now, please.
Thank you. We've been recognized by different organizations and we have core members. Your money is not only going to provide shelter for these children, it is going to also ensure the sustainability of this initiative. And in return for your massive investment, you stand the opportunity to receive naming rights to several aspects of the building, including the halls, the dormitories, the therapy rooms, and others. You could also become an advisory board member. You could also be immortalized in such as history through a wall of fame. You also have rights to media and social prints recognition, among several other juicy offers. On behalf of the thousands of Nigerian children whom you are about to impact, I say thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
So, thank you, Mr. Michael, for the wonderful work you're doing. At this point, we would like to find out, does anybody have any question?
Yes, so if you have a question, raise your hand. The moderator has opened the floor. We'll just take one. Please raise your hand if there's any. If there isn't, we go straight to the interventionist. Mr. Moderator, it's back to you.
It's okay.
The interventionist.
Okay, that was a very wonderful one.
Thank you.
Globally, there are about 29 million disabilities in Nigeria, rather. It means that the number is increasing. And I heard that you have like 4-bedroom apartments.
Yes, for children.
For how many children?
17 children.
17 children.
Yeah.
How is that well spaced and how, because they need a lot of aids to be able to manage this development. So how are you doing that? And
that is one of the issues we have, and that's why we're here. The space is not enough. That's why we need to expand.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how have you been recruiting these people? How do you bring them into your organization?
Okay, so we work with different organizations, including Social Development Board. We have a child currently who was referred by Social Development Board. We also have children that we've rescued. We have a story of a child called Teso. Teso was declared for dead He was asked to be killed before we rescued him. As we speak, he's in school of the deaf in Kuje. We rescued him. He's in our center, and so many other children like that. So there are times we get referred by government agencies. There are times we get referred by other people like you, and then Nigerians in diaspora, and so many other organizations. Yeah.
So we take the next interventionist.
Thank you.
We have Mrs. Doye Bong Etim.
Okay, can I say something?
Yes. Sure, sir.
My name is Otumbali Kwewinla. I am the Managing Director, CEO of Ultimate SHMO. I think it's important for us to begin to expand our requests for investment at this kind of platform. For instance, I want to highlight the fact that with what you're doing, all you didn't do, first of all, is to try and reach out to the National Health Insurance Authority and seek for possibly the accreditation of your facility, no matter how small it might be. Because the moment you succeed in achieving that, that could lead to the enlistment of your facility on the network of facilities that will provide services such as you do for Nigerian children, okay? And that could drive systematic flow of enrollees or patients to your facility. I personally want you to look at that direction. I could also be of assistance to you, maybe after this outing, so that I don't just be coming to us for funds. Another thing I want us to begin to note, which I think I have said briefly while I was on the floor, is the need for us to begin to unpack our needs thoroughly and professionally. It's not all about asking for funds. We should be looking at what exactly do we need to do. If you need professional support, I think you should begin to look out for that. Because coming up here to request for funds goes beyond just asking. We need to understand the fact that we need to put our best foot forward, and starting with the integrity. People need to see how committed and how serious-minded you are when you are putting all these requests forward. So, for me, to be part of this, I really want us to begin to broaden our requests and not just limiting it to requests for financial support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. In the absence of any other question?
Can I react to that?
Okay, want to react to that?
Yes, we have an interventionist. I think we've not heard from Mrs. Doye Bong Etim.
Okay.
Very interesting listening to you.
Thank you very much.
What you said. Now, what came to my mind was, I think Mrs. Adiola mentioned something close to that, was how can this needy children get to you? So my thinking will now be the health financing aspect of it. How are they able to, we know health care is costly, it's not cheap, it doesn't come cheap. So how are they able to pay the bills? Are there ways you can maybe partner with health financing bodies? For instance, my name is Diabong Vitalisatim, I'm from NNPC HMO. So for the HMO aspect, for NNPC HMO, we're looking at, one of the things we're looking at actually ways we can ensure that health financing is taken care of. Where the need is identified, how are this need being made in terms of the funds, and how can they get this payment made? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just quick follow up with that. I specifically this morning followed you on LinkedIn to see what you're doing. Yeah. You need more visibility. Yeah. With that, it will help with partnership and collaboration. Yeah. Because of the statistics in Nigeria of people with disability, there's a whole lot of work to be done. You cannot do it by yourself. So you need to build your visibility, but more than it is right now. Okay?
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause.
I'm not to react, sir.
You're done?
I'm not to react.
No.
Do you need to react? There are pieces of advice. So, Mr. Moderator, it's back to you.
Okay. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you.
It's all right. So, without wasting much time, we'll call on Mr. Mfon Nta, Biocybernetics, to come up to the stage.
Mfon Nta, are you here? I think it's a she.
Okay, she. Round of applause.
You have 3 minutes. Your time is already counting.
Please go straight to the point.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I prepared a speech here. My name is Dr. Mfon Nta, and I stand before you today not just to present a company, but to share a vision. A vision that intertwines the rich heritage of African medicine with cutting-edge technology. We believe that healthcare should be immensely beneficial to everyone in the health pipeline, from us, the patients, to the healthcare provider, to the research scientists, to the technology builders, and to the system. The future of healthcare is incredibly exciting, but here is the reality. If we're not building it ourselves, we will be left waiting for solutions that are not designed with our needs in mind. We're losing our brilliant minds to more lucrative opportunities abroad, and it's up to us to change that story. We're offering 7% of our company equity for 425 million Nigerian naira. This investment will fuel our expansion and innovation, supporting the critical components of our mission and enabling groundbreaking health solutions tailored to our communities. Our biotechnological laboratory development is at the core of our operations. It's a space for advancing precision medicine, biocomputing, and neurotechnology. This laboratory will drive revenue through licensing, partnerships, and the development of neurochips that harness biological community for sustainable data processing. These innovations position us as a leader in health data analysis and artificial intelligence-driven diagnostics, creating solutions that are truly designed for the African context. We deeply understand the transformative power of research. Just last month, our work was quoted in the New York Times after being published in Nature Scientific Journal, where we highlighted a major gap in medical device data. This research underscores the critical need for inclusive data in health technology, as mistakes in this field are costly and every population deserves accurate healthcare solutions. We are thrilled to have world-renowned collaborators such as Ifedayo Emmanuel, a visionary neurophysicist at the University of Oregon, and the inventor of retinotopic mechanics, a pioneering framework showing how interconnected neurons function within a neural force field. Additionally, Professor Adamski, head of the Unconventional Computing Laboratory at Bristol, has offered his collaboration and support on our mission.
Dr. Nta, you have just 1 minute. You may want to do your ask.
Yeah. Here is the truth. Without our data, artificial intelligence cannot serve us the way it's supposed to. This data means data collected from the perspective of an artificial intelligence engineer. Our artificial intelligence engineers, myself included, are focused on building models that reflect the complexities of our people's health. Imagine a world where your medical intervention is not based on generic data, but on understanding the life of your family, the conditions they have overcome, and the strengths they have cultivated. I say all this to mean that it can be done, and the only way that future exists is the one we create. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How many percent equity are you offering?
Okay. We are offering 7% of our company equity for 425 million Nigerian naira.
Great.
So, apart from this, we are also open to partnership, collaborations, and other negotiations.
Is that right? Thank you. Do you have any clarification, any question from the audience?
Okay, there's one here. There's one here.
Good afternoon, everyone. The pitch you just listened to is one of those that we put in quite a bit of work. I'm sure you know by now that there's a team at the back there doing the work in here, preparing these people. But on this, I just want to say to you, take your time. This is all you could get in the little time window of 3 minutes, 90 seconds, whatever. There is a lot more. So I will encourage anybody who's interested to make time and engage with this. This is a genius at work. If you understood what we have put before you, save the video of today and ask me about it in a few years. this is one of the best things I have seen coming out of Nigeria.
Thank you
We
very
can show
much.
it all here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Any other one? We can take only one more. Just one more.
One more.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm Tunde Balogun. Thank you, Doctor. I'll look my comment and question from consultancy perspective.
Okay.
You're fine. Research scientists or biotechnology, you made reference to laboratory research. Is there a methodological approach to that?
Yes, there is. So in my research that I did with the Stanford Medical University that was published in New York Times, yes. So we gathered data from over 600 research papers that were used to build federal medical devices in the US. And then we thoroughly went through these papers like one by one, and then we recorded the data we were getting. So that's where we got our results from.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. The interventionist, please.
Again, well done. I think there's a question. And carry on.
I think it's okay.
This.
That will be the last question. The last question, please. The last. Oh, I don't. We are short of time. Let's move. You can engage with her later. You engage with her later. Please, go on.
Yes, with the artificial intelligence is a big deal in medicine right now.
Yeah.
How are you, it's just because there are a lot of potential investors here. Yeah. And just to make sure that when it comes to healthcare, we do not joke with data in the formation of people, right? How are you making sure that this information is going to the proper channel without any litigation?
Okay. So, thank you very much for that question. So artificial intelligence is only as useful as the data that is used to build it. So even if there is an AI model that exists, if we build on top of it, it does not contain our data. That's what our research showed. So if we need to build artificial intelligence models for Nigeria, for Africa, we need to gather that data by ourselves. And gathering this data needs specialized eyes. It needs specialized people who are familiar with the healthcare industry. I am an artificial intelligence engineer, and I have met other artificial intelligence engineers that are building specifically for healthcare. So these are the team of people I'm working with.
Wonderful. Great. Hello?
Okay. Yeah, questions.
All right.
Yeah, two questions. Can we just quickly get these two people? Yes.
It's okay.
Can somebody give him
Just
the mic?
Hello? Can give him, let him use it.
Thank you for the kind of work you do.
Thank you very much.
I'm a mechanical engineer in aerospace. Okay, and my question is, when you are collecting your data, do you look at what is available within the African context in the traditional medicine?
Yes.
And if yes, please, can you explain a little bit how you incorporate the African traditional medicine into your artificial intelligence data gathering?
Yes. Thank you very much for that question. That's a very important question. So this data we're gathering, we're starting from the scratch. This is each person, you come to us and you're like, I want my data to be on the system. I want to be able to use precision medicine at some point. So we take a history of what your health-seeking behavior has been. The last time you were sick, what happened to you? What drugs did you take? How did you get better? And then if you use traditional medicine, what did your mom tell you to use when you were sick? What did your grandparents use? This is the type of data that we gather. Even for women, for contraceptive care, we know that everything does not work for everybody. We need to listen to you specifically, see the diet that you take, the environment that you live in, your genetic background, and then we build on top of this. That's what we're doing.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I think that will be the last question for this section. No, I think we are short of time, please. Thank you. A round of applause for her.
Thank you very much.
I think the next picture is Olubori Onosaya, Onas Medic LLC. Please, let's welcome him. You have just 3 minutes.
Good day, everyone. My name is Olubori Onosaya, and I'm the CEO or the founder of Onos Medic. Onos Medic, simply put, if I have the slide up, it's about mental health. we are actually bringing mental health solution to you, and that's what we do. Our goal is to promote a mental health recovery system that integrates people with mental health back into the society so that they can function. If we go on the next slide, why are we at NDIS? Currently, we have an asset of about $500,000. We have been operating in the United States. Honors Medic was licensed in the state of New Jersey, and we currently operate in 2 states, New Jersey and New York. We are in NDIS today seeking a 500 million naira operational investment opportunities to bring mental health to Nigeria. According to World Health Organization, about 40 to 60 million Nigerians suffered from mental health. Out of these 40 to 60 million, only about 10% has proper access to mental health. What does this simply imply? In every Nigerian, 10 Nigerians, about 4 people has mental health. This is a big problem, and that's why we are here today asking for promotional investment opportunities of 500 million naira to bring mental health solutions to this special population. We have a business models in mind that will address some of the problems in Nigeria when it comes to mental health. First of all, we must create an awareness program which is very essential to delivering mental health. As we know, there's a lot of stigmatization when it comes to mental health. In fact, some do not even believe that this exists. And as we know, with the world situation, even the situation going on in our countries, depression is real. But not just depression. We also have other aspects of substance use disorder, personality disorder, borderline disorder, and numerous mental health issues. We will be creating an awareness program that will be an anti-stigma program so that mental health will be a perfect solution for those who need help. Not only that, we also have other aspects. We have the data use and also pharmacological intervention, which I come into place. Gathering data from our patient, building a patient profile, or simply put, patient history. Then we can deliver the best treatment. We also have the non-pharmacological intervention, maybe storytelling, art, dance, yoga therapy, and other things that could improve the treatment of mental health.
You have 1 minute more. You may want to do your ask, sir.
Okay, like I said, we are seeking 500 million naira investment opportunities in Nigeria. We have the market. 40 to 60% Nigerians, about 60 million Nigerians suffer from mental health. So we have the market. We have the target populations, starting from our young ones, adolescents, geriatric, older populations suffering from mental health. We have few competitors in this aspect. On top of my head, I could only name about 9 federal neuropsych hospitals in Nigeria, and probably about 11 state-run psych hospitals in Nigeria. So we have the market, and we are asking our investors who are ready to make impact in these special populations of Nigerians suffering from mental health, will are willing to give back 25% return on investment. We are not promising heaven and earth here. Our 25% return on investment will be in 2 years. So for the first year, there is no returns, but the second year will be 25%. Basically meaning we are giving out 12.5% for the first year and 12.5% for the second year, making a total of 25% returns on investment. So I implore our potential investors to travel this journey with me as we make a lasting impact on a special population suffering from mental health in Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
I welcome any questions.
Nostaya is asking for 500 million naira investment with 25% return on investment.
In 2
Mental health
years.
is a very important component of healthcare. So, do you have any contribution, any question you want to find out?
Doctor, let me comment.
Okay, sorry.
Once again, I think it is important for us all to begin to understand the fact that the law to make health insurance mandatory for all Nigerians was passed sometime in May 2022. And what that means is that we should begin to gravitate from paying out of pocket to being enrolled on the health insurance program. Having said that, I also think it's very important for us to note that what drives patronage, first of all, is when whatever you have as we speak today is enlisted as a service provider on the health insurance platform, because that will automatically drive volume. Whatever you are promising as return on investment of 500 million, which is 25%, can be achieved or seem to be achieved when you have something that will show that your service has been endorsed to be top-notch and to have a platform to be regulated in terms of your services. So for us, and for me, having been part of health insurance scheme since inception till date, and having also sat on the governing council of NHIA, and also having been the spokesperson for the Association of HMOs in this country, I want to implore you and every other pitcher that is looking for investors at this forum to begin to reintegrate and begin to capture the fact that you can't achieve whatever you are promising on return on investment if you're waiting for payment out of pocket. But you can achieve volume patronage should you begin to look at the direction of being enrolled or enlisted as a service provider by the National Health Insurance Authority. I think that's a very good food for thought for you and for every other person that will be coming on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dad.
Do you have any question from the audience? Okay.
Thank you very much. That's a brilliant presentation. Christian Udube from Synergy Healthcare. I love your presentation and even the submission on the issue of more communities to enroll in the healthcare HMO to enable people access health facilities. And you also need to also be part of it. But my question has to look at the huge figure you mentioned about mental health care, especially here, and it's also increasing. And from your projection or budget for investment, what is your plan on the preventive measure? Because there's a saying that prevention is better and cheaper than cure. Vis-a-vis, the number is keep on increasing because of the economic situation of Nigeria that is really affecting so many people. Thank you.
Excellent question. One thing I mentioned is about the awareness program. Mental health has two phases. We have the acute phase and we have the chronic phase. When it comes to the acute phase in psych, there is no other measure than pharmacological interventions. That is one. But when it comes to the chronic phase, that's where we can talk about preventive measures so that people with mental health could be integrated back into the society and could function normally. So, in this aspect, I mentioned about 3 business models in my presentation. I talk about the awareness program, the anti-stigma programs that we currently have in Nigeria. People don't usually believe in mental health. Then I talk about the pharmacological intervention and also the non-pharmacological intervention, which involves storytelling, arts, yoga, and other things that we can mention. So our goal is to prevent or break the barrier of people going back to the hospital for acute mental illness. But when it comes to chronic, we'll try to manage that using all preventive measures. And I thank the doctor that also mentioned about health insurance scheme. Our plan is also to involve primary care. So meaning that every mental health patient could have someone they could talk to, even at 2 a.m. in the morning when they are having a psych issues or crisis going on. That will prevent them going to the hospital. Sometimes all they need is a phone call. We have digital platforms that we plan to create to allow us to do this.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
I think there's another
Okay,
question.
just one. The last question for today.
Mr. Moderator, that will be the last question, sir.
Last question, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Dan Onyetulem, occupational health physician. I want to thank the presenter, but then I'm a little bit worried about the fact that when you look at the health-seeking behavior of most people in the country, it's actually determined by their pocket. That's why some people either go to the church to pray or, go to the nearest chemist, for help. So how do you intend to integrate this fact vis-a-vis the health insurance that has been made compulsory, so to say, though not implemented or not enforced yet? So how do you intend to integrate that into what you're doing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is an initiative that we have plans to partner with. It's called the MANI, Mentally Aware Nigerian Initiative. It's a youth-driven forum that tells people about mental health and also to break the barriers or the stigma in mental health. Like you mentioned, people with mental health, the first thing is they think about going to the church, to the traditional rulers. We also have plans to reach out to even community leaders to let them know that mental health is real. All these can be driven through an awareness program. And as a medical practitioner, we know the month of May is Mental Health Month, but we could do that every day of the year. We don't have to wait till that special month. But our plan is to create an awareness program and also an anti-stigma programs to help people channel them to the right place to seek professional help. They don't have to suffer alone in silence.
Thank you very much. Interventionist, you have anything to say?
Okay, so thank you very much for that. So what spoke to me quickly was the fact that you mentioned the awareness program, which is very interesting, because we're in an environment where it's not my portion, seems to be the general rule. So that's what comes to an average patient's mind first. And so we'd like to really be sure that you know what the program is supposed to attend to, but the barriers in terms of denial, self-denial doesn't come in. Okay. Like it was mentioned earlier, for that ROI to be achieved, someone has to be ready to assess the care. For the HMOs, for instance, the health insurance, for instance, to come in and maybe pull the funds together and foot the bills, someone should be ready to assess the care. So I really want to be sure that that program you have in terms of the awareness is able to take care of that self-denial.
Yes, of course. So the programs and also working with the HMO plan, which is first thing is the pocket. If the money is not in the pocket, then people seek help somewhere else. If there is an affordable care, which is the HMO program, then if it's accessible for people, they will seek help. They know they don't have to pay out of pocket. If they're paying a premium monthly or yearly, or maybe their employer is paying that, then they will be able to seek help. Once there's no money in the pocket, seeking help becomes more difficult. And I think working with HMO organization will be the sure way to go.
We need to round up.
Yes, in reference to what I have said earlier on, I think it will be very necessary and important that you begin to look at the direction of getting whatever you do now to be enlisted or possibly accredited as a service provider on the health insurance program. And it cut across whatever you are looking at as in health insurance. It could be on the social platform, it could be even on the private scheme. But the good news is that you're going to have that recognition, which will drive patronage, and also what the other man said concerning focusing more on preventive health care, which we all know is about 70% of the care that we desire out of the 100%. I think you should begin to look at creating, some form of preventive programs for whoever is going to be interfacing with your facility. But you have fantastic ideas, no doubt about that. The scheme must grow.
Thank you.
The healthcare system must be expanded strategically, but we need to continue to be very truthful and be quite strategic in building it such that we can achieve the desired objectives. I will say that for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a final comment for you. Mental health is a big deal, globally, anywhere, right? The power of, I know you want to do awareness, but do not forget the power of community integration, right? The people you want to serve, it's going to help with the awareness, whereby the community member feel empowered. And with the hope that Honors Medics get the investment or investors here, but on the other side of it, please keep doing more of community sensitization so that it helps to reduce that stigmatization.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give me a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. Okay.
So the next picture is...
Mr. Moderator, I apologize to interrupt. We need to take the sponsor's presentation just right here in between. It should have actually come a little earlier. By your permission, Mr. Moderator, I wish to invite the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Ultimate Health Management Services Limited, Nigeria, Otumba Lekon Ewenla, to the podium for his brief presentation in 5 minutes. Otumba, you're welcome, sir. In 5 minutes, sir. Can we put up Otumba's slide? Can we put up the slide, please?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are at this forum as one of the bronze sponsors, and I am the Managing Director of Ultimate Health HMO. Ultimate Health HMO is one of the national health insurance or HMOs accredited by the National Health Insurance Authority in this country. We've been in the business of health insurance since 2004, and I have been the Managing Director CEO since 2005 till date. Within the last 19 years that I've been in this sector, I have represented the health maintenance organizations on the Governing Council of National Health Insurance Authority. As we speak today, I'm on the Governing Council of Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, that's NECA, and that is the umbrella association of Nigerians or organized private sector in this country, strategically interfacing with the government to enhance the ease of doing business in this country and also ensure that the organized private sector are given the right platform for them to function optimally. I've also been able to be the spokesperson for the Association of HMOs in this country for 4 years, and that is strategically creating top-of-mind awareness about the benefits of health insurance in this country. I would like to say that I've also been opportune to traverse the globe, looking at health insurance from a very global perspective, and that has actually exposed us to the fact that it is the general concern of all nations to ensure the well-being of all people back home. And whatever you see us discussing about health insurance as we speak today, it has to do with ensuring the well-being of Nigerians. When I talk about exposure globally is because in the course of our going abroad, we interface with a few Nigerians, and we discover that part of the informal flow of funds from the diaspora back home is majorly sent back home to provide healthcare services for their dependents back home. Unfortunately, most of these funds, most of the time, are never utilized optimally to procure healthcare services because of possibly the challenge of poverty. And we've equally been able to interface with Nigerians back home to see how well they are. I remember somebody talked about Nigerians resorting to seeking spiritual intervention when the need arises for them to access care. That was not far from being true, but the fact that there's not always money in everybody's pocket. And the fact that the first law that was passed for health insurance to be introduced in this country was majorly focused on the organized private sector, which is called the formal sector, organized private sector and the public sector. So the health insurance program that was introduced in 2005 was basically to enroll the federal civil servants, their spouses and children on the health insurance program. And thereafter, we began to tinker with how can we expand this health insurance program. So the people that are working in the informal sector, knowing fully well that about 80 to 85% of Nigerians are operating in the informal sector. This took us back to the drawing board. This also led to strategic partnership with the government and the regulatory agency. And that also led to the passage of the new law that was passed on the 19th of May, 2022, to make health insurance mandatory for all Nigerians. And the moment that law was passed, we felt there was a need for us to quickly hit the ground running. So, Ultimate Health HMO started talking to our partners in the United States, specifically from New York to Maryland, Boston, and other parts of the United States. And we even, in fact, as a matter of fact, the state of Maryland gave us an approval to come and set up a branch of Ultimate in the United States. But by the time we reviewed and unpacked the conditions attached to setting up a branch of the HMO, we felt that, and looking at our cost-benefit analysis, we discovered that it was not really going to be a good venture for us to go into immediately. So we went back to the drawing board again, we recalibrated the operational process, and we started to set up our office interfacing with the diaspora from Nigeria. Recently, we also went into the UK. I was actually in Leeds in April. I was also in London, interfacing with Nigerian diaspora associations. We already set up this platform, but we also felt there was a need for us to take it beyond that level. And why we are here this afternoon is not to seek for investors, no, but it's basically to just look for Nigerians that live in the diaspora that can partner with us in the area of business development and strategic marketing, such that we can expose our products to Nigerians in the diaspora to buy for their dependents back home. Because we have identified a challenge, the challenge of sending funds to Nigerians to procure healthcare, and the challenge of the fact that they hardly utilize that fund to procure healthcare as it were.
You have now, 1 minute more, sir.
Now, we're coming up with a tailor-made solution. And what is tailor-made solution? It is us now having diaspora products that could be bought by Nigerians in the diaspora for their dependents back home, as a matter of fact, with flexible means of payment of their premium, such that whenever the need arises, their dependents back home, starting from their needs to their parents, to their even employees, can just take their ID card and walk into their choosing facility and access care, and we can be taken care of, and we can take care of the rest from there. So we already have our partners in the United States, our numbers are there, and we are a national HMO. As we speak today, our business portfolio is over 5 billion, and our share capital fully paid is 1 billion. So, and we are still counting. So we are not seeking for investors, we are just looking for Nigerians that can work with us here, Nigerians that can also partner with us in the diaspora, such that they can interface with the Association of Nigerians in the Diaspora that are also being managed by NIDCOM. Then thereafter, we can begin to talk. We can begin to establish business, mutually rewarding business relationship. I want to pause at that point because I'm very conscious of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Moderator, it's back to you, sir.
All right. Well, you've heard him. He's just looking for just partnership. Partnership. I think further consultations can be made during the lunch or after this section. We'll meet with you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
So anyone who may want to meet with Otumba Lekon Ewenla, you can meet him immediately after this session for further discussion. Otumba, we thank you very much. Please do give him an Otumba-licious round of applause.
So the next picture is Salifu Ernest, Aden Technologies Limited. Is he here? Okay. Please come on. Thank you. Come.
Mr. Salifu Ernest, Adding Technologies Limited.
Yeah.
Your time is already counting. You have 3 minutes.
Hello and good afternoon. I am Salifu Ernest, CEO, founder at Adding Technologies Limited. Before I go into the main reason why I'm here, I want to point out something. I believe that it is not just with the mental health issues that people seek attention with the religious and other sector. I think this situation or this menace is something that is found within the medical emergency response. At the time of need, people are fond of looking for help in 3 wrong places. 1, they want to look at Google. 2, they want to call pastor. 3, they want to think of the traditional alternative means. Mama, this person said this. Baba, this person used this method. Well, here is why I am here today. Adding Technologies Limited is a startup company that is strongly focused on software development. For a couple of time now, we've been working on a product called QuickMed, an EMS platform that is designed to revolutionize a medical emergency delivery in Nigeria. And how do we intend doing this? We want to believe that with this product, we should be able to bring closer to the people emergency response by onboarding every possible medical service provider within our location. That is one of the things we're looking at. We also believe that we want to see how people could get access to emergency within the shortest period of time, which we want to cut down from 30 to 45 minutes to about 15 to 20 minutes. How possible is this? It is only possible if every one of us here and everybody on the street, in their home, in their offices, in our various public environment, could register the nearest possible emergency providers. Now, QuickMed does just simple thing. Our mission, let me put it this way. We are here to empower individuals. We're here to empower a service provider. We're here to empower community by putting in their hands a device or a technology, a platform that could streamline access to medical emergency response. 2, we want to see how we enhance RPM, that is remote patient monitoring. We also want to see how it is possible for us to bring telemedics to the people as lower as possible. We are working on that technology. Now, adding QuickMed integrates a lot of technology, but I'm going to mention 3. 1, we have integrated a real-time health data tracking technology. We have also integrated in Adding Technologies Limited an enabled GPS technology to enable service provider track their or find the patient or the client within the period or within the location that is requested, because we believe that at that point in time that the request is placed, it is possible that it is my last effort I use in placing that call. And I want to put before you this afternoon, I want to put before you this afternoon an imaginary statement.
You have 1 minute. You may want to do your ask.
While we're here right now, a pregnant woman is somewhere right now seeking for help. An elder statesman right now, or an elder citizen, senior citizen is somewhere suffering serious cardiac related issue. Well, I'm not going to do much. At Adding Technologies, we are placing QuickMed to become a leading player within this field. And we strongly believe that with $5 million, we'll be able to put out there infrastructures, integrations, market penetration, and a couple of other things for 15%. And our company is evaluated for $35 million. So thank you so much. I'll take your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ernest Salifu of Aden Technology Limited. We want to know, does anybody have any question for him? Any question?
Yes, there's one here.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I want to find out, first, of course, my inquisition was raised by your need for $5 million for infrastructure.
Yes.
I would like to know what sort of infrastructure would you need, especially that your company is already valued at $35 million, and what constitutes your valuation of $35 million. And if I understand you correctly, I think this is largely looking into the e-medicine space.
Yes, sir.
I think we would like to know in detail, or rather to the best of your ability, what kind of infrastructure requires a seamless implementation of e-medicine, and why is it that yours will now require up to $40 million? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Infrastructure here takes 30% of the total amount, and the infrastructure we're looking at here, we're looking at penetrating through the 36 states, 35 plus FCT, over the period of time. And of course, we know, you all know that for us to have an effective EMS service, of course, there might be a couple of other devices, infrastructures like buildings, rental, technological acquisitions, and manpower, development that will be able to drive this technology. So these are a couple of the things that we regard as infrastructural need that would take about 30%. And I don't know, sir, if that address your question, sir.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, I would like to comment at this point.
Okay, sir.
Like I did say at the commencement of this session in particular,
yes, sir.
I said, and I want to repeat, that those that will be coming here to seek for investors, especially in this area where we are well grounded, will need to possibly begin to retweak their propositions, because you're asking for $35 million?
No. $5 million, sir.
$5 million.
Okay,
$5 million.
Dollars.
If we multiply that by whatever the exchange rate is now, I think it runs into billions too, right? Now let me open up this concept.
Yes,
there is no healthcare facility in this country today that does not have an in-house ambulance.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes.
And the purpose of the procurement of the ambulance is to handle or deal with emergency evacuation, either from hospital to hospital, from home to hospital,
yes,
whichever way one is looking at
yes,
it.
Sir.
Number two, there's a program that is being driven now, before now,
yes,
by the Nigerian road safety.
Yes, and the National
They introduced an accident, passenger manifest,
yes,
as well as 2014 or thereabout,
yes, sir,
whereby by the time the bus is leaving the park, there are about 3 forms to be filled by the passengers on board.
Yes, sir.
They drop one at the park, one inside the vehicle, one resides with the road safety. Should there be an accident while the vehicle is on transit,
yes, sir,
they can use the list or the one in the park or by the road safety to track the next of kin or those that are on board.
Yes, sir.
And I also want to share with us the fact that as we speak today, road safety also are running their own fleet of ambulances.
Yes.
You probably will see them as strategic locations, yes, on the highway. Having said that, I also want us to cast our mind to the fact that even if we deploy this software to individuals' telephone, the fact remains that should you need emergency service and you don't have a particular facility that you are affiliated to, where do you go from there? So, yeah, because before you could call someone to come and evacuate you from home, you must be going somewhere.
Sure.
So that I also want to tell you, like I have said earlier on, there's a need for you to be looking at the direction of, first of all, maybe getting your facility or your service accredited by the NHIS. At that level, you are interfacing with all the NHIS accredited healthcare facilities across the 3 levels. You get?
Yes, sir.
And you could now begin to look at how to set up a strategic partnership for your service to be embedded into their operations.
Yes, sir.
Such that if their own ambulance is not at work or is not working, they have something to fall back on. The same thing could be utilized by the HMOs. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So because by the time you look at all of this, you probably will begin to understand the fact that you may not need as much as $5 million
Okay.
as investors. Because if I am going to invest in this business, those are the parameters, those are the issues I'll be looking at. Why do we need this much? If we can leverage of existing facilities in the existing structure. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
In addition to that, I also said something while I was sitting there, that if there's anything we need to take away from this outing as Nigerians, is the fact that we can't just start thinking of acquisition of working tools if we can lease them. I don't agree my point.
Yes.
Because that is, like the prof said something to that young man that came here talking so passionately. We appreciate being passionate about whatever you do, but we also need to begin to understand the fact that it requires a lot of deep process and deep professionalism being employed to do things right. Because you can't go ahead and acquire a tractor to begin to drive what you want to do when you can lease or hire. So having said that, I think it would be good for us to interface after this outing. I can expose you to a few other things so that we can guide you.
All right, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Dimension, do you have anything to add?
It's just, it's an app, so we're thinking technology, right? Are you also partnering with service providers? Because we know that not to put any service provider on the spot here, but that could be an issue. Are you already in partnership with those people? Because that will actually help with the funding you're looking for in terms of partnership.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. Pardon me, I believe coming here this afternoon, I'm not just here to seek for financial involvement, but I'm also here for collaboration and partnership because the business model is developed on B2B, that's business to business. Without the business providers or the service providers out there, we don't have service to offer. And that is the reason why QuickMed is a bridge or a connecting bridge between the users and the service providers. We want to create that connectivity. So partnership is a key functional part of our system. And it's one of the things that we're working really hard toward.
It's all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sir, I really appreciate the advice given by Otumba, sir.
Yeah.
I met you yesterday. I was supposed to call you, pardon me, but my intention is after the event, I want to really have a long sit with you. You see, one of the reasons why the value is placed this high is because we are looking at bringing in the RPM devices, right? We are thinking of, we are working toward, we are the advanced stage of simulation of the devices right now. So we want to bring in this device, which we believe that are mobileable, things that you can carry along, things that can have a direct communication through our backbone infrastructure to your healthcare provider for instant and on-ground assessment of the client's situation so as to stimulate immediate response. So if you look at all of these, and then building these backbone architectures, they are not just, I'm not saying they are quite expensive, but they are something that must be sustained. And this is the reason why we call for that. But however, sir, I'm going to take 2 corrections and then do a lot of work on that. I promise that QuickMed, of course, be positioned in such a way that it's going to
I
serve.
Thank you very
apologize.
much.
Because of time, maybe you meet Otumba later so
thank
we
you
can
so
move
much,
on.
sir.
A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Our next picture today is Tinu Olarewaju Okebukola of Physiocraft Health and Allied Services. Please come up to the stage and make your presentation.
I'll be pitching virtually.
Okay. So your time starts now.
If they can cue my slides, please.
Can we have Tinu's slide, please? She's speaking virtually. Can we have Tinu on the screen? Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Olariwaju Tinuade Okebukola. I'm a physiotherapist by training and founder of Physiocraft Allied Health Services, which is a one-stop medical rehab center. I'm incredibly excited. I can't see my slides. Thank you. I'm incredibly excited to offer two investment opportunities. One is, if you go back, please. One is a 250 million naira investment for 20% equity in expanding our franchise model. And the second is a 350 million naira investment opportunity for 20% equity in developing our Equip, which is an AI-driven retail of medical equipment. Next slide. Now, Physiocraft started as a one-woman business in 2014. This is when I was offering home services to people, primarily physiotherapy services, and registered as a business name. Over the years, we've grown into an LLC, and we're one of the first people to offer one-stop location for all rehab personnel. At its peak, Physiocraft had operated from 6 locations and had 42 personnel. And over time, we've increased in terms of our client registry, our partnership with HMOs and hospitals, and also our assets acquisitions. Next slide. In 2019, our annual income hit about 48 million naira with a net income of 8 million naira, which is about 16%. Now, these numbers were achieved organically without any loan, without any external financing. And it was so interesting, I decided to diversify. But just when I thought that would happen, COVID happened. And I also got an offer to pursue a PhD program at the University of Florida. So I decided to pivot and try a new innovative model in the rehab space in healthcare. And as you see from our numbers, things were initially challenging in the beginning. But then in 2022, things began to turn around, and Physiocraft was awarded the Physiotherapy Practice of the Year by the Nigerian Healthcare Excellence Award. This was after a very rigorous screening process. Next slide. I'm so happy and incredibly excited to say that Physiocraft Abuja, our first franchise model, is now not only independent, but is profitable in this year, 2024. As you see in our numbers this year, we have not recorded any loss, and our gross income is about 33%. And in some months, like in July here, it went as high as 48%. And these numbers are being achieved despite me not being there physically and despite the economic climate of Nigeria. Next slide. So our next phase of growth is to expand this franchise model, which is why I'm asking for the 250 million naira and replicate this in several states. And the second thing is another innovative diversification, which is to develop and pilot test our Equip. Our Equip essentially is applying AI models and data science combined with neuropsychology to be able to drive retail of medical devices equipment. As I round up, one of the things that's remarkable about Physiocraft is that it embodies the Nigerian spirit. We're driven by passion to, facilitate knowledge exchange. And for the clients, for the staff that believed in me and encouraged me to do this, even when things were challenging, that's one of the reasons we persevere. We're specifically looking for the type of investor who understands that healthcare can return up to 35% return on investment, those who are patient, and those who have access to healthcare gatekeepers. With that, I welcome your questions, and I encourage you to scan the QR code with your phone camera so you can view our website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, what's the name again?
I can't hear anything.
Tinu, okay. Tinu?
Yes.
Okay, if there's anything I honestly admire is seeing young entrepreneurs trying to make a living and develop what they do. But if there's anything I have seen as a trend, is the fact that majority of us, in as much as we have that passion, we seem not to pay adequate attention to maybe the aspect of financial management. I wouldn't want to say that precisely, but I know something was missing. Because I expect that if you've been in this business for a while and your profit after tax, or maybe last year, as you mentioned, was about 8-point-something million, I want to believe that money was not kept in your drawer in the office, it was in the bank. First of all, I think it's important for you to begin to interface with your bankers. They now begin to expose you to the fact that all of these things could be done in phases. All right, because right now I could see you are asking for 600 million. It's quite huge. The truth must be told at this point. Okay, no matter how free or loaded an investor might be, nobody will pull out that fund because Tino is the one asking for that money. Okay, we want to look at our risk exposure, what you've done in the past, how you've succeeded in growing your business over the years, and what was your profit margin over the years too, for you to be even promising certain percentage on return on investment. Having said that, it would be advisable for you to reach out to your banker or your bankers. Let them begin to look at your possibility of growing this in phases. Like Prof said, it's not good for us to eat our elephant once. I think we can do all of these things in phases. We grow it in phases, and over a couple of years, you can now see yourself growing steadily if you're fantastic in not being too much in a hurry to grow faster, and also managing your funds, okay, and your recruitment process, and capacity building in particular, okay? So that's my advice. That's my advice as a managing director CEO that have been in this industry.
Thank you very much, sir. Wonderful advice. Does anybody have any question for Tinu?
So if we have any questions, we'll quickly take them. Anyone, please raise your hand. Any question? There's one hand at the back over there, and that, I guess, will be the only question we can take.
The mic, please.
The microphone, please. Madam Tinu, are you still online? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Good. Okay.
Hello.
We're waiting. Can the microphone move to the person? Raise your hand again, please.
End.
Raise your hand at the
your
end over there, towards the entrance. Please stand. Thank you. Camera locate.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
All right. Thank you very much. I would like to ask, do you have a complete team that could help you pull through stages? I would like to connect with what Otumba said. And because I'm going to say this because it seems this is what has been happening to most pitchers I've been listening to. There are stages. I would say this is overall vision you have. And there are a series of fundraising. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? So I think, do you have a team that can help you push through? This is your vision, yes. But don't you think you need expertise or maybe young personnel like you who can help you raise funds stage to stages? There are a series of raising funds. What I was saying now is maybe what you need currently is seed funding. Are you with me? To take you from where you are to the next phase. And when you move to the next phase, you now need another type of funding that will take you to another phase. So I think that I want to add, and what thing you should look into, getting a good team that can help you that can take you from one phase to another. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful advice. The intervention.
Okay, I'd like to respond to the two comments.
Okay.
I thank you, Otunba, and the gentleman.
Please make it snappy, just 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Otunba, and the gentleman. I think it's echoing. Yeah. Thank you, Otunba, and the gentleman, for your comments. Yes, well, we've been approached by banks, yes, but like you know, the interest rate by banks is not the friendliest approach. And also, just to clarify, the franchise model, which we're asking for 250 million, if you break it down, we're willing to work with up to 5 investors, putting down 50 million naira individually. And this is an expansion nationwide. So we've already proven, the gentleman is talking about series of growth. The fact that Abuja model is already running is one phase of growth that we've already gotten to. And now we're looking for funding for the next phase, which is why we're looking for investors. So I understand completely what you're talking about in terms of growth strategy. And this is in line with our diversification and our growth strategy that I have written down more than 12 years ago. So thank you, but I'm really looking for investors who understand that this business is consistent. One of the most consistent, profitable growth in healthcare industry is rehab. You cannot go wrong with the rehab sector in healthcare.
Thank you very much.
It's different from HMOs, it's different from medical equipment. So people who know healthcare industry is a viable.
Thank you very much. Without wasting much time, we want to call on the next speaker.
Okay, and I also want to say very quickly, Ayo is in the audience. He's one of our staff. Okay. For those who want to visit our Abuja branch, Ayo, just say hi so they can pop in and visit us for a physical tour.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ayo Adebamowo of my medical bank.
Yes, I'm here. I virtually. So I'm preaching online. Please, can you hear me and see
online,
me?
Please go ahead.
Okay.
3 minutes, please.
Yes. Can I ask the facilitator to project my PowerPoint? Although because of time, I'll just begin speaking immediately. So I already sent my PowerPoint over. So by way of introduction, my name is Ayo Adebamowo. I'm the founder of my medical bank. It gives me pleasure, to be here this afternoon. I like to say that it is no longer news that Nigeria faces significant challenges in the area of healthcare. Many of our doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals have migrated, what we call JAPA. Our public health facilities are overstretched, health records are fragmented, health insurance coverage is low, just at about 5% nationwide. I could go on. So this is where my medical bank comes in. My medical bank comes in to leverage digital technology and artificial intelligence to facilitate access to healthcare in Nigeria. So how exactly are we doing this? As a solution, we have developed my medical bank as a comprehensive digital platform that makes it easy for users to book and pay for healthcare services, interact with their doctors, access their health records, and manage their own health, all from the convenience of their mobile phones. So how have we progressed with this? Launched in 2018, we already developed a mobile app that is available to download globally on Play Store and App Store. We also have a web application that to date has about 10,000 users, 2,000 registered healthcare workers, and 100 healthcare organizations across 28 states in Nigeria, including Abuja. Now, the My Medical Bank app, what exactly does it do? Our platform, what does it do? How are we leveraging digital technology and artificial intelligence to address critical shortages and gaps in our healthcare ecosystem? The My Medical Bank first is Nigeria's first personal health record app. It allows users to store their health records, set medication reminders, generate health insights on their health data, such as you enter your blood pressure, your blood sugar level readings, your cholesterol readings, your height, your weight, and then it generates a number of health advisory for you based on your based on your data. What else does it do? The app makes it possible for users to be notified of any health outbreak. For instance, maybe there's a disease outbreak, through that platform, users can be notified and all of that. But beyond that, My Medical Bank also brings healthcare organizations together in one place, giving them visibility and making it easier for users to find and pay for their services, such as telemedicine, clinic visits, home care, health insurance, ambulance service, and medical logistics. So let's think of it as the Uber of the health sector. So you have healthcare organizations and healthcare consumers coming together on a secure single platform. Now, lastly, I also like to say that My Medical Bank has developed Nigeria's first national health emergency portal. Now, this portal allows healthcare providers and emergency first responders, such as the road safety, the doctors and all of that, to access the health emergency information of any Nigerian, of Nigerians in any emergency. So for instance, now, if we have youth corps that are deployed, to go and serve somewhere, it is possible that, if there's an emergency, the relevant authorities who have access to that platform can be able to get information, the critical health information, emergency information about those, about those particular individuals. Or put another way, it is possible that when a police officer is transferred from one location to another, this platform allows for portability of their health records, so that when they go to another provider in another location, it is possible for them to have their health records with them, and that facilitates continuity of care. So today, as I round up, I'm pitching for two things. Number one, I'd like to create awareness about the services of My Medical Bank, many of which, interestingly, are free to the public. So I'd like to create awareness. In particular, I'd like to say to our diasporans, Nigerians in diaspora who have family members back at home, that you can actually leverage this platform to arrange for healthcare services. For instance, you may be living in London, your parents are living in Enugu. Through our platform, you can arrange for a doctor, a nurse, a carer, or any healthcare, a physiotherapist to be attending to them in the convenience of their home. Or if you need to ensure that they are taken to the hospital, the platform arranges, makes all of that possible for you. The second thing I'm pitching for today is we're seeking for a $2 million we are seeking for a $2 million investment funding for 10% equity based on the valuation of $10 million in our company. Now, this funding is required for us to achieve 6 essentials, and I will itemize that quickly. So number one, we want to develop an enterprise electronic medical record to be integrated with our existing personal health record. So we've already started the developing. We have the prototype of the EMR. Now, the type of EMR we are building is different from the conventional ones that is common in Nigeria. So what we are trying to do is to build an EMR platform that is integrated with the PHR, such that what we currently have in Nigeria is that if you go to a particular health facility, your health records can only be accessed in that particular location. So what happens if you used to live in Abuja and now you've moved to Lagos, or you moved to Enugu? What happens to your health records? How does the new facility, the new health facility or the new healthcare provider, how do they take over your care? How do they have access to your legacy health record? This is one of the things we are doing, and this platform is designed to make it possible for not just hospitals, but all the health facilities that are involved in that health ecosystem, whether they are medical laboratories, whether they are pharmacies, whether they are HMOs, to be able to have access to different sections of the of the portal. Number two, we are integrating artificial intelligence into our existing platform. In fact, for this reason, I have to start. We have a team of developers, but even me personally, as the founder and CEO, I had to start. I had to go for another master degree in artificial intelligence at City University in London, just to kind of bring me into the wave of things in terms of the deployment of artificial intelligence. So we are looking into integrating AI into our existing platform. Definitely as well, we are looking to recruit critical talent, the best of the talent, that can really drive a nationwide deployment of this facility. Requires, good money to attract them and all of that. I'll just mention two more. So we are also looking at developing strategic partnership with healthcare providers. So we recognize that we cannot do this alone. We recognize that we need to interface and interact and build significant partnership with hospitals, with clinics, with HMOs, with pharmacies, and all of that. If we are going to bring them together, we need to be able to, we need money to be able to drive some of this funding. And then finally, definitely, we need money for publicity. Most people have never heard of My Medical Bank before,
sure.
and of course, thank you very much. So I just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayo Ademabon of My Medical Bank. At this junction, does anybody have any question, clarification for him?
Any question? We have
any
a hand.
question? Please raise up your hand. Please.
We have a hand somewhere at the middle over there. Please stand up so the microphone will come to you. The microphone is just beside you. Please go straight to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My name is Tunde Balogun. I love what you have said. My concern with healthcare organizations, healthcare records are devoted to annual medical tourism in terms of turnover. Is there a systematic analysis to that? Because we talk about medical tourism, one aspect, healthcare organizations in comparative, another aspect. Is there a correlative analysis to that for it to come to that annual base over of that turnover?
Okay, no, so let me just clarify. I didn't actually say anything specifically about medical tourism in the course of my pitching. The figures projected there is just to give an indication of the state of healthcare system in Nigeria, in the sense that I was trying to show that currently this is the amount of money that we are spending on medical tourism, and this is indicating of two things. Number one, that there's money available in Nigeria. You understand, of course, we understand that the poverty level is high, but that does not negate the fact that, healthcare can be funded if the right infrastructure and systems are created, to make it possible, for the healthcare service to be delivered. So that's number one. Number two is the fact that I'm also trying to highlight the fact that, within the parameters of what is obtainable and possible within our country, that Nigeria can actually, benefit, reduce the medical tourism. In other words, the amount of money that we are spending. In fact, I know that there is a trend now that some of our private hospitals in Nigeria are actually attracting people from the diaspora to come and do their surgery, some medical.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think the next picture for today is Fatima Bello of Second Children's Foundation. Is she here? Fatima Bello? All right, please come up. You have just 3 minutes, and your time starts now.
I'm very short, so okay. Good afternoon, all. I am Fatima Bello, founder of Heskay Children's Foundation, a registered nonprofit here in Nigeria that is focused on children with disabilities. Our mission is to change the narrative of disabilities through a holistic approach. We are currently doing so through awareness campaigns, health fairs, and also giving aid and assistance to those families in need. We are proposing a project to open an accessible and sustainable daycare facility for children with disabilities. I am here to seek your support in the way of donations, grants, and partnership. The Heskay Center will serve as a safe haven where parents for a few hours a day can leave their children in a safe and nurturing space. Financially able parents are welcome to enroll their children by tuition. But what will make the Heskay Center unique from other centers catering to children with disabilities is the scholarship program that will be accessible to parents from low-income households so their children will also have access to quality care. As many of you may know, having a child with disabilities is extremely demanding, time-consuming, and expensive. This facility will benefit parents, children, the community, and the nation as a whole. The Heskay Center will also serve as an educational hub where licensed professionals will give parents accurate insights on their child's diagnosis, Parents will have access to sensitivity training, a unique care plan for each child, an accessible school bus for pickups and drop-offs, and an ambulance always on site for emergencies. Overall, the Heskay Center will equip parents with the necessary tools to support their child from a young age because early intervention is key. The Heskay Center will also permit stay-at-home parents the opportunity to get a job to lessen the financial strain they face. Now, I know you're thinking this is an investment summit and I haven't proposed an idea that will make you profit, but I want you to think of profit in the way of adding value. You are adding value to the mother who was abandoned by her husband because he could not deal with the stigma that is associated with having a child with disabilities. You are adding value to the little girl whose family only believes in traditional medicine and practices, and so as a result, she had her hand amputated just from a simple fall. You are adding value to a little boy who is consistently being locked away in a room, chained to a bed because his family simply do not know how to handle him when he's having seizures. Join us to bring the Heskay Center to reality, to add the value of comfort and community for children with disabilities and their families. We simply cannot do this without your help. Join us in changing the narrative of disability so that all children, regardless of their ability and socioeconomic status, can thrive. Time is very limited for me to go further into detail about the work Heskay Children's Foundation has done. I invite you all to visit our website at heskaycf.org, or if you have time today, a one-on-one with me.
Thank you.
But for now, thank you for listening, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Fatima Bello of Heskay Children's Foundation, Center with taking care of children with disabilities. She's asking for donation, kind donations, partnership. Let's show her love in whatever we can do. Thank you very much. I want to say something.
Pati, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Fatima.
Okay, how are you today?
I'm doing well, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've met before. Have my contact? Do you?
No.
Okay, I'll give it to you after this outing. You can touch base with us, and let's look at what sort of support that we can provide for you, looking at what you do for disabled children.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello? Yeah, somebody in the audience? Yes.
Hello, okay. Hi. I'm just curious to know what Heskay means and what inspired it as well.
Okay, so what inspired is at a very young age, I had a niece that was born with Down syndrome, and then she was taken to the States for heart surgery, and from that surgery, she contacted meningitis, which caused her, she lost her sight, her hearing, ability to walk, breathe on her own. She was on oxygen, she had a feeding tube. So I was 10 years old when this happened, and so from a young age, I learned how to take care of her. But I will always see what my sister went through with her family back here in Nigeria and the stigma that was associated with having children with disabilities. And I was like, oh, alhamdulillah, we were fortunate enough to be able to support my niece. What about the children that are not financially able to have that care? And so that's the inspiration behind the foundation. And the word Heskay is a Hausa word from northern Nigeria that means light. The idea is we're trying to bring light and awareness to disabilities in a positive sense, full of smiles and positivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to say something?
Fatima, your aspect is very sensitive. I mean, disability, and we've seen the growth of it globally and both in Nigeria. To every potential investors here, healthcare system is very unique, and you can see. But just to let you know that keep doing the community outreaches to be able to increase that visibility. I also have an NGO, and I know what the impact of community outreaches means, because through that, support actually came in. So keep doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other person? Quickly.
Yeah, thank
That
you.
will be the last person. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Shehu will still donate 1 million naira to Fatima's foundation.
Wow. Thank you. It's all right.
Hello.
Thank you. Okay.
I want to just quickly add something. First, I love the fact that you're doing this smiling about it. So that's really spoke to me too. But you mentioned you're not making an ask for investment where there's financial returns. So this is mainly to the potential investors, that if they could partner with HMOs, it's possible that the 1 naira could yield 10 naira for each child. Because what HMO does is whatever amount that is being put aside, they like give you maybe like times 10 or so of what is being put in. So if the investors, potential investors partner with HMOs to give these children the light that you talk about, so for each naira, each dollar that comes in is actually going to multiply. And that way the effects, the benefits also grows. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I want to call on the last speaker for today, this section, and it's no other person than Doyin Adesida of Zepama Tech Limited.
Doyin Adesida, are you here? Doyin, are you here?
Yes, I'm teaching virtually.
You're online.
Virtually, please.
Okay, Mr. Doyin, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Doyin Adesida, and I am the founder of Zepama Technology Limited, a startup out of the Federal University of Technology's Tech Hub in Akure. So now, I want you guys to imagine this, right? Imagine earning 7 different types of rewards simply by doing the activity that you do on a daily basis, which is walking. Imagine earning 7 different types of rewards just simply by walking. Now, that is the solution that Zepama, is bringing to the market. The vision was inspired by God, reminding us of the story of the wall of Jericho and how it was conquered, using the power of our steps, the power of our voices, and the power of our collective action. The name Zepama, represents the connection between 3 generations. Generation Z, Papas, that's the old.
What's happening? IT.
So this looks like a network issue. Is it? From our end or from his end? IT, please confirm. Is it from our end or his end? Okay, so it's from his end in Akure. So, Mr. Moderator, you may want to decide that we continue. We can recommend that he records his presentation and we'll find a way to put it in.
That's fine. That's fine. So I think I would like to call on Aisha Shele of Abdullahi of NMPC Medical Services Limited to give us just 2 minutes presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aisha Chale Abdullahi from NMPC Medical Services, and I'm here to speak on reversing medical tourism and improving the lives of many Nigerians. Okay, so
speak up, please.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, good. Thank you. We have 7 medical facilities across the various regions in Nigeria with a flagship center at NMPC Multispecialty Hospital located in Utako, Abuja. NMSH is a state-of-the-art equipped medical technology with a skilled medical team from cardiologists, urologists, gastrologists, orthopedic, and much more. We are ISO 9015 certified facility with a 24 hours A&E unit, functioning ICU, 1.5 Tesla MRI, 160 slide CT with a glass modular theater which is fully IT integrated with the capacity of telesurgery and telepresence. We have done several diagnostic and therapeutic endoscopy procedure, knee replacement, hip replacement, and so much more. We also carry out cardiac intervention such as coronary angioplasty.
Apologies, Madam Aisha. You may want to just raise the microphone a little.
Okay.
People are having a difficult hearing you.
Can you hear me now, please?
Yeah, this is Aisha Abdullahi
Yes,
from the
from
NNPC Medical Services. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So as I was saying earlier, we have cardiac interventions such as coronary angioplasty, coronary angiogram, and pacemaker emplacement. Our laboratory is also accredited from an external quality assessment, Bio-fortified. And apart from your routine investigation, we also conduct genetic markers assessment, tumor markers, and autoimmune screening, and so much more. NMSH offers advanced and affordable medical services that meet global standards. Our services covers a wide range of specialists that is accessible to all Nigerians, such that they do not need to travel overseas for such treatment. And you can not just specialized treatment, also for general services as well. Our facility is a healthcare facility where we serve empathy in every touch and excellence in every step. So with NMSH, you do not need to wait for appointment to see a cardiologist or orthopedic or our specialized surgeon. You can come in. We have an advanced EMR where we register patients or clients that come in, and you can also go through our NPC HMO, or you can walk in as a fee-paying patient, or you can come in as a company as well. Thank you so much. And if you have any more questions, you can reach us at the stand outside. We'll be there. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Asha. I think
yes,
we've come to the end
Mr.
of this.
Moderator, next to speak is Mrs. Doyobom Etim. She is the head strategy and commercial of the Nigeria National Petroleum Corporation Limited Health Management Organization.
Okay, so good afternoon again, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm just going to follow from what Aisha said earlier. NMPC, in trying to diversify, looked at other areas where it can actually create value. Now, for health insurance, we know it's highly untapped. I'm sure Otumba will actually agree with me. It's a highly untapped sector as far as health insurance, health is concerned. So what NMPC Health Maintenance Organization tries to do is to see how to connect the needs with the services. Now, it's beautiful being here today with potential investors. The good thing is, the ask here is not for investments, but partnership and collaboration. We do know for health insurance, for health generally, what is needed is partnership and collaboration. We employ the efforts of Nigerians in diaspora that have come to do different health programs, to care about Doctors Beyond Borders and the likes that come here, perform surgeries, take care of patients, and of course have to go back to their base. And when they leave, there is that lacuna, that gap there. Now, what health insurance tries to do, NMPC HMO tries to do, is also see how we can close those gaps, where those people that you so much love and come to take care of, continue the care after you've gone. Now, part of the partnership we're looking at is to see how Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians, diaspora and those within, could see how we could partner, bring the funds, so the likes of Husky Foundation, for instance, could have a chance where those children can be able to smile and live a life that's shine the light that they've come to shine. So we're hoping to find different kind of collaboration and partnership where your loved one, for instance, in the villages, in remote areas, can be taken care of and your mind will be addressed where you are. So that way, because we have that high network reach of providers cutting across different part of the country, we're certain that wherever you have the need, that location, that remote location that you're trying to meet the need, we're sure to meet that need there because we have providers, we have partnership with different providers in those locations. So we're asking here for you to open your mind to the need for that partnership, that collaboration, that sponsorship that health needs in Nigeria. And like you said earlier, to actually help reverse the health tourism, where people are traveling out, the cost of the visa, the ticket, sometimes actually compete with the cost of the medical care that you're going for itself. So a way that can be reversed is to actually help keep the funds inside, and the funds are actually used for the health needs that needs to be met. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. May I also request, sir, by your permission, that the interventionist gives a concluding remark for our feedback before you conclude. The interventionist is Mrs. Adiola Dokas for Law Rochelle founder, Murta Mental.
Yeah, thank you very much. Health is wealth.
You may wish to approach the podium, madam.
Thank you very much. Health is wealth. And according to WHO, health is not just the absence of disease or infirmity, because health has different aspects to it. And in this aspect of the health, for the pictures, I just want you guys to look beyond the investors. There is more to healthcare. There are more things to be done. And in healthcare, the uniqueness around it is more of partnership, collaboration, and openness. So be prepared. Be mentally prepared. Change the paradigm. So while we are waiting for the bigger fish, meaning the investors, let's keep going. Let's keep doing something, just because health cannot afford to wait. Thank you so much.
Health cannot afford to wait. It's over to the moderator to conclude the session now.
Thank you very much, our investors, audience, and every other person that participated in this session. We want to thank the MC for making it a seamless event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now take a group photograph. We call on Mrs. Badewa Adejugbe Williams, Dr. Ms. Badewa Adejugbe Williams, to join for photograph. Members of the committee who are available should also please join quickly for photograph. Very quickly.
I'll just go back online.
Okay. There's Ms. Badewa Adejugbe Williams on her way, joining now for photograph. So while we take the group photograph, we move on swiftly, shall we, to the next session. Mining and energy. Don't worry, we'll have lunch, but I'm told it will be a late lunch. It will be good to celebrate America at the late lunch. You can celebrate Democrats, you can celebrate Republicans, depending on how you feel. Celebration is celebration. Mining and energy comes next. I'd like to invite the moderator, Dr. Omonigo Otanocha, Federal University of Petroleum Resource, FRO, and Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Energy Solutions, Fupre Energy Solutions Nigeria Limited. Dr. Omonigo takes the stage. You're welcome. Please give him a round of applause. We'll have for sectoral preposition from the Nigeria National Petroleum Limited PLC, Mr. Aranja Yakubu. He'll be speaking on opportunities in the gas sector. Mr. Aranja Yakubu, are you in the hall? Are you in the hall, sir? Okay, he is. So please approach the podium. While he makes his way straight to the microphone to speak very briefly on opportunities in the gas sector, I invite interventionists to join the moderator. Dr. Peter Ntefe is President and Chief Executive Officer, ERHC Energy Incorporated, Houston, Texas. Dr. Peter Ntefe, are you here, sir? Okay. So, but the pictures are Dr. Chidozie Ikebude. Are you here, Dr. Chidozie? And Dr. Fidelis Iyama. Are you here? All right, so we quickly take the sectoral proposition. This is done by Mr. Haranji Yakubu, speaking on opportunities in the gas sector. You have 5 minutes, sir. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, diasporas, and good afternoon, other Nigerians. So I'm here to discuss about the opportunities in the gas sector in Nigeria, especially with the emphasis on the domestic market. So today, we are all aware that Nigeria is more of a gas nation than an oil nation, because we have a lot of gas within the country, to the extent that we are among the biggest exporters of LNG within the globe. So, but if you look at our story as Nigeria again, we are the highest in terms of a country that live with a population in numbers with the least access to electricity and energy. So today, Nigeria has the highest number of people without access to electricity. Meanwhile, we are sitting on a vast resources of gas. That is our story, unfortunately. So today, if you look at what is happening within the globe, we know the story of Russia and the Ukraine crisis, how it led to a utility crisis within the Europe. That's just to emphasize the importance of gas in the global energy mix. So if you come back to Nigeria today, we've seen a lot of effort. We've seen intentional policies from present government and previous governments in terms of giving access to gas, in terms of bringing investment to gas, in terms of giving access and opportunities to Nigerians within the gas sector. So today, I'm here to speak on specifically of CNG because of time constraint. So I am working currently in Nigerian NNPC Gas Marketing Limited, and I'm in charge of the new business opportunities, specifically CNG. Just to put this in context, today, if you want to convert your vehicle to CNG, because PMS prices or gasoline prices are very expensive, it takes you minimum of 2 months to get your vehicle converted. This is an opportunity for diaspora. It means we are looking for people to invest in conversion for CNG. Secondly, today, if you have a vehicle that runs on CNG, what it will save you in terms of Naira, you're going to save minimum of 70% of your cost. Because currently, if you go to NNPC station and NIDCOM within Abuja, a standard cubic meter of CNG sells at 230 Naira. One-on-one, that is like a liter of fuel. I just want you to imagine the context. But we cannot benefit from that because of lack of investment. Today, you have barely less than filling station that sells CNG because of the lack of investment. So this is a huge opportunity for us in diaspora to help our people. First of all, let's look at the side as Nigerians. Today, people are struggling with PMS energy crisis. People are struggling with expensive crisis in terms of money in buying fuel, in getting electricity, but we have gas. I can also give you another statistic. Today, gas supply is not a challenge. So if you want to invest in CNG, forget about gas supply. The only thing you can battle with probably is infrastructure. If you're located in Lagos and other places where there are pipelines, you don't have issue with infrastructure and supply, gas supply. The demand is there. Like I said, if you want to convert your vehicle, it takes 2 months. So we are here as NNPC, specifically NNPC Gas Marketing Limited. We have our stand outside. If you want to discuss CNG, please, we are here. We are ready for partnership. We are here for, if you want just the gas supply, you have your investment, we are ready to fly. So we are open for collaborations on this aspect. Again, just to put emphasis again, we have the presidential CNG initiative that have come up with a lot of incentives for investment. Today, if you are importing any LNG or CNG equipment, you are not going to pay anything in terms of taxes. You are not going to pay anything in terms of duty. Today, again, if you are buying gas specifically for mobility, I'm talking about mobility because CNG, you can use it for industries or you can use it for transportation. If you are buying gas for transportation, it's also subsidized. Subsidized in the sense that the price is regulated to the extent that you buy gas cheaper than the gas you are going to use for power generation. Just to give you in context, today, if you are buying gas for CNG, mobility CNG, you are going to pay $1.57 from the upstream suppliers. And this is one of the incentives from the presidential CNG initiative. So we have a lot of incentive for the investment. So that's why we're here today. There are opportunities for everybody to collaborate with us in terms of CNG. For the other aspect of the gas, upstream, downstream, we're also open. But specifically CNG, this is where we need intervention. Thank you very much. So we are here for comments and
Thank
questions.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The NNPC, as you all know, is a sponsor for this program, and they are here for collaboration and also to expand our energy mix in Nigeria. Are there questions, comments, clarifications? We'll take a few hands. Yes, 1, 2, please. The mic, please.
The microphone.
Yes.
Number 1.
He specifically mentioned CNG, but if it is gas, we also know there are products like methanol, gas to power projects, and also, where possible, maybe those who are interested in climate action, scrubbing of effluents, gas flaring. Okay, questions, please.
Yes, I'm not an investor, but I want to ask a question. You know, if you convert your car now to CNG, for me, I'm from Adamawa State. If I want to travel from here to Adamawa State, how far will that gas take me? And if I've exhausted what I have, where can I refuel? Then secondly, is it convertible? Say my car can use both. You know, if I want, I can move from petrol to gas. Or when you convert it, it's only gas. Is it convertible?
Okay,
so that my car can use the two.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Good question. Can I respond?
Please go ahead.
Or do you want to respond?
Briefly, yes.
So thank you, sir.
30 seconds.
Just like you said, so if you are converting, you can still run on two fuels. It's just a switch. You run on CNG. If you can switch to your PMS, so you can conveniently run between the two fuels, unless you have a purely CNG vehicle. But if you convert your vehicle today, you run on the two fuels, sir. Secondly, for Adamawa, just to give you another context, we have Greenville. I don't know if you know about Greenville LNG. They are planning to have what they call LCNG, converting LNG to LCNG to CNG, even in Adamawa. So very soon you are going to have that even in Adamawa, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just to clarify, CNG, PMS, they are all fuels. So in Nigeria, when we say fuel, we are usually talking about PMS, just to get that clear. And then just to also add to what he has said, he also mentioned that there are opportunity for investment. So if you're in Adamawa, you know that it's a challenge. Don't you think it would be nice you look at the gap there and possibly look at infrastructural development? Thank you. Absolutely. Next. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Dr. Muhammad Shehu. I'm the CEO of Amplus BGJV. Within Nigeria, currently we're investing in oil and gas. And gas in particular, we've seen a lot of issues. You made mention of 360 trillion, I think, from your presentation. Is it a proven reserve or a projection? Because as an investor, I can only invest in a proven reserve. One. And two, coming back to the issue of CNG and Greenville, we've seen a power project in Maiduguri recently by NNPC, and CNG supply by Greenville. And today, sometimes you go to Maiduguri and experience power outage for 2-3 months. And now we are talking of CNG project in a larger scale. What are the NNPC, what are your plans as an organization to have a larger plan CNG kind of without any issues? You've seen a lot of queues today due to scarcity in PMS. How do you intend to control a lot of this scarcity? And do you have any feedstock currently in place? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I think what you saw, the 350 million scope per day, is what NGML currently supply to the domestic market. It's our current supply. On daily basis, we supply about 350 million scope to industries and other commercial sectors. That's what you saw there. I think our proven reserve is about 160 trillion TCF, something around that, the proven reserve for the gas. Secondly, on the issue of, I'm not an expert, but on the Maiduguri MEF project you're talking about, the struggle you see from the Greenville is an opportunity. Greenville is struggling to meet demand in mini LNG in the local market. That's to tell you the extent of the demand. So today, Greenville is struggling because they can't meet up the demand. They supply Maiduguri, they supply Sokoto, they supply Lagos. So that is the opportunity we are talking about, sir. In terms of, I've forgotten your question, in terms of guaranteeing supply, what I can guarantee you, I play in the gas sector. Within the domestic market, we have gas. The only thing, the gap there again is in infrastructure. Today, if you are located in Kano, up north, and maybe some market in the eastern side, it's because of lack of infrastructure. That's another opportunity again. The government here, as private sector, you can also invest in the backbone infrastructure. Other companies are looking at it. AKK is coming on board, hopefully by next year. That will address some of the issues you are talking about, sir. So infrastructures and supply, once they are there, I don't see any challenge around there. So,
if we get it right, what NNPC is saying that there are opportunities for infrastructural development. Dr. Ahmed, am I right? Ahmed, yes. So there are possibilities there, and people are already owning gas transport pipelines. Am I right? So these are opportunities. Rather than talking about the challenges, can we? That's what this summit is all about. Can we look at how to close the gap and bring in investment for infrastructural support? A lot of gas is being used, and I stand to be corrected. The gas reserve that we talk about today, they are all accidental. They have not been deliberate effort to go after gas exploration. The Enugu oasis is there from coal, there's also gas from there. So these are opportunities. Can we start rethinking and seeing how we can invest in this infrastructure? Seplat is doing something with already in oil, and I think they're making a good profit from that. So that's the point NNPC is saying. They have gas, you need to get it around the country to salvage our energy poverty in Nigeria and have a proper energy mix, decarbonize the transport sector. So these are opportunities that are there. Sorry.
Thank you. Please, as we talk about the CNG, the positive aspect, it's also good we are telling the public about the negative aspect, just to manage the risk. Because all along we just talk about CNG, how less cost effective, but we are not talking about the risk and how to manage it.
Kindly use the microphone, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, if you need to be specific. Every business has risks, and the risking is part of your business proposition. So would you want to be specific about what you want to know?
Yeah. The CNG, like converting cars to CNG, what I want to know, what about the risk? What are the risks, like in terms of accident, looking at our society? We are still not there. So we also need to let the public know that if you are using a CNG car,
okay, maybe I have to step in here. Please, I'm a technical person on this.
Yeah.
And if you are technical about this, CNG is purely compressed natural gas. Absolutely. What you are looking at is working with high pressures. Am I right?
Yeah.
And so that's just the problem. And these are, there's no area where you don't have problems. I also mentioned methanol. But the beautiful thing about it is that because the government is deliberately pushing natural gas through CNG as a product to enhance our energy mix in Nigeria and also to keep along with global best practices. CNG is not new technology. People are already going ahead and are looking at hydrogen. Okay, so the point is every business has their risk factors and they de-risk it by doing a proper business plan. So if you are interested in this field, with all due respect, I work at the Federal University of Petroleum Resources. I'm a mechanical engineer. I studied at Manchester Advanced Manufacturing. The point I'm saying is that there are technologies that are dealing with this. India, as we speak today, are doing very well on CNG. Mm-hmm. There are also the manufacturing sector where you have to do vehicles, vessels that can handle these high pressures. Okay? So those are technical details that somebody going to the business can be helped. If you are interested, talk to NMC. There are experts here who would be interested in working with you.
Not be the public.
Yeah.
There should be sensitization. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Sorry. I have to cut you here, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay,
yes.
Can I just?
Please go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. Chip in.
Thank you, sir. So I don't know, sir, if you can hear me. CNG, like what Doctor has said or Prof has said, is like any other fuel, sir. As far as CNG is concerned, I think I'm sure in your house, sir, in your kitchen, I'm sure you use LPG for cooking. And I'm sure you're using LPG, sir. So I'm sure last 20 years, I played in the LPG sector. Last 20, 15 years, if I advise any of my friends to switch to LPG, the first thing I hear is, I don't want to die. So today, in my village, people use LPG. Today. So there are the risk aspect, but as long as you address the issue of you are using the right equipment, you are getting it from the right people, you are also you have all the standard. I don't think there's anything to fear about CNG.
You are talking to diaspora people. More, sir.
They are located in locations where CNG is not a new technology to Nigeria. Like what the moderator has said, India, if you go to Bangladesh, they use a lot of CNG. And they also have the same kind of people we have here, sir. So I don't think there's anything to worry about as long as we are sticking to regulations, standards, and everything in CNG. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And just to help you, Koren, as we speak today, because I'm involved, they are already working out on the safety regulations as a regulator in engineering to work on that. So there are no fears. As far back as 2008, I rode in a vehicle from Accra to Akosombo on LPG, and as at that time, taxi, 2008. Okay, next please.
Mr. Moderator, I'm told to inform you that we need to move to the pitches, sir.
Okay.
The time for
so
the
one last contribution, please, from
Barrister Kachi.
Okay, so that would be the last,
very quick comment on the issue of risk. I know you've put it to bed somewhat. I think this is wider than the industry. Everything to do with risk. The biggest challenge we have is that we do not, as of yet, have a fit-for-purpose insurance industry. If we did, it wouldn't matter so much.
Thank you.
Can we also take questions online? There's been a little comment that we're not taking questions from online, please.
Okay. MC, please. Any questions online?
So the only one I see is, please, moderator, I need the CNG guy's contact info.
Sorry?
The question I see online says they want the CNG guy's contact info. Another one says, where can we get... Okay, I think that's been sorted.
Okay, so MC, we can project the...
I think we have it. We have it on our slides. Okay. If you go to the last page.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so tech people, please project the last slide for the phone numbers to contact the NNPC CNG people.
Thank you. I think you should give them a round of applause. They are here to show opportunities. Thank you very much, NNPC. Thank you so much.
All right, by your permission, Mr. Moderator, I want to invite Dr. Chidozie Ikebude. Dr. Chidozie Ikebude. The NNPC sponsor, please sit on the podium. Please remain on the podium.
Yes. They were sponsor. Dr. Chidozie Ikebude, Geomarine Systems Limited. You have the floor. 2 minutes to pitch and then a minute or thereabout for questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Chidozie Ikebude. I'm a geotechnical engineer and I'm representing Geomarine System. I'm here coordinating the new technology we intend to employ to the Nigerian oil and gas space. And this technology is the use of automated, robotic, artificial intelligence-enabled geotechnical drilling equipment. This equipment is equipped with underwater vessels and remotely operated vehicles that can help us to do geotechnical drilling more efficiently, reduces costs compared to the traditional or the conventional one we use. The conventional one is drill ship, which we normally use to collect our data, the seabed data. This equipment is very important because it enables us get all the data we need, and the data are very reliable. Robotic enabled equipment give us very reliable data. When we have reliable data, of course, our designs of offshore platforms will be very, very, very excellent and be accurate. We don't want the issue of offshore platform collapse. One happened recently, and we lost some life. With this accurate acquisition of geotechnical data, the issue of collapse or poor design or poor construction is completely out of it. Geomarine is a company that does geophysical survey, geotechnical engineering, soil mapping, and so many other. I am here to seek an investment of $10 million as an equity with 20% exchange in equity in our company that is valued for $30 million. The company is presently valued at $30 million, and we are looking for investment, $10 million investment, to be able to procure this equipment. And the procurement will include things like insurance, maintenance, training of technical crew for the operation, and so on and so forth. We have capacity. We have done jobs we have delivered quality jobs for Chevron, for NNPC, NAPIMS, and other very strong key players in the industry. So I can confidently say we have the capacity. We're just looking for investors that will invest into this company, and you get 20% of equity in return from the company. You may wish to visit our website, www.geomarinesystem.net, for all the information you need. I'm very much around to take your question, very available. Thank you very much for listening, and God bless.
Good. A round of applause, please. So you are here seeking $10 million.
Yes.
For a company that is rated at $30 million.
Yes.
To expand your operations.
Yes, to expand our operations.
Do we have comments? Needs for clarification? Questions?
So we have a hand here.
Yes, please. Okay.
Please rise, sir.
Dr. Ahmad. Am I right?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Nice presentation. I'm a naval architect, actually. I'm a bit curious with your presentation. You know, within the oil and gas, within the oil and gas, we have AUVs and ROVs.
AUVs and ROVs, yes.
Of which both are taking soil samples.
Yes.
But there is a bit of limitation on how deeper you will go by taking samples.
Okay, this equipment can go up to 3,000 meters from top surface, 3,000 meters down, which means if you have seabed from anywhere about 500 meters, it can go extra 2,500 meters down. So the ROVs are actually equipped with sensors that take the sampling. It does in situ measurement, it does sampling, it does recovery. So it has many features that, of course, is far better than the drill ship we normally use. And then the operations are a lot cheaper. It will reduce cost of operation between 35 to 50% cost of operation. It is safer because it is remotely controlled, and then the number of people on board will be smaller, the number of persons on board will be smaller, and then the accident rate is reduced. Even if there will be accident, the fatality will be severely low. So we're looking at a very laudable technology. A very laudable technology. We're looking at it. Remember that all our most of our reserves are in the deep offshores.
Okay.
They are in the deep offshore, so we have to find a way to get our gas reserve and oil reserve deep offshore.
Thank you. Ahmed is also into deep offshore businesses. Am I right?
Yeah. Sorry, please. I think there is a bit of confusion in your presentation. There is a bit of difference within drill ships and soil sample vessels.
No, I'm talking about the equipment I'm talking about is different from drill ships.
Do you know the likes of Frugo and others?
I know the like of Frugo.
Yeah, so we have a bit of difference between a drill ship that you will drill oil and gas.
Yes.
Then we have the drill bore that takes the soil sample.
Yes.
So can you differentiate between your kind of technology with AUVs and ROVs?
Well, ours is robotic, artificial intelligence enabled. I don't know if those ones they are not artificial or AI enabled, or they are not robotics. This one I'm bringing to the fore. I'm bringing to the Nigerian oil and gas sector, the space, is certainly going to be a game changer because it is viable. The operations are cheaper. Because we need to look at the advantages of deploying this one I'm talking about vis-a-vis the other one that has been available. Okay. Especially now that drill ships are almost obsolete and they're not in the country anymore.
Yeah, Dr. Kebude, this information you're giving out here now is on your website?
Yes, everything about this information is...
Dr. Ahmad, is that okay if you have a conversation after this session and also check the website?
www.geomarinesystem.net.
Yeah. Thank you. Any further questions, comments?
The last please. One on that side, Mr. Moderator. Please stand. The man on the red cap.
Yeah.
The microphone is behind you.
Good evening, sir.
Yes,
my name is Sheyi Alabi, a registered geologist with COMEC, and we have two groups from overseas, one from Austria and the other one from Australia. The group from Austria they have what we call NMR, which is nuclear magnetic resonance technology, to determine the hydrocarbon potentials and soil minerals. They can even go up to 5,000 meters and even 16,000 feet, an area of 12,000 square meters. Now, we are trying to market or deploy the technology down to Nigeria and the whole of Africa. And the second group is Georesonance from Australia, who also does hydrocarbon potentials and soil mineral. As a matter of fact, NMPC has already approved the NMR technology called nuclear magnetic resonance, which we have been awarded contract on the pilot holes of some hydrocarbon potential. So I'm just trying to take a note on this to acquaint us that we have far more technology generally acceptable all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Well,
can you just take the comment in? It's just a comment.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I've taken this. It's an information is given to me.
Yeah.
It's just giving me an information about other technologies, but I stand with these automated, robotic, artificial intelligence enabled seabed investigation, because I trust the reliability of the data. Reliability of data. Reliability is that the data must be reliable for effective engineering design of offshore structures.
Okay.
So
thank you. Do you just a final one? This is from me. Are you in partnership with any of these tech companies in Nigeria or abroad for local content development of this equipment?
Well, yes. We had signed MOU with the original equipment manufacturers to bring the first set of Nigerian indigenous companies deploying this thing to the country.
Okay, the reason I'm saying this is that I think a lot of the interventionists have mentioned that before, that there's need to eat an elephant piece by piece.
Yes.
If you're looking for $10 million and that is not achievable in lump sum, there are possibilities for you to partner with research institutions and also developers to cut the cost, or the huge cost, and then they can now go into development of equipment that will enable your operations. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him. Can we have on board now Dr.
Fidelis Iyama is online. Dr. Fidelis, can you hear us? Can you come up? He's online.
Yes, thank you. So,
can you hear me?
ICT, please.
Dr. Fidelis is online, and I think he's already... Yeah, ICT, can you... Yeah, there he is. So go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for this opportunity. I am Dr. Iyama Fidelis, founder, CEO, Cedar Ventures. Cedar Ventures is a registered business name in Nigeria, enlisted for engineering, industrial, consultancy, management, and merchandise. We are looking for an equity investor for 100 million naira to do oil and gas business. I would like to go straight to slide number 3 because of want of time, so that the integrity of this job will be captured.
The slide, please.
They can bring slide number 3 up. Okay. The business is to market oil and gas within Nigerian space. We have done a cost analysis.
Sorry, can we have the slide up? Slide.
We are targeting a truck of 60,000 liters per week. Okay? 60,000 liters per week for 1,250 naira on sales. That will give us 75 million naira. Then on the purchase side, 60,000 liters at 1,050 naira will give us 63 million. Then the gross profit loss will be a subtraction of the purchase from the sales. That is 75 million less 63 million profit. Then we'll bring in the expenditures, the cost of lube and fuel, the transport, truck hire, the PR to GPR, messages and data, amongst other cost handling charges. The handling charges will total 1,170,000. If you take 10,830,000 naira for a truck, and our make it in a week, and that's the extent. And we're making a project. So if we bring this, the 10,830,000 into times by 4, which is a month, times by 12, which is 12 months in a year, it will bring us to 1,559,520 naira. This value, we believe, if we are able to find an equity investor or group of investors who will put their money into it, will give a good return on investment. Within the 3 years projection activity, we need to diversify into compressed natural gas, which is the energy of the future.
Dr. Yama, you have
And
10
we hope
seconds to just be
bring the
specific.
plant
Yes.
And the kits.
Okay.
We have
Continue, please. Just round up. 10
we have
seconds,
checked
please.
our target audience. Our target audience will purchase these things from Port Harcourt, from Calabar, and from Warri, and will market it through the petrol marketing outlets scattered in the country. The business objective is to make a brand name and create a leadership in the oil and gas marketing.
Okay.
We have developed a comprehensive marketing strategy whereby we use technology, we use ICT, we use networking. Then we will track.
Okay, we need to take comments now and questions. Dr. Fidelis, please leave the slide on the last slide where his contact is. Are there comments? He wants Dr. Fidelis Iyama of Sildaf Ventures is interested in expanding his operations in oil and gas operations, and he needs 100 million naira to expand that. He has given the figures, and his contact is there. Are there comments for him? He's online and he's listening. Can I entertain 2 questions or comments? Any else? His contact is there. What I could dig from him is he wants to expand, and he has a market which he thinks he can satisfy, and has return of investment in 36 months, which is 3 years. Comments? Okay. Okay, thank you. That's the last picture for today. In the absence of interventionists that are here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator.
Yes,
I
please.
just got to know that the interventionist, Dr. Peter Ntefe, is online.
Good.
Dr. Peter, are you online? Can you confirm?
Comments, yeah.
Tech, can you check for Dr. Peter Ntefe online? Okay, I'm checking myself because I'm online. I'm not seeing him online. Dr. Peter Ntefe, are you online? Okay, Barrister Kachi, he's not online. We thought he was, but obviously he's not online.
Okay.
So it's back to you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, MC. I think this is the last picture for this session.
It is.
And in the absence of interventionists, the contacts for the pictures are available, and you can also approach the NDIS, and also most strongly from our sponsor, the NNPC, how we can tap in on the gas revolution in Nigeria, especially with the war in the Middle East and also in Ukraine. These are very good businesses that we can tap in, especially when we have infrastructure we're put in place to attend to the risk factors that are inherent in high pressure fuels. Thank you all, and yes, thank you. MC.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for our very, very distinguished moderator, Dr. Omonigo Otanoche. Did I get that correct?
Otanocha.
Otanoka.
Good.
And Omonigo.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sounds like a combination of Edo and another place.
It's a Nigerian name. Amurubu. Yeah,
I could tell. You know, that's a combination of Republican and Democrats. So let's have Dr. Ms. Badewa for group photograph. We'll quickly take a group photograph with the moderator. And we'll invite the pitcher, if you're still around, Dr. Chidozie Ikebude. Please join them for group photograph. If you're still around, join them for group photograph. And with that, we'll be concluding this session. But just before we conclude, I want to invite our very distinguished hosts for some brief remark. Right Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri-Erewa, ON, CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. Okay, so she'll join them for photograph, and then we'll have a closing remark. You said Honorable Terab. Okay. Honorable Terab will give the closing remark. This is just to let you also know that lunch is served. And, oh yes. Earlier we mentioned that we have the representative of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security. We'll give you just a minute, sir, to please come up very quickly before we conclude to tell us what the ministry wants diasporans to know. We'll do this just in a bit. So after that, we'll be able to go for lunch. So let me welcome the representative of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security. He'll just speak for a very short moment. I hope it's not a speech, sir.
It's a speech, but
okay, yeah, just summarize.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me rest on existing protocol. And I think I want to apologize coming this late, because we are supposed to make the speech of the Honorable Minister before the agribusiness session. So I was here when the pitchers were making presentations on the agricultural sector. Nigeria is full of brilliant minds. And I want to commend the organizers of this Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, and also commend the Chief Executive of Nigerian Investment, the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, Dr. Abike Erewa. It's a good thing to be here this evening, and I appreciate all that has been done here tonight, and I hope everyone has taken something home. And then the pitchers, I've discussed with some of them, and those that have potentials within the business presentation that they've made, will be ready to support them. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security will be ready to support the pitchers, and we encourage them to keep up with what they are doing. And thank you very much for this opportunity this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I am the representative of the Honorable Minister. With this, we're set for lunch.
There is kuli kuli before your lunch at the tour place. So you may want to touch the kuliks before you do your lunch. It's late lunch. Bon appetit, everybody. But this is a quick reminder as we move that tomorrow we resume for the final session. And the session tomorrow will have real estate and infrastructure. We'll also have education and professional services. And then we'll have the closing ceremony, brief closing ceremony before the dinner. Okay, we have manufacturing also tomorrow. We have manufacturing, real estate, we have education and professional services. We have a brief closing meeting, closing session, and then there's dinner and gala night. And with that, we'll be concluding. So do ensure that you're part of it. Have a very good evening, everyone, and bye for now.